A desperate cry for help echoes as a hunter reaches his physical limit. This raid was supposed to be routine, but the monster is a living nightmare. Hope is fading fast while they pray for reinforcements that might never arrive. Suddenly, a mysterious man opens an ancient book, radiating an overwhelming, crimson pressure. He commands everyone to retreat as the atmosphere turns heavy with killing intent. A lethal barrage of magical spikes instantly shreds the beast into nothing but gore. The surviving hunters can only stare in shock at the man who saved them. One streamer frantically tells his audience that they are witnessing a literal miracle. The legendary Hunter of Hunters, Ji Shinbek, has finally descended upon the battlefield. Across the world, viewers watch in silence as the strongest man alive makes history. What is the point of a celebration when the person you need most is absent? Standing alone in a crowd, he realizes his father skipped his graduation for work. A classmate approaches with a bouquet, surprised to see him standing there completely solitary. He makes excuses for his missing parents, masking the hollow ache in his chest. The request to be their photographer feels like a cruel twist of irony today. Through the lens, he watches a happy family sharing the moment he desired most. He forces himself to remain composed while acting as a spectator to their joy. Returning to a quiet home, the silence serves as a reminder of his isolation. The familiar voice of his mother greets him, yet the house still feels empty. She looks at him with concern, knowing his father chose the world over him. His mother remains trapped by the bedside of a sister who never wakes up. 12 long years have passed while she lingers in this eternal, silent slumber. The weight of abandonment finally crushes the boy's fragile composure. He demands to know why his own graduation wasn't worth a single moment. His voice cracks as he screams that he only needed her for one day. A cold, oppressive presence suddenly cuts through his desperate outburst. Terror freezes his blood as he realizes he is no longer alone. His father stands there, drenched in the fresh blood of a recent slaughter. The man reminds him that raising his voice at home is strictly forbidden. Suffocating under that lethal aura, the boy can only sink back into the shadows. The boy turns away, unable to bear his father's suffocating judgment any longer. He snaps back that he is heading to the only place he feels alive. But the man's voice remains cold, repeating a warning the boy knows by heart. He is told point blank that he lacks the innate talent to ever become a hunter. Clenching his jaw, the boy refuses to let his father's cruelty break his spirit. He arrives at the training hall, driven by a desperate need to defy his fate. Wood crashes against wood as he pours every ounce of his frustration into combat. Even the seasoned hall owner notices the terrifying intensity burning within the young student. His eyes narrow with a lethal focus that contradicts everything his father believes. Digging his heels in, he prepares to strike back against a world that rejected him. The boy swings his wooden blade with a fury that shocks the seasoned hunter. Every fiber of his being screams to prove his father's cruel words wrong. Surprised by the sudden counter, the boy is forced back in a desperate retreat. Suddenly, a dormant power awakens, manifesting as glowing chains around his clenched fist. The hall owner watches in stunned silence as the air turns heavy with mana. With a feral roar, the student charges forward with a speed he never possessed. The magical bindings lash out, snaking around the hunter's guard with lethal precision. He thinks he has won, seeing the chains tighten around his formidable opponent. But the veteran's eyes narrow, showing a terrifying level of composure and strength. In a single explosion of force, the hunter reduces the spectral chains to dust. The boy stares in shock as his newly awakened power spirals out of control. They clash in a blur of motion, testing the limits of this mysterious spectral energy. A sudden burst of mana consumes the room, signaling the end of their intense duel. The veteran hunter chuckles, noting the attack failed because his chains are too weak. Collapsed on the cold floor, the student listens to the harsh truth of his failure. His mentor suggests he should stop using a power he cannot yet control. Seeking a moment of peace, they retreat to a local diner to recover. Guilt weighs heavy on him as he eats food paid for by his teacher. The master suggests resting until the exam results arrive, but the boy refuses. He shouts a defiant refusal, unwilling to stop until he finally achieves true strength. He grips his chopsticks until his knuckles turn white with pure, unadulterated envy. Sungyun screams that his pathetic skills will never make him a real hunter. To gain his father's elusive acknowledgement, he knows he cannot afford to fail. Sitting across from his mentor, the weight of his inadequacy feels completely crushing. Juyang watches the boy, realizing that blind determination alone won't bridge the gap. He warns that pushing this hard will only lead to a permanent, tragic breakdown. A hunter's home must be a sanctuary, or the mental strain will eventually kill. Outside, the sky finally breaks as a cold, relentless rain washes over the city. A century has passed since monsters first arrived to tear our world apart. Now, these predators hide among us, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Public sentiment turns toxic as people label the returnees as manipulative, dangerous frauds. Angry voices call for the masses to rise up and expose the hidden truth. They believe these monsters in human skin have no right to call Earth home. Juyong watches the boy, knowing a hunter cannot survive without a peaceful sanctuary. The world screams for him to return to the hell he barely escaped from. His eyes reveal the silent agony of a boy who just wanted to belong. A devastating rejection notice from the academy arrives to shatter his last remaining hope. The words on the screen confirm he has been cast out from society's future. He stands broken in the downpour, clutching the evidence of his ultimate failure. When the world finally turns its back, there is absolutely nowhere left to hide. He hurls his phone into the freezing rain as his sanity finally snaps. Bystanders watch in silence as the boy screams that this world is already hell. With nowhere left to go, Sungyun demands to know where he should disappear. The downpour intensifies, washing away the last remnants of his pride and hope. He sits defeated on a lonely bench, a broken shadow amidst the uncaring crowd. His eyes reflect a dark void, the gaze of someone who has lost everything. Suddenly, his cracked phone vibrates with a desperate call from the one person left. A flicker of life returns to his hollow eyes as he stares at the screen. He answers with a trembling voice, barely able to acknowledge his mother's frantic call. But the voice on the other end delivers news that leaves him completely paralyzed. Sungyun steps into the room, his world crumbling at the sight before him. After 12 long years in a coma, his sister has finally opened her eyes. His mother collapses in tears while the legendary hunter watches from the shadows. The boy stares at the stranger who was supposed to be his family. Under the cold starlight, the hospital holds a secret that defies all logic. He flashes back to his mother, once pleading for him to stay nearby. But the pressure of his own life had already turned his heart cold. Years of bottled resentment explode as he denies their very blood connection. Even when silenced by the strongest hunter, Sungyun refuses to back down. Amidst the shouting, a frail hand clenches, desperate to stop the family's pain. Sungyun stands frozen as the weight of his sister's return finally sinks in. Bandaged and broken, the girl who slept for 12 years finally opens her eyes. His mother watches in desperation, hoping for a miracle that feels like a curse. He tries to offer comfort, but her hollow gaze reveals a fractured family bond. The crushing silence of the hospital hallway leaves him alone with his own resentment. Days turn into weeks as he remains a silent guardian in the sterile room. She watches him with eyes that remember a brother who no longer exists. He loses himself in the pages, hiding the growing power surging within his veins. Deep within his soul, the spectral chains answer his silent call for absolute power. In the cold city shadows, his secret training continues with a terrifying new resolve. The sting of rejection hits harder than any physical blow he has ever endured. He stares into the void, a failure in the eyes of the elite world. Every step toward his sister's hospital room feels heavier than the last. He prepares himself to face the fragile ghost of his past once again. But the sight of an empty, cold bed sends a jolt of pure terror. Outside in the moonlight, a fragile figure seeks a moment of stolen peace. His sudden appearance shatters the silence, sending her into a state of panic. He demands to know why she would vanish from the safety of her room. Her quiet plea to stay just a bit longer leaves him completely speechless. Two broken souls sit in silence, caught between a painful and uncertain future. Sungyun sits in a heavy silence that neither of them knows how to break. His sister breaks the tension with a question that cuts deeper than any blade. She admits that the brother she once knew now feels like a terrifying stranger. He reminds her that she is remembering a child from over a decade ago. A somber realization settles over her as she looks toward the fading light. 12 years of sleep stole her friends, her youth, and her entire future. Her trembling hands grip her gown as the weight of time finally crushes her. Tears fall as she confesses the crushing agony of being completely alone. Sungyun freezes, seeing a reflection of his own darkest memories in her eyes, because he knows exactly what it feels like to be abandoned by the world. She collapses in tears, unable to accept the life stolen by her long slumber. He gently reminds her that her family is still here to protect her. Even if she missed her youth, he promises they will find a new path. A sudden realization strikes him, changing his entire perspective on their future. He understands now that elite schools aren't the only way to gain power. With burning eyes, he vows that it is far too early to surrender. She whispers a soft thanks, finally feeling a glimmer of hope after 12 years. But then, he realizes something impossible. She reached this place without her wheelchair. His breath hitches as he looks up, witnessing a sight that defies logic. Under the pale moonlight, his sister begins to levitate with an ancient, overwhelming power. She reveals that while she slept, her soul wandered through the mysterious fairy realm. Sungyun can only stare in disbelief as she speaks of the impossible things learned. Stories of legendary returnees from other worlds were always treated like distant, mythic rumors. He remembers the crushing words of the strongest hunter, claiming he lacked any talent. But now, his sister is defying every law of nature by floating in midair. The sight of her hovering above the park bench shatters his understanding of reality. A chilling realization washes over him as he witnesses her untapped, celestial power firsthand. He thinks back to their mother's constant worry during those long, agonizing 12 years. They were once just normal children playing in the dirt, oblivious to the storm. As the sun sets on their childhood, a dangerous new era of power begins. We live under the illusion that our peaceful days will never end. But the future is a cruel, uncharted territory that spares no one. Long ago, they were just innocent children building castles in the sand. The sun would set over the city, marking the end of another quiet day. Their mother filled their world with warmth, washing away every childhood worry. Every meal was a promise of safety and a future they took for granted. As the moon rose, exhaustion finally claimed them in their peaceful sanctuary. Tucked away in bed, she looked forward to the simple joys of a new dawn. She wondered what games they would play when the sun returned to them. Little did she know that tomorrow would change their lives forever. A single eye awakens, shimmering with the light of 1,000 distant stars. While she slept, a mystical visitor from another realm whispered a life-changing greeting. This spirit revealed that she had been chosen by a world far beyond human reach. The young girl could hardly believe the invitation to become a legendary savior. Though only 6 months passed for her, 12 long years vanished in the human world. Now, a grown woman, experts confirm her status as a powerful and rare returnee. Even the strongest sealing technology cannot contain the celestial energy surging through her veins. As they question her past, she begins to recount the secrets of that magical domain. She learned the ancient arts of magic and the forbidden knowledge required to survive. But the mention of a terrifying queen leaves even the veteran hunters paralyzed with fear. The girl claims she merely scolded a tyrant to earn her way back home. But the elite investigator suspects she actually slaughtered the otherworldly monarch in cold blood. Terrified by the accusation, she desperately denies having committed such a violent act. Despite her pleas, the hunter warns that every returnee carries a seed of catastrophe. Legends say those who survive the rift return as gods among mere mortals. Hidden in the shadows, her brother listens as her power is ranked above S-class. He realizes the sister he once knew has been replaced by something dangerously different. To prevent disaster, the authorities demand her family keep her sealed and powerless. Her eyes reflect the crushing weight of a world viewing her as a monster. The Bureau sends a watcher tomorrow to ensure she never uses her magic again. Seung-yoon walks alone through the cold hospital halls clutching his phone. A cold, automated message confirms the results of his latest evaluation inquiry. While his physical stats are impressive, the official report remains devastatingly clear. The experts conclude that he simply isn't built for hunting monsters. His unique spectral chains are deemed far weaker than even ordinary iron. Labeled as a worthless F-class, he sinks into a pit of despair. The weight of his perceived failure crushes any hope of protecting his family. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, breaking through his dark thoughts. His sister approaches him, sensing the heavy burden he carries alone. She offers a nervous smile, desperately trying to ease his growing fear. Despair consumes him as he realizes his weak status remains unchanged. His sister stares in disbelief as he suddenly orders her to leave. He refuses her comfort, demanding to be left alone in his misery. A heavy silence falls between them as she processes his cold rejection. She trembles, desperately asking why he is pushing his own family away. Fear grips her heart while her hands shake from the sudden emotional outburst. He finally snaps, screaming for her to get out of his sight immediately. Stunned by his raw anger, she can only watch him with tearful eyes. The distance between the siblings grows as he turns his back on her. He walks away into the shadows, leaving his sister alone and brokenhearted. Seung-yoon wanders through the bustling city, drowning in his own overwhelming guilt. He can't escape the weight of the cruel words he just spit out. The image of his sister's heartbroken face haunts his every waking moment. He stops dead in his tracks, questioning why he continues to self-destruct. Calling himself pathetic, he tries to disappear into the sea of faceless strangers. Suddenly, the frantic cries of a nearby crowd shatter his dark train of thought. He pushes through the onlookers, sensing that something has gone terribly wrong. His heart sinks as he catches sight of a familiar, broken figure. There stands his father, the world's strongest hunter, battered and drenched in blood. Meanwhile, the silent hospital looms under the cold, starry night sky. The cold hospital room offers no comfort to the girl trapped in its walls. Her eyes reflect a deep, unspoken sorrow that no medicine can ever heal. Outside, Seung-yoon screams in pure agony as his reality begins to fracture. He clings to the ghost of a childhood where they were still happy, but the light in her eyes fades, signaling the end of her humanity. Suddenly, she vanishes from her bed, leaving only shimmering stardust behind. She drifts high above the city, a goddess rising from a broken girl. Gravity completely loses its grip as celestial energy surges through her soul. Her hair flows like a nebula, marking the arrival of a cosmic being. She arrives at a corrupted playground, a haunting memory twisted by celestial magic. She wanders through a memory of a bright playground where life was once simple, but the shimmering stars on her skin prove she can never truly return. Her heart aches for the warmth of a mother's touch and childhood laughter. She desperately yearns for the days when a family meal was her whole world. Sobbing in the darkness, the celestial goddess begs to reclaim her stolen humanity. Suddenly, two strangers stumble upon the girl weeping amidst the shattered ruins. Startled by their presence, she realizes she is no longer alone in this nightmare. Their confusion grows as she stares back, completely lost in a world she once knew. They warn her this land was consumed by a lethal dungeon break years ago. Shaking with fear, she refuses their help, claiming she still remembers the path home. Without warning, a brutal strike silences her before she can even finish her sentence. She collapses into the dirt, stunned by a betrayal she never saw coming. The ruthless hunter claims her as his prize while his companions watch in horror. Her fingers twitch against the cold ground as a strange power begins to stir. Confusion fills the air when the men realize something is deeply wrong. Defying every law of nature, the broken girl slowly forces herself back upright. Her eyes burn with celestial light as she stares at her would-be executioners. The man grips his weapon, baffled that any human could survive that blow. Blood masks her face as she struggles to understand why they want her dead. They close in like predators, ignoring her desperate pleas to stay away. Bloodied and desperate, the girl warns them she is ready to strike back. The hunters only laugh, mocking her as a mental patient with no real power. Deep within her memories, a mystical guide reveals the secrets of ancient magic. A celestial mark ignites in her eye, signaling the awakening of legendary archery. Light erupts around her as she promises this strike will only freeze them. She releases a massive crystalline arrow that tears through the fabric of reality. A violent burst of energy consumes the area, leaving nothing but crimson shadows. Terror finally sets in as the predators realize they are now the prey. Ji Shinbek warns that even the kindest powers can mutate into something lethal. The men look up in horror as a dark, overwhelming force looms over them. A sudden eruption of gore leaves a man mangled beyond recognition. She gazes at her bloodied hands, her eyes glowing with forbidden power. Meanwhile, Sunyun pushes through a restless crowd to find the source of chaos. His heart stops as a familiar, blood-soaked figure emerges from the carnage. His father, the world's strongest hunter, finally returns from a literal massacre. A shattered camera and a face masked in blood reveal the true cost. In his arms lies the broken, unconscious body of the desperate streamer. Witnesses whisper in horror as they recognize the fallen internet star. The father's gaze remains cold, ignoring the questions of whether anyone survived. Sunghyun can only watch in silence as his world begins to crumble. The world's strongest hunter turns away from the massacre he just ended. A body lies cold beneath a sheet as the reality of war sets in. He demands to know why his son left his sister alone in the chaos. Blood paints his face as he stares down the boy with chilling indifference. Sungyun quietly admits that he has never seen a dead body until today. His father begins to recite the grim statistics of their brutal profession. The sudden weight of the truth leaves the young boy completely frozen. Nearly half of all hunters will perish before their first year is over. Those who survive are often crippled by physical wounds or deep mental trauma. In this world, neither rank nor lineage can protect you from the inevitable end. The world's strongest hunter stares down at his son with chilling, blood-soaked indifference. He demands to know if a weakling truly has the confidence to survive. Sunyun can only look away, his voice failing as reality crushes his spirit. The father dismisses him completely, claiming this pathetic hesitation is the boy's limit. Later that night, the cold silence of the hospital mirrors the boy's internal void. Standing alone under the dim streetlights, the weight of his failure becomes unbearable. He finally admits to himself that he has always been this hopelessly weak. His shattered abilities are a constant reminder of the gap he cannot bridge. He tried to ignore the brutal truth of the hunters who die in agony. Now, he watches the world's elite, realizing how far he is from greatness. Long ago, a young boy stared at the world with innocent wonder. But the harsh reality of the hunter world slowly crushed his spirit. Now, Sungyun stands alone, questioning if he even has a future. Suddenly, a familiar figure descends from the night sky like a fallen star. He gazes upward in total disbelief as his heart skips a beat. He realizes the girl floating above him is his long-lost sister. She stands cloaked in a terrifying aura, her hospital gown soaked in blood. The boy freezes in horror, unable to comprehend the sight before him. He frantically screams out, asking if she has been gravely injured. But the look in her eyes tells a much more violent story. The elite hunter knows that a returnee's power is a ticking time bomb. Panicked and broken, she begs everyone to stay away for their own safety. Her brother watches in total silence, unable to process the nightmare unfolding. With a bloodied hunter dangling above, her celestial aura begins to spiral. He stares into the face of a monster wearing his sister's skin. Suddenly, a blinding wave of pink energy consumes his entire world. From the distance, the hospital grounds erupt with a terrifying, otherworldly glow. A massive shockwave tears through the air, leveling everything in its path. Covered in blood and dust, he realizes the peaceful world he knew is gone. Floating amidst a sea of violet flames, she is no longer human. Sungyun screams in terror as the world around him begins to fracture. His sister fights a losing battle against the celestial power consuming her mind. She begs for it to stop, terrified of becoming a mass murderer. A violent eruption of pink energy drags her further into the abyss. Panic spreads through the streets as the authorities prepare for the worst. The order is given to execute the girl who has become too dangerous. Desperate and alone, he realizes even his father cannot arrive in time. Something inside him snaps as he stares into the heart of the storm. He wonders if he is the only one who can stop this nightmare. Looking at his bloodied hand, he finally accepts the weight of his power. He stares at his mangled hand, the cost of his pathetic weakness finally sinking in. Darkness consumes his vision as he realizes he can never defeat his own sister. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the only thought remaining is to turn and run away. He desperately tries to convince himself that this catastrophe isn't his fault. Blood drips down his face as his identity begins to shatter under the weight. Suddenly, he stands face to face with the innocent child he used to be. The boy looks up in terror at the broken man he is destined to become. A violent surge of spectral energy explodes as his true power finally awakens. High above, his sister screams in agony as her celestial magic tears her apart. She begs for the nightmare to end, no longer wanting to be a monster. His sister stares back through tears as her brother's desperate voice pierces the chaos. Sungyun lunges through a storm of lethal pink spikes to reach his breaking sibling. He screams for her to snap out of the nightmare before her power consumes everything. Recognition finally flickers in her eyes as she realizes her brother is still there. A cold observer notes that this cruel world demands such impossible sacrifices from hunters. Energy beams tear through his flesh, but he refuses to stop his suicidal charge. He roars that a true hunter risks everything to save the people they love. Swirling celestial magic threatens to erase her humanity as she questions his reckless devotion. She wonders why he would bleed for a monster that is no longer human. Despite the danger, he reaches out to pull her back from the edge of oblivion. Deep within her subconscious, the girl finally begins to awaken from her long nightmare. She finds herself face to face with a celestial being in a desolate, mental landscape. This mysterious entity hails her as the savior who once rescued their entire world. But the weight of such a title only brings her a sense of profound shock. She trembles while confessing that her mind remains trapped in a childhood she lost. Staring at her hands, she laments the blood she spilled, and her utter isolation. Yet the spirit insists that her self-hatred is blinded to the truth of her heart. Back in reality, her brother ignites his spectral chains to shatter her internal despair. Tears stream down her face as her celestial eyes witness his unwavering bloody devotion. He defies every law of nature to pull her back from the brink of madness. She desperately pleads for him to leave before the authorities arrive. But his mangled hands refuse to release the chain binding their souls together. He ignores the danger, pulling her tightly into the world of the living. The weight of her sins pours out in a flood of agonizing tears. He looks down at her with a face carved by exhaustion and love. In this moment, the F-class hunter has surpassed every limit of human endurance. A flicker of a long-lost memory reminds him of why he started fighting. That distant promise gives him the strength to stand when he should be dead. Just as the chaos ends, a cold presence steps onto the battlefield. Hidden eyes watch from the shadows, fascinated by the boy who defied fate. The horrific bloodbath from that night is quietly swept away by the authorities. For the girl at the center of it all, the nightmare is only beginning. Stripped of her humanity, she rots in a cell while the world forgets her. Suddenly, the heavy silence of her cage is broken by a cold, official command. Her hollow eyes flicker with a spark of fear as the door swings open. Shackled and broken, she is marched through the sterile halls of her new prison. Seeing her mother's agonizing tears only deepens the void within her shattered soul. But she isn't here for family, she is here for a final judgment. Her heart stops the moment she sees the man waiting in the room. The world's strongest hunter stares back, his gaze weighing the value of her life. The world's strongest hunter sits across from his broken daughter in the cold silence. Trembling under his heavy gaze, she can barely find the strength to speak. The atmosphere shifts instantly when he reveals he is here to set her free. He explains that a memory reader has finally uncovered the truth of her past. The mental probe revealed the hidden reality of the day her powers first awakened. She wasn't a monster attacking the innocent. She was a victim fighting for survival. Under the law, her violent reaction was justified self-defense against a murderous predator. Despite the news of her release, the weight of a supposed murder haunts her. He dismisses her guilt, revealing that high-tier healers saved the man she nearly destroyed. The crushing truth finally hits home that she is not a killer after all. The girl sobs in relief, finally believing she is not a cold-blooded killer. Shinbek watches her silently, hiding the dark reality behind a mask of indifference. An investigator breaks his focus, asking if his private meeting is finally over. He responds with cold precision, ready to move on from this delicate situation. Together they walk the empty halls, tallying the massive costs of the recent destruction. Shinbek questions if the girl will ever be stable enough to face the truth. The official reveals the hidden horror that the man she attacked actually died. He can only hope she stays strong before this lethal secret comes to light. She walks toward her freedom, completely unaware that her hands are actually stained red. Shinbek hands over a sealed document, sealing the fate of everyone involved. Shinbek receives a cryptic document concerning his daughter's true fate. His cold composure breaks as he demands to know the sender's identity. The world's strongest hunter crushes the paper in a fit of silent rage. Elsewhere, a mysterious observer casually watches the training while snacking. Sungyun pushes his limits, desperately trying to master his forbidden spectral chains. The glowing links lash out with lethal precision toward their target. Steel and magic collide, obliterating everything the boy's power touches. Exhaustion sets in as the strange man continues his mocking observation. The young hunter wonders why this uninvited guest refuses to leave. Frustration boils over as Sunghyun demands the stranger stop distracting him. Sungyun's focus wavers as the uninvited guest continues his irritating commentary. The boy stares in disbelief as his grueling training is dismissed as child's play. Chaos is the only constant in a dungeon, yet the stranger remains completely unfazed. With a cold crunch of his snack, he declares the young hunter's skills insufficient. Confused, Songyun demands to know if this mysterious man actually knows his identity. The tension peaks as he questions why a stranger is picking a fight now. The observer casually turns his back, seemingly bored by the boy's desperate efforts. Confusion sets in as the strange observer begins to walk away without warning. Panic strikes when the boy realizes the man has already moved behind him. The mysterious guest ruthlessly exposes the fatal flaw draining Sunhyun's spectral energy chains. The mysterious observer scolds Sunhyun for wasting strength instead of focusing on precision. He casually demonstrates true mastery while holding a simple bag of snacks. With a flick of his wrist, he launches a projectile at blinding speed. A soda strikes the young hunter perfectly, leaving him completely stunned. The stranger mocks his lack of control, while others watch in disbelief. Despite the impact, the snacks remain miraculously unharmed within the crushed metal. He warns Sunhyun that he is still blind to his own hidden potential. Suddenly, he reveals a forbidden tool designed specifically to summon powerful returnees. He instructs the boy to bring the artifact close to his spectral chains. A violent reaction confirms his suspicions as the two powers begin to resonate. The memory of that tragic night at the hospital still haunts his every thought. A mysterious observer witnessed the exact moment his chains made contact with his sister. Those forbidden spectral links were actually designed to extinguish a returnee's terrifying celestial powers. He possesses a legendary, unprecedented ability capable of sealing the world's most dangerous beings. The realization hits him like a physical blow as the truth finally comes light. Blindly swinging his weapon is useless without understanding the true depth of his potential. Desperate for answers, he demands to know the identity of this powerful new mentor. Chai Ji-hyung reveals he is a high-ranking professor from the prestigious Sunghan Academy. The elite hunter has come with a shocking offer to recruit the failed F rank. Sungyun stands frozen, unable to believe the academy that rejected him wants him back. The failed F rank questions how he could possibly enter the world's most prestigious academy. Chai Ji-hyung smirks, claiming he has the ultimate authority to rewrite the boy's fate. The life-changing offer hangs in the air as Sungyun weighs the cost of silence. With a roar of newfound resolve, he finally chooses to embrace his forbidden path. The mysterious professor grins, knowing he has just secured a weapon of mass destruction. He officially welcomes the boy into a world where power is the only currency. A spinning contract seals a pact that will forever alter the course of history. Ji-hyung's gaze sharpens as he senses an overwhelming presence rapidly approaching their location. He catches the document with ease, radiating a cold aura of absolute predatory confidence. Suddenly, the world's strongest hunter arrives, wreathed in a terrifying, blood-red, murderous intent. Sungyun freezes as a voice demands an explanation from the mysterious professor. The world's strongest hunter looms over them, radiating a suffocating, blood-red aura. Ji-hyung remains unfazed, clutching the secret documents while questioning the sudden intrusion. Shinbek's fury boils over, suspecting a trap hidden behind this unexpected encounter. Panic strikes the young boy's heart as he recognizes his own father's presence. Two legendary powers collide in a tense standoff between old, bitter rivals. The professor mocks the hunter, teasing him about missed reunions and aging features. Shinbaek's eyes burn with killing intent, demanding the truth behind the professor's actions. Sungyun watches in disbelief as the two men reveal their shared, complicated history. The ultimate plan unfolds, tying the siblings' fates to a single recommendation letter. Shinbak cold-bloodedly refuses to let his young daughter enter the dangerous academy. Ji-hyung pushes back, asking if the legendary hunter truly understands the current situation. The girl's celestial powers are spiraling out of control like a ticking time bomb. Only the academy's elite experts can hope to contain her awakening right now. The professor mocks Shinbek for his pig-headed refusal to see the obvious truth. Turning his gaze toward his son, the father declares Sunyun has zero talent. He warns that chasing a hero's path with reckless determination ends in death. Sungyun trembles in the face of his father's crushing and heartless dismissal. Deep inside, the boy's spirit burns as he realizes his father is wrong. Ji-hyung steps in, vouching for the incredible courage the boy showed saving his sister. Ji-hyung desperately argues that the boy possesses the true heart of a hunter, but his father coldly retorts that reckless boldness is nothing more than a death wish. He demands to know if the boy truly understood the danger he blindly charged into. Sungyun stammers in fear, knowing his sister would have been lost without his intervention. The strongest hunter dismisses the miracle as nothing more than a lucky fluke of fate. He warns that gambling on luck is the fastest way to end up in a grave. Even the prestigious academy offers no sanctuary from the crushing weight of elite competition. Threats to involve the dean fall on deaf ears as the father remains utterly unmoved. Standing in the shadow of giants, the boy wonders why his father hates him so. All he ever wanted was a single word of pride from the man he admires. The boy trembles, desperate for a single word of recognition that never comes. His knuckles whiten as the crushing weight of his father's silence sets in. Every hope he held for a family bond shatters in an instant. Just as he hits rock bottom, an unexpected voice offers the praise he craves. While his father watches coldly from the shadows, the boy faces a new reality. This mysterious ally reminds him that a legendary professor has already seen his worth. Even so, the pain of being discarded by his own blood remains unbearable. A comforting hand tells him to stop seeking validation from a heartless man. Together, they turn their backs on the past to forge a new, dangerous path. He grips his resolve tightly, ready to prove the entire world wrong. Every step taken in the shadows was meant to lead toward a different future. The boy stands broken, his body covered in the physical scars of his struggle. A firm voice cuts through the silence, telling him that external validation is worthless. The stranger turns his fury toward the man who should have been a father. The cold hunter responds with a chilling realization that changes the tone of battle. Now the truth behind the boy's desperate obsession finally begins to come to light. A murderous glare ignites as the father identifies the source of his son's defiance. He accuses the outsider of poisoning the boy's mind with the poison of hope. Trapped between monsters, the boy buckles under the sheer weight of their killing intent. Even the world's strongest hunter finally feels a sudden flicker of genuine, unmasked shock. Sunghyun finally snaps back to reality, thanking the man who saved his soul. He stares at his trembling hands, remembering the hollow boy he used to be. Growing up, he only ever wanted to walk in his father's legendary footsteps. He spent a lifetime begging for the approval of a man who saw nothing. But that bloody day at the hospital changed everything inside his broken heart. Looking back at his younger self, he realizes that weakness is finally gone. With a steady voice, he declares he is ready for the coming storm. A roar of defiance echoes as he vows to become a true hunter, even if it means striking down the father who stands in his way. The world's strongest hunter narrows his eyes, confirming his darkest, most violent suspicions. The world's strongest hunter decides that mere warnings are no longer enough. Cold sweat drips down as the boy feels a sudden, suffocating pressure. A heavy hand clamps down, sealing a fate he never expected. His father finally issues a challenge, daring him to prove his worth. Wide eyes reflect the pure shock of a man suddenly changing his mind. He is warned that this path will only lead to his own destruction. The impossible task is set. He must somehow join the elite student council. Failure means being dragged back into the shadows of his father's house. But the ultimate mission is clear. He must protect his unstable sister. The professor watches as the cold father finally accepts the inevitable truth. The cold hunter issues a final ultimatum with a threat of forced return. Trembling with fear, the boy desperately accepts the weight of his new destiny. A heavy silence hangs as the father finally releases his suffocating grip. He walks away without a backward glance, leaving the trio in stunned silence. The tension finally breaks, leaving them gasping in the wake of his presence. The boy realizes he was just seconds away from a certain, brutal death. Under the city lights, the world's strongest hunter disappears into the night. Suddenly, a voice calls out, refusing to let the cold man walk away. The mysterious supporter confronts him, claiming the task is a literal death sentence. He screams that an F-rank student can never reach the elite student council. The strongest hunter dismisses the madness of his own impossible ultimatum. His words leave the supporter frozen in a state of pure disbelief. A rare moment of regret flickers as the man speaks of a cursed path. Images of a legendary past reveal the heavy burden of being like his father. The cold facade cracks just enough to show the pain of his choices. Realization hits like a physical blow as the true weight of the situation sinks in. He remains a man haunted by the very destiny he forced upon his son. He walks alone into the light, leaving behind a trail of broken promises. Meanwhile, far from the tension, a fragile girl waits for a new beginning. Her bright smile masks the danger as February ends with a life-changing invitation. Sung-yoon stares at the sea, gripping the chains that will define his future. A massive vessel awaits at the docks to carry the next generation of hunters. While his sister beams with joy, Sung-yoon prepares for the trials ahead. Somewhere on the ship, a boy jolts awake from a terrifying, soul-shaking nightmare. Drenched in cold sweat, he gasps for air as reality slowly returns to him. A friendly face appears at the bunk, concerned by the sound of his distress. He quickly masks his fear, claiming it was nothing more than a bad habit. Exhausted and disoriented, the new student struggles to process his strange surroundings. A cheerful senior reaches out, offering a warm welcome to the elite academy. Forging a new bond, the boy smiles, unaware of the darkness still lurking within. A lethal arsenal lies hidden within the suitcase, ready for the trials ahead. Sung-yoon reveals he stole these deadly tools from his own father's private collection. His sister panics, terrified of the consequences if their heartless father ever finds out. She remains deeply skeptical, but Sung-yoon knows they need every advantage to survive. Suddenly, she decides to explore alone, leaving her brother shocked by her recklessness. He desperately warns her of the danger as she disappears into the vast academy. Fear for her safety consumes him, knowing the monsters that lurk in human form. Exhausted, he sighs at the heavy burden of protecting his overly innocent sister. His gaze hardens as the cold weight of their precarious situation finally sets in. Looking toward the horizon, he realizes their next moves will determine their ultimate fate. A new semester dawns with the promise of powerful allies and dangerous new encounters. To some, the academy is merely a chessboard for building the ultimate social network. But this veteran knows that a rookie's mindset will only lead to certain ruin. His predatory gaze locks onto his target, exposing the weakness hidden behind the glasses. Purium stands frozen as the weight of an elite's presence crushes his simple spirit. Yet the tension shatters when the master reveals his true, shallow motivation for scouting. He demands a beautiful face to chase, proving he is nothing but a shameless womanizer. The atmosphere shifts from life or death stakes to a ridiculous display of second-year antics. He claims every move is calculated, hiding his true intentions behind a lazy smirk. Then, a mysterious girl appears, unknowingly stepping into the sights of a dangerous observer. On the deck, a lonely girl wonders why everyone seems to avoid her. In a moment of clumsy distraction, her only comfort slips from her grasp. Before the bag hits the deck, a lightning-fast hand catches it with ease. He returns her snack with a smile that hides a much darker intent. While she blushes with gratitude, his true nature flashes for a split second. She searches the sky when he cryptically mentions the arrival of a scavenger. He holds up a single piece of bait, mocking the idea of birds. His smirk widens, claiming that his real target has already been successfully lured. The predator begins his interrogation, masking his curiosity as a friendly greeting. Nearby students watch the interaction, sensing a dangerous storm is brewing. Watching from the shadows, he realizes the girl is trapped in a predator's web. A strange question arises about a student who should have graduated years ago. The truth is chilling as academic failure here leads to a cycle of debt. In this academy, the price of weakness is a lifetime of financial ruin. Surrounded by the elite, the deck is filled with those buying their way back. A prestigious certificate promises a life of luxury, but the cost remains hidden. True power isn't found in books or the hollow titles of high-ranking hunters. He scoffs at the idea that wealth and grades can create a real warrior. His companion watches in silence as the atmosphere on the ship suddenly shifts. Something is wrong as the predators begin to move toward an unknown destination. The predator lures his naive prey deeper into the shadows of the elite ship. Unbeknownst to them, two watchful eyes track their every move from the deck. They arrive at room 105 where the real game begins. Inside, a powerful hunter rests completely unaware of the approaching chaos. The door swings open as the girl brings a suspicious stranger into their sanctuary. She frantically claims that a mysterious man has been harassing her throughout the voyage. The scout puts on a facade of shock, hiding his true manipulative nature. She reveals his invasive questions about her personal life and current relationships. The tension spikes as she describes how he forced an unwanted physical connection. Outside the door, the witnesses confirm the targets have finally walked into the trap. The manipulative master is sent flying as the hidden watchers finally make their move. Terrified by the sudden aggression, he begs for a chance to explain his actions. Sung-yoon refuses to listen and prepares to deliver a crushing blow to the intruder. A calm voice cuts through the rage, questioning what the boy has done wrong. The shocking truth emerges that the girl has been asleep for 12 long years. Realizing the grave misunderstanding, the glasses wearing student demands a sincere and immediate apology. Tension dissolves into awkward silence as everyone gathers inside the spacious room to talk. The group discovers that despite the violence, they are actually all the same age. Seol-subin offers a friendly hand, hoping to turn their chaotic meeting into an alliance. Sun-yoon reluctantly accepts the peace offering while still keeping his guard completely up. The group walks through the silent hallway, tension finally beginning to ease between them. Curiosity peaks as the boy in glasses asks about Sung-hyun's path as a hunter. He wonders if the mysterious youth admires any of the world's legendary high-rankers. Mentioning his own family ties, he asks who Sung-hyun's father might really be. A sudden realization strikes the white-haired student when he hears the boy's surname. He asks if there is a connection to the world's strongest hunter, Gi Shinbaek. With a calm expression, Sung-hyun reveals the legendary man is actually his father. The weight of that name leaves the entire group frozen in absolute shock. Panic and disbelief erupt as they demand to know if he is truly serious. The atmosphere shifts instantly as they realize they are standing next to living royalty. The legendary shadow of the world's strongest hunter looms over every single conversation. Sung-yoon struggles to maintain his composure under the weight of his father's reputation. On the deck of a massive ferry, the truth begins to surface. A fellow student admits that the great Gi Shinbaek was his childhood inspiration. Confusion arises when they realize Sung-yoon is not in the elite hunter department. The group discusses their low ranks while hiding their true and dangerous intentions. Sung-yoon tries to blend in by claiming he is merely a bottom-tier F rank. His sister casually drops a bombshell about his impossible admission into the academy. Absolute chaos erupts as the students realize the laws of ranking were broken. Desperate to protect his secret, Sung-yoon frantically tries to silence his sister's leaks. Purium's loose lips finally spill the forbidden truth about their impossible admission. Desperate to bury the secret, Sung-yoon frantically shakes his sister into silence. The surrounding students watch in confusion as the high-stakes sibling drama unfolds. Amidst the chaos, a curious observer begins questioning the nature of their power. Sung-yoon tries maintaining his cover by preaching the value of hard work. A faint smile hides the growing suspicion of a man seeking the truth. In the shadows, a silent predator analyzes every word spoken on the deck. The massive vessel carries these hidden monsters toward an uncertain and dangerous future. Tension briefly melts away as simple games distract from the looming family secrets. Meanwhile, the blonde master plays his part while hunting for his next target. Sung-yoon wanders the deck, his mind drifting far from the mission at hand. Even in this dangerous world, he finds himself consumed by a crushing sense of boredom. His attention shifts when he spots a silent figure staring out at the endless ocean. Approaching the quiet student, he wonders if the rough waves are finally taking toll. The boy turns with a cold gaze, confirming that his spirit remains completely unbroken. A lone bird descends between them, breaking the heavy silence hanging over the railing. Suddenly, the stranger asks the one question that cuts deeper than any physical blade. Sung-yoon tries to blame his father, but the stranger refuses to accept easy answers. The boy demands to know the true conviction driving him toward a life of violence. Haunted by memories of his past, Sung-yoon realizes he has no real answer. The white-haired boy admits that the weight of his own path never crossed his mind. Sung-yoon watches a passing bird while criticizing those who treat hunting like a game. He despises fools who chase nothing but cheap fame and easy fortunes. Gazing at his device, he admits that many hunters lack a real purpose. The stranger counters that true power comes with a burden most cannot carry. He reveals his deep-seated hatred for the very profession he chose to pursue. Confused by the contradiction, Sung-yoon demands to know why he even bothered starting. The boy's goal is pure, as he vows to protect everyone in need. Silence falls over the deck as Sung-yoon processes this unexpected and selfless declaration. Finally, the stranger issues a chilling warning for him to stay away from the academy. Sung-yoon watches feathers drift as he realizes the world is far more cruel than expected. He is left speechless by the cold logic of the boy walking away from him. The stranger grips the railing, claiming that true power is born solely from luck. He turns back to deliver a crushing truth about their predetermined status in life. High tuition and noble blood are the only real keys to the academy's gates. A vision of his father's cold eyes and forbidden magic haunts Sung-yoon's every step. The boy mocks Sung-yoon for being nothing more than a spoiled heir to fortune. Angered by the disrespect, Sung-yoon struggles to justify his own late-blooming strength. The stranger declares that effort is useless against the absolute laws of awakening. He looms over the boy, revealing that abilities are merely shadows of our inner selves. Seung-yoon recalls the moment his spectral chains manifested by nothing more than pure chance. He listens in silence as his reality is stripped away by a cold voice. The white-haired student questions the validity of his recommendation and his hidden special ability. They stand together on the ship's deck, bound by the title of elite students. The stranger looms over him, insisting that their entire future is built on luck. Seung-yoon clenches his teeth, as his dreams of becoming a hunter are called delusions. The boy sneers at the idea that hard work can overcome a low rank. He mocks those who failed, dismissing effort as a lie told to the weak. A memory of comforting Purium flashes back, proving his resolve to protect the outcasts. Enraged by the insults toward his family, Seung-yoon finally snaps and lunges forward. Seung-yoon throws a desperate punch at the man mocking his family's honor, but his strike meets a wall of air as his target doesn't even flinch. Pure shock washes over him as he realizes his full-force attack completely failed. The sudden crash draws the panicked attention of everyone watching on the deck. In a flash, the prideful hunter is brought to his knees by unseen power. The elite student laughs it off, claiming the boy simply tripped over himself. Seung-yoon trembles on the floor, unable to comprehend what just happened to him. A mysterious force shifted the trajectory of his fist at the very last second. Now, he is lectured on how hot-headed failures only tarnish the hunter industry. Trapped in humiliation, he realizes the gap between them is wider than he imagined. The elite mockingly suggests the boy should just quit and give up his dreams. But confusion strikes as phantom chains suddenly bind his feet to the deck floor. The onlookers watch in horror as a deafening crash echoes across the entire ship. Forced onto his hands and knees, the arrogant hunter can only stare in disbelief. Seung-yoon admits his journey started with luck, but his eyes tell a different story. The humiliated student sneers back, still clinging to his shattered sense of superiority. Determination burns in the boy's gaze as he claims his right to become hunter. Standing tall over his fallen opponent, he refuses to walk away from this academy. A final warning is hissed that a low-rank failure will never survive this world. Undeterred, Seung-yoon challenges his rival to a midnight duel to settle it all. The defeated rival glares with a hatred that could burn the world down. Outside, a violent storm lashes against the hull of the massive transport vessel. Deep in the ship, a young girl weeps for a promise she cannot forget. Visions of a glowing figure haunt her, whispering that hope will never truly vanish. Purium jolts awake, her face soaked in tears from the vivid, lingering nightmare. The rhythmic sound of the pouring rain offers no comfort to her shattered mind. She clutches her head, wondering if her meeting with Seung-yoon was just a dream. Something within the darkness of the cabin feels wrong, triggering her sharpest instincts. Shaking off the terror, she realizes she cannot stay hidden in this room anymore. Guided by a flickering light, she ventures into the cold, silent hallways of fate. Purium wanders the dark corridor, desperately searching for the only person she trusts. A sudden voice from the shadows sends a jolt of pure terror through her. 3 students emerge from the gloom, their presence shattering the eerie silence. Confused and trembling, she wonders why they are roaming the halls so late. They explain their innocent plans, claiming they were just heading to a secret gathering. With a casual smile, the blonde leader offers her a chance to join them. Though hesitant, the promise of making new friends before school is hard to resist. Her fear vanishes instantly as she decides to follow, leaving her worries behind. They reach their destination, oblivious to the hidden dangers lurking within the vessel. Inside, laughter and snacks await, but the atmosphere feels far too normal. A mysterious pink-haired girl welcomes the group with a chillingly calm smile. The moment the blonde master steps inside, his face pales with visible terror. Sensing an overwhelming pressure, he immediately turns back to flee the room. He frantically whispers that he never would have come if he knew she was here. Purium remains blissfully unaware of the tension, her eyes locked onto the snacks. Cold sweat pours down his face as he warns his friend to keep quiet. The pink-haired girl demands he take a seat, leaving no room for argument. Defeated by her presence, he finally sits while keeping a protective hand on Purium. Curiosity flickers in the girl's red eyes as she questions the newcomer's identity. Purium offers a cheerful greeting, completely oblivious to the dangerous monsters surrounding her. The pink-haired predator greets her guests with a smile that hides 1,000 lethal threats. Purium continues snacking while her companion begins to realize the true weight of their situation. Panic sets in as they realize their strongest protector has vanished into the dark night. The list of missing allies grows longer as the shadows on this ship deepen further. He recalls the brutal display of power that left their strongest warrior broken and defeated. Beneath the pouring rain, a secret confrontation between 2 rival forces is about to ignite. Seung-yoon stands stunned as he finds a familiar face waiting for him in the storm. Clad in a simple raincoat, the white-haired student prepares for an inevitable and bloody clash. 2 monsters face off on a lonely court, where only one will walk away alive. Tensions flare as insults are traded before the first strike finally shatters the rainy silence. Standing in the downpour, Seung-yoon calmly explains he just wants to stay dry. His opponent stares back in silence, stunned by such a bizarre and casual response. Amidst the storm, the white-haired hunter dismisses him as a total and utter fool. With a sigh, he calls upon the spirit of water to finish the fight. Suddenly, spectral chains bind Seung-yoon's arm as the true battle finally begins to ignite. Surrounded by the sea, the boy declares his elemental magic is now completely absolute. Seung-yoon remains defensive as the crushing weight of the water spirit fills the air. A cold warning is issued that this unrestrained power will surely result in death. Instead of trembling in fear, a dangerous and knowing smirk crosses Seung-yoon's face. As the umbrella is cast aside, the hidden predator finally prepares to strike back. Seung-yoon tightens his grip, reminding his opponent exactly who provoked this violent confrontation. With a cold resignation, the white-haired hunter prepares to unleash his final, crushing blow. A strange, crystalline star hums with lethal energy as Seung-yoon senses the shifting atmosphere. Suddenly, a gargantuan torrent of water erupts, threatening to swallow everything in its path. The sheer pressure of the elemental strike forces the hidden predator to finally retaliate. Confusion flickers in the student's eyes as the battle takes an impossible, unexpected turn. Seung-yoon's expression hardens into one of pure, unadulterated rage as he breaks his limits. Spectral chains respond to his will, glowing with a power that shouldn't even exist. He swings with devastating force, shattering the water spirit's absolute control in one strike. A razor-sharp blade of energy narrowly misses, leaving the arrogant hunter paralyzed with fear. The spectral chains shatter as the overwhelming pressure of the water spirit erupts. Seung-yoon freezes in shock as his opponent mocks his pathetic F-rank status. The arrogant hunter reveals that these chains are nothing compared to true power. Terror strikes when the boy realizes his enemy possesses more than one spirit. Two crystalline stars hum with lethal energy, leaving Seung-yoon completely defenseless and trapped. Whether used for a crushing offense or an absolute defense, the spirits are perfect. Pure desperation flickers in his eyes as he stares down certain death. A massive torrent of water swallows him whole, threatening to crush his very bones. Refusing to die, he forces his spectral chains to manifest one last time. The hunter scoffs at the weak resistance, asking if this is his final stand. The arrogant hunter mocks his opponent, questioning if this pathetic struggle is his limit. He stands completely still, asserting his absolute dominance over the rain-slicked deck. Seung-yoon gasps for air, his body trembling under the weight of the crushing pressure. The realization hits him like a physical blow that his enemy hasn't even moved, but a dangerous glint enters his eyes as he prepares to spring a hidden trap. Confusion turns to pure terror when glowing spectral chains suddenly bind the hunter's feet. The hunter was so focused on offense he never saw the snare being laid. He screams in helpless rage as the realization of his fatal mistake finally sinks in. Blinding light erupts as the spectral energy reaches its absolute breaking point. With a violent roar, Seung-yoon slams the elite hunter into the cold ground. The arrogant elite lies broken in the mud, gasping for his final breath. Coldly, his opponent admits that this simple trap is his only weapon. The boy mocks the fallen master, exposing the fragility of his empty bluffs. Desperate for answers, the elite questions how a low ranker could possess such power. With a lethal grin, the boy reveals the humiliating truth of his F-rank status. Silence falls as the elite's pride shatters under the weight of total defeat. Refusing to lose, the master unleashes a forbidden power to reclaim his dominance. Even the victor is caught off guard as the atmosphere suddenly turns toxic. Witnesses scream in disbelief at the blatant violation of every known hunter rule. The true identity of an SSS rank legend finally emerges from the digital shadows. Amidst the laughter, a game for hunters begins to reveal the hidden truth. Purium watches in confusion as her companions reveal a strange, glowing relic. This is no ordinary toy. It maps a hunter soul into raw data. The pressure mounts as they tell her it is finally her turn to play. With a single touch, the device begins to pulse with an eerie light. The system awakens, scanning the girl to expose her hidden, untapped potential. The sudden emergence of a powerful mage avatar leaves them reeling in disbelief. She finally understands why the mysterious Seung-yoon brought this dangerous technology aboard. Handed the final piece, she prepares to cross a line of no return. The elite blonde master watches closely as the final judgment of power begins. Purium stares at the device, wondering why her power remains completely silent. The elite masters watch in silence, suspecting her energy is simply too weak. Suddenly, the system glitches as it fails to analyze her impossible level of power. A red warning flares up, signaling that Player 5 is something far more dangerous. The room freezes as the screen identifies the innocent girl as a legendary returnee. While some feel jealousy, others realize they are standing before a ticking time bomb. The blonde master demands the truth, sensing a threat that could destroy them all. Purium trembles as the weight of her forgotten past finally crashes down. She remembers a haunting warning to keep her true identity buried forever. She remains lost in confusion, wondering why her identity was meant to stay hidden. In a haunting memory, a scarred man warns of the heavy price returnees pay. He explains that many struggle to adapt and eventually turn to a life of crime. Ordinary sealing devices are useless against their chaotic and unmeasurable power. These individuals are nothing less than walking natural disasters disguised as humans. The warning is clear: if her secret is revealed, the world will judge her. Back in reality, Purium feels the cold weight of those judging eyes behind her. Pure terror grips her, as the walls of her secret finally begin to crumble. The blonde master leans in, demanding she reveal the truth of her hidden past. She stands frozen in shock, unable to escape the predator now cornering her. He pushes further, desperate to know what truly happened in that other world. A legendary hidden class is born as the system reveals a terrifying new title. Purium hesitantly reveals her identity, fearing the world will despise her true nature. To her surprise, the girl simply shrugs, unfazed by the weight of her secret. For a fleeting moment, hope glimmers in her eyes as acceptance feels finally possible. The group gathers closer, their curiosity masking a much more dangerous underlying intent. But the atmosphere shifts instantly when a chilling question pierces through the air. They speak of returnees as heroes who slay demon kings in distant, broken worlds. Then the final blow lands. They ask if she has ever taken a life. Violent, bloody memories flood back, shattering her fragile peace with a single, horrifying word. Silence falls over the desolate deck as the past prepares to consume the present. Raindrops fall from a trembling hand as the weight of defeat finally settles in. The water manipulator stands tall, his cold gaze piercing through the relentless downpour. He admits his opponent had superior strategy, yet raw power always dictates the victor. Sungyun lies broken on the cold ground, completely overwhelmed by an inescapable strength. Despite his desperate struggle, the gap between their levels feels like an infinite abyss. The victor warns that hard work is nothing compared to those born with everything. Even the onlookers watch in stunned silence as the harsh reality of rank sinks in. Purium trembles in terror, realizing that her secrets offer no protection in this world. A chilling reminder follows that mere willpower can never break the limits of destiny. At the academy, she will soon face monsters far more cruel than those here. The victor looms over his broken opponent, warning of the agony yet to come. Sungyun gasps for air, his body shattered but his spirit refusing to break. He begins to speak of his father, the man the world once called legendary. The hero was never an S rank, failing to even reach the A rank tier, yet he conquered lethal dungeons that slaughtered the strongest hunters on the planet. He saved countless lives, proving that rank is nothing compared to true conviction. Sungyun roars that his father's legacy was built on pure, unyielding human effort. Even as a lowly F rank, he refuses to let anyone decide his worth. The white-haired student narrows his eyes, preparing to shatter that prideful delusion. He brings up the S-rank tragedy from 7 years ago that changed everything. Sungyun stares in disbelief as the conversation takes a dark and unexpected turn. The interrogation shifts to a tragic dungeon break that left behind a trail of blood. He demands to know why these painful, buried memories are being dragged out now. Visions of the past resurface, showing innocent lives caught in a storm of destruction. The weight of the accusation causes him to grit his teeth in pure agony. He desperately tries to justify his father's actions against the crushing weight of reality. Suddenly, his opponent screams that his own sister perished in that very massacre. The brutal truth is revealed. His legendary father was the one who ended her. Silence falls as the hero's son realizes his entire world was built on lies. Completely shattered, he can only whisper a single word as his spirit finally breaks. He screams in agony, questioning if a true hunter would ever sacrifice the innocent. The confrontation turns personal as he points a finger at the legendary hero's son. Sungyun stands frozen, his world crumbling under the weight of these horrific accusations. A chilling silence follows as his opponent demands to know the truth behind his intentions. With a piercing gaze, he asks what exactly Sungyun is trying to accomplish here. He wonders aloud what kind of hunter a boy born of lies could ever become. The words cut deeper than any blade, leaving the young boy lost in his thoughts. On the cold, rainy deck, two broken souls face a reality they cannot escape. Little do they know, a mysterious figure watches from the shadows, recording every word. Meanwhile, the malicious girl smiles while asking the returnee if she has ever taken lives. The chilling atmosphere evaporates as a sudden, bizarre interruption leaves everyone completely speechless. Beads of sweat roll down her face as she struggles to maintain her composure. With a desperate cry, she announces a bathroom emergency and shatters the heavy tension. The group watches in stunned silence as the legendary returnee acts like a child. A deep blush creeps across her face when she realizes what she just did. In a flash of movement, she sprints away before anyone can say a word. Shin Miju bursts into laughter, finding the entire display absolutely hysterical. The others are left baffled, wondering why she finds the awkward moment so funny. She questions if the strange girl belongs in the Academy's magic engineering department. The reality is far more terrifying, as she actually belongs to the hunter department. Miju scoffs at the display, declaring that the girl is fundamentally unfit for duty. She explains that the hunter class demands more than just skill in the field. It requires the stomach for murder and the resolve to take a human life. To Miju, this was a basic requirement that every student should have understood. The other students can only watch in stunned silence as the atmosphere turns cold. Outside, the girl stands alone, her weak mindset already marking her for failure. Panic sets in as she struggles to breathe, overwhelmed by the crushing pressure. She curses her own instincts, wondering why she chose to run away in shame. All she wanted was to scream that she had never killed anyone before. But as memories of a bloody battlefield return, her heart refuses to stop pounding. Drowning in guilt, the girl feels she truly belongs in the dark shadows. A ghostly memory of Sion flickers, a remnant of a world she abandoned. She wonders if making friends is possible for someone with her blood-stained past. Suddenly, a familiar face from the crowd approaches with a surprisingly warm greeting. The two outcasts trade names, tentatively stepping toward a fragile, uncertain bond. Trembling uncontrollably, she struggles to answer if she can even continue the trial. When pressed about her hidden class, she can only offer a desperate apology. Her confidence shatters as she realizes the crushing weight of her new life. But the stranger reveals a terrifying truth that mirrors her own internal darkness. In a chilling confession, she admits that she nearly took a life today. Mo Dan reveals her late awakening, a secret hidden beneath her cheerful exterior. The memory of a blood-soaked classroom haunts her, a moment of pure, uncontrolled chaos. Despite the carnage, she refuses to let fear dictate her future at the academy. Hearing this, the girl vows to never let her own power spiral out of control. Her mind drifts back to a name lost in the echoes of her past. Sion, the ethereal figure from her childhood, appears like a ghost in her memories. Long ago, she questioned how a massive, weeping stone could simply be moved. The answer was impossible, claiming the earth itself obeys those who truly listen. Before her stood the crying rock, a monument to a power she finally remembers. The ancient rock wept as the weight of the world finally broke its spirit. Feeling its sorrow, the ethereal Sion shared her own grief to ease the burden. In that moment of connection, the impossible happened, and the spirit found peace again. A young girl watched in awe as the massive boulder began its lonely journey. Under a swirling sky, the mountain itself moved as if guided by unseen hands. She realized then that everything in nature shares the same capacity for tears. Back in the present, Mo Dan explains that shared suffering creates an unbreakable bond. The girl smiles, finally finding comfort in a world that once felt so cold. With a bright grin, Mo Dan declares that they simply need to try together. Mo Dan promises to reveal everything as a mysterious power surges around them. They return to the rain-soaked courtyard where a dark history begins to unfold. They find Sunyun paralyzed by the memory of a catastrophic S-rank gate opening. The girls watch in horror as their friend is consumed by an invisible agony. Voices cry out to Sunyun, insisting that he shouldn't be blamed any longer. He grits his teeth in silence, unable to escape the crushing weight of guilt. Suddenly, a grieving student confronts him, screaming about the sister he lost. The boy points a finger, accusing the legendary Gi Shinbek of cold-blooded murder. The girl stands frozen as her father's heroic reputation is shattered in seconds. The girl trembles in the shadows, listening to a conversation that will change everything. A dark secret from 7 years ago surfaces, threatening to tear her world apart. The weight of a stolen life hangs over them, a sister lost to heartless ambition. Questions of morality pierce through Sungyun as his past and future collide in agony. Isolated in a void of guilt, the young hunter struggles to find his own path. He once dreamed of saving everyone, but that noble spark is fading into darkness. Facing his accuser, he admits that he never truly understood the burden of power. Blind admiration led him here, but now the truth is far more terrifying than fiction. High above the waves, the legendary Gishinbok watches as the pieces finally align. Hidden in the shadows, she realizes some only desire a simple, normal life. But the path of a hunter is paved with rejection and desperate, blood-curdling screams. True strength isn't about talent, but the conviction to protect a singular, desperate goal. Looking into his eyes, Sunyun admits that they both carry the same heavy burden. The confession strikes like a physical blow, shattering the silence with pure, unadulterated shock. Latent power surges forth as the weight of their shared trauma finally boils over. He screams at the heavens, unable to comprehend how their broken souls are identical. In the eye of the storm, Ji Sunyun stands firm against the crushing pressure. Watching from the sidelines, the girls can only gape in horror at the unfolding madness. Shards of geometric light explode as an overwhelming force strikes without warning. He can hardly believe the sheer power radiating from a supposed F-rank hunter. Sung-hyun's eyes burn with a cold, relentless fury that demands absolute submission. The brutal impact sends him skidding across the floor in a desperate struggle. Gasping for air, he realizes he is completely outmatched by this hidden monster. A massive spectral seal manifests, pulsing with the weight of 1,000 chains. They stare into the abyss together, but only one of them is drowning. Blinding energy erupts, threatening to tear the very fabric of the room apart. Agony twists his features as the crushing weight of defeat finally sinks in. Standing over his fallen foe, Sung-hyun prepares to end this one-sided slaughter. The girls watch in horror as the night sky suddenly ignites with power. A pillar of blinding light erupts from the ship, piercing the heavy clouds above. Sung-hyun feels the shift in mana, his senses screaming that something is wrong. A sudden flash consumes the deck, erasing everything in a sea of pure white. When the light fades, the young hunter stands frozen by an impossible sight. Without hesitation, he slams his opponent into the floor with overwhelming physical force. Mo-Dan reels from the impact, clutching his head as his vision begins to blur. He desperately reaches for his elemental spirits, but they feel cold and hollow. The glowing fragments start to flicker and dissolve into the dark, empty air. Panic sets in as his power vanishes right before his enemy strikes again. Sung-hyun delivers a bone-shattering blow, catching his opponent completely off guard. Mo-Dan reels as he realizes his mana has been severed entirely. A specialized sealing tool gleams on his wrist, locking away his spiritual powers. Panic surges through him as he wonders when the device was even attached. The secret lies in items stolen from their legendary father's private drawer. Both fighters collapse from exhaustion, their bodies pushed to the absolute limit. Despite the pain, Sung-hyun refuses to back down until the job is done. He launches into one final desperate assault to end this one-sided struggle. From the sidelines, the girls watch the brutal display with growing horror. A dark shadow looms over them, signifying the weight of a father's sins. The girls watch in horror as the brutal sparring match spirals out of control. Sung-hyun moves with a cold intensity that ignores any sense of mercy or restraint. Mo-Dan takes the full force of a strike that should have been impossible. This desperate struggle reveals a dark truth connecting these two rival warriors together. A lingering shadow from the past begins to pull at the strings of fate. Mo-Dan realizes the monster standing before him shares his own cursed, violent history. Memories of a forgotten tragedy begin to leak into the present reality like poison. Long ago, a young boy stood at the center of an absolute, waking nightmare. Surrounded by nothing but ruins, he was the sole survivor of a total massacre. That hollow-eyed child grew into the man who must now face his own reflection. A lone child stands amidst the carnage of a total massacre. The world he knew has been reduced to an endless sea of debris. Every step on the shattered earth marks the beginning of a living nightmare. He ran until his lungs burned, desperately fleeing the ghost of his past. The boy questioned what cruel fate could cast him into such a hell. While the ground drank the blood of the fallen, the stars watched indifferently. Exhaustion finally claimed his trembling body as he collapsed into the ruins. Broken and alone, he wept for a life that was stolen in an instant. His eyes searched for a savior that would never arrive to rescue him. Powerful hunters walked right past the dying child, leaving him to rot alone. The child watches in despair as the so-called heroes turn their backs on him. He collapses in the dirt, weeping for a salvation that refuses to come. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence, vowing to take up the fallen mantle. A mysterious warrior kneels, promising to become the hero the world truly needs. He swears that no soul will ever be left to rot alone again. Years later, the boy has grown, claiming he shares the same tragic soul. Yet his actions prove he has finally diverged from his mentor's shadow. He looks on in disgust as others waste their gifts on selfish vanity. He mocks the crowd, challenging them to finally prove their worth as hunters. He confronts his fallen idol, demanding to know why he became so pathetic. Sung-hyun trembles as the crushing weight of his tragic past finally catches up. He admits his ignorance regarding the heavy burden of a true hunter duty. A cold gaze watches from behind sharp lenses, judging his every desperate word. Memories of a lost childhood haunt him while he faces his current reality. Before him, the once great mentor collapses, becoming a shell of a hero. Confusion twists his features as he realizes they are no longer alone. A single shot rings out, the barrel of a handgun still smoking. A distorted figure emerges from the shadows, wielding power that defies all logic. Desperate for answers, the boy demands to know who interrupted their final confrontation. The mysterious entity remains silent, a glitch in the fabric of their world. Rewinding just a few seconds, a brutal clash erupts between two powerful shadows. Onlookers watch in pure terror as the fence rattles from the sheer impact. Confusion takes hold when they realize the carnage is happening right before them. Purium arrives only to find a nightmare unfolding where peace should have been. They witness a desperate struggle that threatens to tear the ship apart. The boy screams for them to stop this madness before everyone is killed. His voice is drowned out by violence as he fears the worst outcome. A sudden surge of crimson energy leaves the girl paralyzed with absolute dread. Refusing to stand by, she prepares to intervene despite the overwhelming danger. She insists they must separate the monsters before everything is lost forever. Purium warns that jumping into an ability user's duel is total suicide. The girl envisions herself leaping recklessly into the heart of a lethal shootout. Her desperate plan to confiscate their weapons would only lead to certain death. Purium screams for her to stop before she gets herself killed instantly. He realizes the ship cannot survive another devastating blast from those monsters. A cold, sharp focus flashes in his eyes as he weighs the stakes. Reaching into his bag, he prepares to reveal a secret he kept hidden. He commands her to stay back while he prepares for the ultimate risk. From the depths of his bag, he draws a glowing, high-tier magic weapon. Forced into a corner, the civilian finally prepares to pull the trigger. The sudden intervention leaves her frozen in absolute disbelief as chaos erupts. Both warriors stand battered and breathless after their brutal, high-stakes exchange of power. Their weary eyes reflect the heavy toll of a battle that pushed them both. Suddenly, a civilian with a glowing weapon stands over the defeated hunters. He demands an explanation for the reckless destruction that nearly sank the ship. The seasoned fighters can only stare in shock at the high-tier magic gun. He berates them for risking innocent lives in their senseless, violent pursuit of power. Silence falls over the deck as the weight of their actions finally sinks in. Frustrated by the endless trouble, he fails to notice the threat looming behind him. The legendary hunter's sudden arrival immediately shifts the power dynamic on the ship. Purium berates the group for bringing forbidden magic tools onto the campus grounds. A terrifying smile confirms that severe discipline awaits those who broke the rules. Songyun realizes their situation is hopeless as the weight of their failure sinks in. The massive vessel finally docks, signaling the end of their chaotic journey at sea. Defeated and broken, the once arrogant hunter finally admits his total and crushing loss. Standing at the port, the group faces the reality of their impending academic punishment. Purium offers a sincere apology for the trouble his actions caused the others. He explains the item was for a professor, making the situation even more bizarre. Despite his excuses, the others remain the primary target for the school's harsh judgment. As they prepare to move, a sudden question leaves the young girl completely stunned. Purium reveals the harsh reality that the group must split into different dormitories. Sungyun explains the massive island is littered with countless housing facilities for students. A complex map unveils a sprawling network of scattered outposts across the entire territory. The young girl prays she isn't roomed with the terrifying monster hiding in human skin. They frantically check their devices to confirm their destination before the next trial begins. Suddenly, the heavy silence is shattered as a suitcase slams onto the cold pavement. The duo freezes in place when a familiar, desperate presence suddenly interrupts their path. A battered and frantic survivor stumbles toward them carrying the weight of his defeat. A single notification on his screen holds a truth that could change everything. His eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes the nightmare is far from over. Sunyun stands exhausted, his body still reeling from the previous life-or-death struggle. He can hardly believe the ridiculous turn his life has taken today. The survivors gather, realizing they are all assigned to the same dormitory. A mysterious supervisor appears, offering a warm welcome to their new home. Despite the trauma, the group prepares to enter the academy's inner sanctum. She breathes a sigh of relief, thankful the terrifying monster is nowhere nearby. A sudden friendly gesture promises a glimmer of hope in this dark world. Bonds begin to form between those who have seen the worst of humanity. They celebrate a fresh start, unaware that the real nightmare is just beginning. A century ago, a single man's dark thought set this entire tragedy in motion. Long ago, a visionary realized ability users needed a sanctuary to refine their powers. Hidden from prying eyes, he constructed a secret stronghold on a remote, isolated island. This sanctuary became the legendary Songhan School, where only raw talent truly matters. To an outsider, it appears as nothing more than a quiet, forgotten countryside village. But the truth is far more massive, as the entire island serves as one campus. Within these walls lie lethal artifacts and an information network rivaling major world powers. For every aspiring hunter, this glowing light represents the ultimate dream of absolute strength. However, this prestigious institution hides secrets that no student was ever meant to find. One girl enters these gates completely oblivious to the bloody history surrounding her. She confidently prepares for her first day, claiming she can handle everything herself now. A sharp voice calls out to her as she opens her eyes today. Sungyun urges her to hurry because the entrance ceremony is finally starting now. She smiles at her reflection, ready to face the world as a student. Poppy Hall stands as a silent witness to the legends about to be born. Waiting outside, Sungyun checks his phone while anticipation builds for the coming events. He looks around for their missing friend, wondering where the final member went. They explain that Subin is busy preparing for his massive role on stage. Purium watches the crowd, knowing that today marks a turning point for them. The freshman representative steps to the microphone to lead the new student body. Behind his polite pledge, he secretly mocks the very regulations he promises to keep. Sungyun remains silent as the crowd mocks the boy who was disciplined earlier today. He understands that being the freshman representative carries a weight far beyond simple status. The white-haired prodigy standing before them is officially the top-ranked student in the academy. Thoughts of the ship return, bringing back memories of a devastating A-class water cannon. Sungyun admits that without his secret artifacts, he would have likely died that night. To satisfy his father's impossible demands, he must now secure a student council seat. Surrounded by elite hunters, he knows that every step is a fight for survival. His intense focus is interrupted by a companion who is bubbling with misplaced excitement. She is desperate to learn the forbidden secrets hidden within this prestigious hunter school. A sudden order forces the young girl to retreat back to her dormitory immediately. Confusion strikes as the young survivor realizes her academy schedule is a complete mystery. Sungyun reveals the harsh reality of her missing years of elementary education. A cheerful stranger appears, ready to drag her through a grueling academic hell. The girl freezes in terror at the mention of a daunting equivalency exam. This sadistic teacher lists every painful subject, with a truly terrifying level of excitement. Pure desperation takes over as the reality of her academic nightmare finally sinks in. Sungyun cold-heartedly hands his sister over to the eccentric tutor for her training. He waves goodbye while his sister screams her absolute hatred from the retreating car. With the family drama settled, the focus shifts to the prestigious Ginkgo Hall. Inside these elite walls, the next generation of hunters prepares for their trial. Sungyun stares at his new curriculum, questioning the true meaning of hunter ethics. The elite students grow restless as the final seconds before class tick away. Every eye in the room fixes on the clock, anticipating a grand entrance. Time strikes the exact hour, signaling the start of a legendary lecture. The heavy doors burst open with a force that shakes the entire hall. Even the stoic Sungyun senses an overwhelming presence that shouldn't belong here. A single wheel glides across the floor, carrying a man of absolute authority. Confusion turns to sheer disbelief as the students witness a truly bizarre sight. Panic sets in when they realize exactly who has stepped onto the podium. The world's strongest hunter arrives on a hoverboard, ready to redefine their reality. The legendary hunter looks down with a gaze that could freeze a man's soul. He glides forward on a hoverboard, mocking the very idea of a normal entrance. Standing before the elite class, he introduces himself as the mysterious Hagiwara Jin. He welcomes the new recruits to a curriculum they are definitely not prepared for. The students wait in stunned silence as the atmosphere in the room grows heavy. Without hesitation, the professor boldly declares his absolute hatred for this prestigious school. Sungyun listens intently while the man tears down the logic of standardized education. He claims that ability users are far too unique to be treated like cattle. Even the top-ranked Subin is visibly shaken by the professor's radical and stubborn principles. With a blur of impossible speed, he demands nothing less than absolute, cold efficiency. He pivots on his hoverboard, challenging the students with a question about efficiency. Modern military might could easily wipe out most monsters with sheer firepower. Yet humanity ignores the military and sends hunters into the abyss instead. Sungyun and his classmates sit in stunned silence, searching for the logic. The professor reveals the cold truth that hunters are simply more economical. Maintaining tanks and artillery costs far more than the dungeon loot is worth. Individual ability users provide massive physical force for a fraction of the price. This profession exists solely because it is a more profitable way to kill. Subin realizes that they are not heroes, but mere tools of the economy. To survive, they must optimize every movement and treat their energy like currency. Shinbak warns that wasting energy is the most foolish way to die. Efficiency is the ultimate weapon that separates a survivor from a corpse. He singles out a terrified student to test his grasp on reality. Sungyun watches as the boy reveals he is a mere construction sorcerer. The professor demands to know the exact limits of his magical range. Silence fills the room when the student admits he never tested his limits. A barrage of technical questions leaves the young hunter completely overwhelmed and speechless. Shinbak looms over him like a predator, declaring his total and utter failure. Without knowing your own soul, you can never hope to defeat the enemy. Sungyun realizes that in this academy, a single mistake means certain death. Shinbak's piercing red eyes lock onto his next target with predatory precision. He singles out the boy with messy hair, demanding he reveal his true category. Sunyun freezes in terror as the weight of the professor's gaze crushes his spirit. The interrogation turns cold as the legendary hunter questions why his student remains silent. Beads of sweat roll down the undercover survivor's face as his disguise begins slipping. Every movement from the world's strongest hunter feels like a death sentence to those watching. Shinbok looks on with pure disappointment at the weaklings, masquerading as elite warriors. Even the top student Subin watches in horror as the lecture turns into psychological warfare. Chaos ripples through the academy halls as rumors of the professor's cruelty spread like wildfire. Sungyun's name echoes through the corridor, pulling him back into a world of constant danger. Subin explodes in disbelief, questioning the sanity of the undercover survivor. The top student demands to know why he is acting out so recklessly. Sunghyun plays the fool, claiming total ignorance of the academy's basic sorcery terms. A chilling silence falls as Subin realizes the gap in his companion's knowledge. The tension thickens while the infiltrator struggles to keep his mask from shattering. Frustrated by the incompetence, the elite prodigy storms off into the crowded hall. Left alone, the secret warrior struggles to comprehend the gravity of his situation. A creeping sense of dread begins to ripple through the unsuspecting student body. Sunyun senses a strange distortion in the air that defies all logical explanation. The path forward leads to the place where the stars and deer rise. The world's strongest hunter greets the boy with a chillingly casual tone. Sungyun approaches his mentor, his mask of confidence beginning to shatter. A silent desk becomes the stage for a crushing weight of academic pressure. The infiltrator admits he is drowning while others effortlessly master high-tier sorcery. Years of secret training mean nothing compared to the academy's rigid standards. A sudden question about legal certification threatens to expose his entire hidden identity. Rage explodes as the professor realizes his student lacks the most basic credentials. Desperation flares in the boy's eyes as he defends his impossible situation. The cold truth surfaces that no minor can act without parental consent. A dark realization dawns that a father's cruelty blocked his son's future. The professor demands to know why his sister has not provided the necessary certification. Confusion washes over the girl as she admits she has never heard of it. Behind the scenes, a shadowy figure confirms that the truth remains hidden from them. The phone snaps shut as the heavy silence of the office becomes suffocating. He bellows that without those papers, the boy is already destined for failure. Flashbacks of intense training prove he was only taught how to swing a blade. The truth explodes as he learns his brother was legally forbidden from teaching him. A look of pure shock takes hold as his entire worldview begins to crumble. An ancient magical pact automatically seals the lips of every certified ability user. He stands frozen, realizing his family was bound by laws he never even imagined. An unbreakable spiritual oath connects every certified user through a massive, invisible chain. Sungyun realizes the information available to the public is merely a fabricated lie. The true nature of these abilities is far more lethal than anyone imagined. Even the weakest hunter can effortlessly slaughter a normal human using hidden powers. Without these strict laws, modern society would spiral back into total bloody chaos. Overwhelmed by the weight of these secrets, the young boy begins losing his mind. His professor admits that Sungyun was chosen specifically for his terrifying battle instincts. Despite the impossible restrictions placed upon him, he still performed at an elite level. The veteran hunter smiles, confident that his gamble on this student will pay off. He extends a mysterious blue artifact, offering the boy a chance to grow stronger. Sungyun holds the digital key to a hidden world of forbidden hunter secrets. His professor commands him to study every file before their enemies strike back. The veteran hunter warns that showing even a hint of weakness is fatal. To survive, the boy must infiltrate the elite ranks of the student council. Every second in the classroom feels like a battle to hide his power. Behind the academy's prestigious facade lies a brutal hierarchy of life and death. Meanwhile, another survivor examines a mysterious device that could change everything. She remains blissfully unaware of the immense power resting within her palm. A single activation command sets a terrifying chain of events into motion. Radiating with blinding energy, the artifact reveals a strength that shouldn't exist. The mysterious cube recognizes Soyeon, triggering a power she never expected to hold. Her companion explains that this ancient artifact can answer any question in the world. Soyeon is stunned to find the floating device possesses a voice of its own. A heavy silence falls as she prepares to uncover a truth buried for years. Memories of the Mappo S-class disaster resurface, haunting the survivors of that day. Two terrified survivors witnessed the carnage that changed the fate of all hunters forever. Desperate for answers, Sohyun demands to know what really happened 7 years ago. Even the advanced system falters, unable to process the weight of her dark request. She reveals the tragedy involved her father, and a death the world tried forgetting. Her friend quickly cuts her off, terrified of the secrets they might accidentally uncover. Soyeon is led into the digital world of her peers to see their secrets. They gain access to the Academy's private forum, where every student's voice is heard. Thousands of messages flood the screen as the hidden life of hunters is revealed. Most students are just looking for someone to grab a simple lunch with today. Even the strongest warriors wonder about the name of a cat near the hall. The mundane nature of these conversations makes the elite academy feel surprisingly normal, but a specific question about today's hunter ethics class suddenly catches their attention. Rumors begin to swirl about a mysterious student who seemingly knows nothing at all. Soyeon freezes as she sees the name of the boy she's been searching for. Questions arise about how a total amateur could ever enter this prestigious school. The weight of a dark secret begins to fracture her once calm world. Malicious rumors spread like wildfire across the academy, questioning a hidden identity. Oblivious to the growing storm, the mysterious F-rank student walks alone. Suddenly, a strange presence stops him dead in his tracks during his stroll. Two relentless students from the newspaper club ambush him with predatory smiles. They demand to know if he is the infamous freshman everyone is talking about. Before he can even process the question, the reporters prepare their equipment. Blinding flashes erupt as they trap him in a whirlwind of academy gossip. Without warning, they force a strange black ring onto his trembling hand. This mysterious artifact might just expose the power he has fought to hide. The mysterious black artifact snaps onto his finger with a sharp click. Confused and cornered, the boy asks what this strange device actually does. The relentless reporters gleefully explain it is a scanner that exposes true power. Silence falls as the device confirms his status as a lowly F-rank student. The club erupts in celebration over the biggest academy scandal of the year. Without a moment to breathe, they thrust a microphone into his startled face. They demand to know what illegal tricks he used to infiltrate the academy. Accusations of bribery and secret family influence fly through the tense morning air. Suddenly, the boy's gaze turns cold as he tells them to back off. A chilling warning forces the photographers to lower their lenses in pure terror. The relentless harassment finally pushes the boy to his absolute breaking point. The arrogant reporter laughs, demanding a physical duel to end the interview. He mocks the boy's status, convinced an F-rank stands no chance. But the reporter's smug face instantly twists into a mask of terror. In a flash, the bully is pinned, screaming and begging for mercy. Battered and weary, the boy questions if his secret mission is failing. Under the morning sky, the pressure of the academy becomes a suffocating weight. Suddenly, the legendary professor announces a deadly new trial for the freshman. When he reaches out for help, his classmates turn their backs. Abandoned and isolated, the hidden S-rank must now face the darkness alone. High-ranking students mock him, claiming only the strong deserve a place on their team. Left with no allies, the boy stands alone as the crowd turns their backs. He begs the professor for a chance, but the cold response is a nightmare. Forced to face the trial solo, the F-rank student realizes he is truly doomed. Suddenly, the virtual arena shifts into a purple hellscape of digital terror. A massive stone titan emerges from the shadows, ready to crush the weak survivor. With a single devastating blow, the monster proves the gap in their power. Total humiliation follows as his score hits 0, leaving his future in ruins. Back in the classroom, the instructor's fury boils over at his pathetic performance. Under the weight of everyone's gaze, the hidden S-rank struggles to maintain his mask. The academic interrogation becomes a nightmare, as every answer is met with rejection. A cold senior corners the boy, questioning his very right to stand there. He masks his growing resentment with a fake smile and a desperate apology. Retreating to the student cafeteria, he tries to process the day's crushing failure. Rage consumes him as he stabs at his food, cursing the professor's unfairness. He was asked to identify a monster's weakness from nearly 40 years ago. His internal fury is suddenly interrupted by a bright presence in the room. It is the girl he rescued, offering a warm and unexpected greeting. The hidden hunter nearly chokes, his cold mask shattered by a simple wave. She is quickly hurried away, leaving him stunned in the middle of the hall. Even his older sister mocks him for his pathetic and lonely social life. But for a hunter hiding god-tier power, being invisible is a vital necessity. He accepts the isolation, desperate to keep his family far from the coming storm. Being treated like trash is a feeling he has mastered over a lifetime. Since middle school, he has been a ghost drifting through a sea of faces. To reach the student council, he must find a way to prove his worth. His solitude is suddenly broken by a shadow looming over his quiet meal. The elite genius Subin arrives to remind the failure of his lowly place. He mocks the outcast, completely unaware he is taunting a literal monster in disguise. Behind those calm eyes, a terrifying and murderous pressure begins to slowly leak out. Subin breaks the silence with a chilling request for a private conversation. The atmosphere shifts instantly when the mention of his sister strikes a nerve. A cruel smile reveals that her safety is no longer a guarantee. Panic surges through the F-rank student as his composure completely shatters. He demands the truth, his eyes wide with a fear he cannot hide. The elite genius watches the breakdown with a cold, piercing indifference. But to understand this threat, we must look back at recent events. Yesterday's combat training turned into a chaotic mess during the monster trials. Frustration boils over as a teammate lashes out at a glaring mistake. Amidst the heat of battle, the blue-haired girl stands frozen in utter confusion. The blue-haired girl endures a harsh reprimand for her pathetic lack of combat skill. Her teammates argue over her worth after she failed to contribute during the trial. Disgusted by the weakness, the angry fighter turns her back on the entire team. Desperate for forgiveness, she frantically apologizes to the elite student leading their group. But even the top genius knows she only survived because of her sister's protection. Back in the classroom, the weight of her secret begins to crush her spirit. A terrifying incident left her unable to control the magic surging within her veins. While others offer empty words of encouragement, a darker truth looms over them all. Memories of a blood-soaked past haunt her as the streamer watches in total disbelief. Everything traces back to the S-rank gate massacre that changed the world forever. No one will explain the mystery behind the forbidden blue cube. The weight of her trauma leaves her completely drained and exhausted. She wonders if surviving the massacre was actually the easy part. Surrounded by noise, her consciousness finally slips away in the classroom. Suddenly, she wakes to find the lecture hall already empty. Panicking, she curses her own weakness for sleeping through the lesson. Without a single note, she desperately searches for someone to help. Nearby, the academy's top genius laughs, while others struggle to keep up. A chilling sensation crawls up her spine as she watches him. Even the strongest student senses that something is deeply wrong here. Waking up to an empty classroom, the reality of her failure finally sets in. She sprints through the halls, her heart racing faster than her frantic footsteps. The top-ranked genius watches her go, wondering what could cause such sudden terror. Trapped in the stairwell, she struggles to catch her breath amidst the overwhelming silence. The weight of her trauma breaks her, leaving her sobbing over her own incompetence. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her as a stranger asks about her tears. An intimidating upperclassman stands before her, looking more like a monster than a student. His face contorts in disbelief when he realizes she is only crying over lessons. The tension in the air snaps as the reason for her despair is revealed. Everything changes when the brute offers his notes, turning her tragedy into hope. The muscular upperclassman drags the terrified girl toward her next academic trial. They arrive at the lecture hall where her future hangs in the balance. Inside, a top student is interrupted by the sudden intrusion of the desperate pair. The giant towers over her, demanding a favor that pushes her limits. His plea for notes leaves the failing freshman behind him paralyzed with shame. She reminds him that her kindness has already reached its absolute breaking point. But he shouts that the newcomer is lost and needs a miracle. The pressure mounts as he admits his own survival rests in her hands. His face contorts in raw desperation, fearing the absolute end of his career. He stares into her soul, asking if she truly wants him to fail. The girl softly rejects the massive student, hoping to end the tense confrontation. He stands stunned as the weight of her words finally begins to sink in. She stands her ground, declaring that forcing others into compliance is simply wrong. His expression darkens, offended by the suggestion that he is the academy villain. He claims his actions were for the greater good, but she remains unconvinced. The desperate giant doubles down, his face contorting with a terrifying, unhinged intensity. As the classroom erupts in mocking laughter, his fragile ego begins to shatter. Fed up with the drama, she turns her back to walk away forever. Suddenly, a powerful hand clamps down, stopping her cold with raw physical force. He snaps, refusing to let her leave until he gets exactly what he wants. The giant refuses to let go, his grip tightening like a steel vice. He snarls with unhinged desperation, demanding she fix his shattered reputation. Trapped and trembling, she reaches her breaking point as the pressure becomes unbearable. With a sudden burst of defiance, a stinging slap echoes through the hallway. She recoils in horror at her own desperate act of self-defense. Nearby, a witness watches in stunned silence as the confrontation turns bloody. The powerhouse stares at his trembling, blood-stained hands in utter disbelief. He cannot comprehend how a simple strike actually managed to draw blood. Paranoia takes hold as he accuses the stunned bystander of hidden treachery. He refuses to believe his elite physical conditioning was bypassed so easily. He spits out a challenge, betting she has the power to end this. Her world shatters as he exposes her secret identity as a feared returnee. The brute recoils, realizing he might have just picked a fight with a monster. Terror grips her as the weight of past tragedies begins to resurface once more. He demands to know why every returnee treats human lives like mere playthings. Blinded by rage, the powerhouse charges forward to crush the girl where she stands. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light erupts, stopping his lethal assault in its tracks. She stares at the glowing artifact, unable to comprehend the power now protecting her. Calm footsteps echo through the hall as a new player enters the deadly game. The hidden S-rank steps forward, mocking the brute before the real fight begins. A blinding blue light heralds the arrival of a freshman who refuses to ignore injustice. The brute demands an identity, shocked to find a mere rookie standing in his way. Enraged and bleeding, the senior accuses the terrified girl of using a hidden ability. He snarls in a blind fury, claiming he was just targeted by a coordinated attack. Subin calmly notes that returnees naturally possess physical power far beyond any normal human. He turns to the silent witnesses, exposing that nobody actually saw the girl use magic. Standing tall, he asks the senior why using an ability would even be wrong. He lists every offense, from physical assault to public humiliation, destroying the senior's narrative. His piercing gaze locks onto his target, calling out the senior's total lack of civility. The powerhouse finally snaps, charging forward to crush the boy he calls an anchovy. The senior's eyes burn with a murderous rage that could ignite the air itself. But he is frozen under the overwhelming pressure of a true elite warrior's presence. Without a hint of fear, the white-haired prodigy accepts the challenge of a duel. The crowd erupts as his cold justice captures the hearts of every watching student. Blood drips from the senior's teeth as his pride shatters into 1,000 pieces. He lunges in a blind frenzy, while the blue-haired girl watches in pure horror. Despite the incoming storm, the young leader remains unshaken by the brute's desperation. Meanwhile, the hidden powerhouse is stunned by the weight of the latest news. His rival insists that ignoring his sister's safety is no longer an option. Stressed and cornered, he realizes his quiet life has officially come to an end. The weight of his secret past begins to crack his composure. A fellow student laments that her own situation is just as dire. Desperate for a solution, he searches for any path forward. The white-haired prodigy arrives unannounced, joining their somber meal. Confusion ripples through the air as the elite student acts so casually. But the conversation takes a sudden turn toward the quality of their meal. They remember a time when the academy's food was actually worth eating. The memory of a legendary chef haunts the senior's broken heart. The tension between the hidden titan and the prodigy remains palpable. A trivial tragedy explodes into a moment of pure, frantic despair. The sudden arrival of an uninvited guest leaves the hidden legend completely rattled. The mysterious expert suggests a dangerous gamble to finally fix his tarnished reputation. Desperate for a path forward, the boy demands to know this secret method. The answer lies in the upcoming observation class, a trial looming just weeks away. He mistakenly assumes it is just a simple visit for parents to attend. This is a brutal gauntlet where freshmen must duel against their senior superiors. The prodigy argues that outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering such a hall. Shadows of the world's most dangerous men emerge as the true audience. The realization hits like a physical blow, changing the stakes of the academy. Every elite guild and manager in the industry will be judging their worth. Purium reveals the upcoming duel is a stage for the world's most powerful influencers. The hidden legend realizes this is the perfect moment to shatter his F-rank status. He envisions a future where his true power finally commands the respect he deserves. Subin questions how the massive crowd of students and seniors will be managed. Memories of past trials suggest the academy will divide them by their identification numbers. Purium advises him to target a weak D-rank senior to secure a safe victory. But the boy's cold gaze confirms that a mediocre target will never be enough. He isn't looking for a safe win. He's looking for a total system collapse. To prepare for the storm, he heads toward the ancient archives of the library. He searches for a restricted room, hunting for secrets that could change everything. He demands access to the restricted archives to witness the student's true power. A simple card swipe bypasses the security meant to keep out the unworthy. Using a stolen identity, he steps into a sanctuary of forbidden academy knowledge. Every recorded duel sits within these shelves, waiting to be analyzed and exploited. He calculates the exact odds of facing the most dangerous returnees in class. The numbers align, confirming he will be locked in a room with them. By memorizing every movement, he prepares to dismantle their legendary reputations for good. His spectral chains will serve as the ultimate seal for those who shouldn't exist. A cold determination burns in his eyes as he plans a public execution. While he plots in silence, heated arguments erupt elsewhere in the dead of night. Rage boils over as the powerhouse student recounts his absolute humiliation. He vows to crush his rival during the upcoming observation class. A mysterious girl mocks his weakness with a single, devastating question. Still nursing a bloody nose, his pride is as broken as his face. She carves into her dessert while admitting her own shared hatred. A sinister offer is made to handle the problem on his behalf. He questions her strength while she demands a steep price for victory. A chilling smile confirms that her assistance never comes for free. He warns her that facing a legendary returnee is a suicide mission. She dismisses his fear, already holding the key to an impossible win. The mystery girl plots, claiming their target status as a returnee makes them vulnerable. Meanwhile, Sohyun burns the midnight oil, desperate to bridge the gap in her power. 2 weeks of grueling preparation pass as the day of the trial finally arrives. Songyun stands before the massive gates, ready to reveal his true, hidden strength. He enters a coliseum of elite hunters, all eyes fixed on the mysterious F rank. The time for hiding is over. Today, he will finally prove his legendary status. Class concludes as the sun sets, but the true training is only just beginning. Sohyun hangs her head in shame, feeling completely useless despite her relentless efforts. Suddenly, the legendary professor approaches with an invitation that could change everything. She is summoned to the mysterious observation class, where the academy's real monsters dwell. The legendary professor leads the trembling girl toward the edge of the academy grounds. Confused and overwhelmed, she questions if a classroom could truly exist in this wilderness. Her eyes widen as she realizes they are stepping far beyond the known map. Deep within the forest, a solitary elevator stands like a gateway to another world. This is the entrance to Underground Hall 13, a place forbidden to ordinary students. As the doors seal shut, they begin a descent into the academy's darkest depths. Shinbak asks if she has ever witnessed the true face of this elite institution. He reveals that the most powerful sectors are buried deep beneath the surface. The realization hits her that everything she knew about the school was a lie. Now the path to the observation class opens where the real monsters are born. She stares in disbelief at the colossal city hidden deep beneath the earth. To her innocent eyes, this high-security fortress is nothing but a secret base. Shinbak explains that only the most lethal threats are contained in these depths. Ancient magical tools and forbidden dungeon relics are sealed behind these walls. Even the most monstrous entities are kept as mere research subjects here. He admits that even his immense power cannot uncover every secret buried here. Despite the overwhelming danger, she is completely mesmerized by the glowing facility. They walk together through the silent halls where the academy's real history lives. He breaks the silence, asking how she is adjusting to her new life. His gaze sharpens as he searches for any sign of struggle in her eyes. She admits that building connections in this brutal academy is nearly impossible. Even a simple introduction feels like a hurdle for her fractured mind. Yet, a few kind souls still offer warmth amidst the cold competition. Even the top-ranked genius reaches out to help the girl everyone avoids. She carries the heavy guilt of the lives she shattered before. The fear of her own uncontrollable power keeps her in constant agony. One wrong move could trigger the same bloody massacre that haunts her. But a legendary hand rests on her head, offering a rare moment of peace. The world's strongest hunter promises to stop her before the darkness takes over. For the first time, she feels the weight of her trauma finally starting to lift. Gi Shinbak knows the horrors of the past must never be allowed to return. An immense crowd fills the stands, waiting for the demonstration to begin. He casually brushes off his late arrival as he joins his fellow instructor. Stepping before the students, the legendary hunter takes command of the room. The curriculum forces elite seniors and inexperienced juniors into high-stakes tag teams. They move to a hidden underground arena, designed for the most brutal training. Shinbak reveals the facility is a masterpiece of high-tier engineering and magic. A single button press activates a shimmering barrier to seal the combatants inside. Sophisticated technology links the students' life forces directly to stone statues for safety. Every bone-shattering blow will feel terrifyingly real once the first match begins. Shinbak reveals that lethal damage will be instantly redirected to a protective stone statue. The students look on in shock as they witness the impossible magic at work. A small effigy shatters, proving that even a fatal strike leaves the hunter unscathed. This incredible technology allows them to fight with full strength without any actual danger. They finally understand why they were told to unleash their abilities without any restraint. The professor explains that this high-stakes class is actually a brutal senior mentorship program. Despite the promise of safety, the terrifying atmosphere of the arena remains completely overwhelming. Sungyun remains skeptical, sensing that there is a hidden catch to this deadly trial. High-ranking observers watch from the shadows, evaluating every student with cold, calculating eyes. Under the gaze of hundreds, the pressure to perform becomes a heavy, suffocating burden. Sunghyun realizes the scale of this event means the true monsters have arrived. His intuition was right, as the two titans of the hunter industry emerge. Powerful executives from both rival corporations loom over the arena with icy gazes. From the Shinseong Guild, seasoned veterans Oh Kang-ho and Ma Tae-oh watch closely. Their rivals from the UJ Guild, Gu Ji-hwan and Do Jin-wook, wait patiently. Ma Tae-oh questions why elite hunters are wasting time watching mere academy children. Kang-ho reminds him that this is no ordinary lesson for the freshman class. Only the most observant students realize that their every move is being judged. This empty arena is actually a golden field of opportunity for the desperate. The realization hits that this trial is actually a high-stakes talent scouting massacre. Kang-ho demands total focus, refusing to let any potential gem slip through their fingers. The UJ Guild hunters stand prepared to seize the most promising students for themselves. A predator among the freshmen scans the crowd, hunting for his next big challenge. He initially targets Sungyun, sensing a hidden power that looks far too tempting. His attention shifts as a high-ranking senior passes by with a massive weapon case. Driven by sheer arrogance, the boy brazenly demands a duel with the elite girl. The surrounding students freeze in horror at the boy's suicidal lack of respect. She responds with a chilling stare, radiating a level of power he cannot comprehend. Sungyun watches the encounter, questioning if this fool realizes he is facing certain death. To her, this loudmouth challenger is nothing more than a stray dog begging for attention. The mysterious elite girl turns away, her heavy weapon case a silent warning. Sungyun follows behind, hiding his true intentions behind a mask of cold indifference. A panicked observer trembles at the thought of facing a monster from another world. Sungyun knows that his spectral chains can suppress even the most monstrous power. A memory of the sealing tool reminds him that no predator is truly untouchable. His companion notices something different, sensing a hidden trump card within the boy. The blonde student claims this feared warrior is actually the lowest-ranked returnee. She intentionally handicaps herself by refusing to use her devastating returnee abilities. Sungyun freezes, his sharp gaze narrowing as he processes this impossible revelation. The revelation leaves him reeling, realizing how deep the Academy's secrets truly run. She explains that the girl sealed her own powers to limit her overwhelming strength. This shocking truth leaves him trembling at the thought of such a massive handicap. Even high-ranking guild veterans watch the unfolding chaos with intense, calculating gazes. Down in the arena, the clash of steel echoes as students fight for survival. Beneath the glowing barrier, she remains calm while others struggle in the heat of battle. Her secret weapon is a legendary blade known as Hongyeon, hiding a devastating unique ability. It unleashes massive waves of sword energy that can tear through any defense effortlessly. Unlike normal strikes, this power explodes in every direction to leave no room for escape. He realizes that everything he knew about the Academy's power hierarchy was a lie. This deadly restriction only began recently, making her true potential an absolute mystery. The legendary hunter secretly passes a forbidden blade to the Academy's weakest link. Unaware of the danger, students joke about scavenging for scraps in the storage room. A sudden, paralyzing instinct warns him that something ancient has entered the arena. A cheerful classmate interrupts his thoughts, eager to discuss their next combat assignment. The atmosphere shifts as they choose which warriors will face off in the trials. His heart stops when he hears the name of a girl who died years ago. Visions of her smiling face haunt him, clashing with the dark reality he knows. She was once a beacon of hope, but now her memory brings only terror. He realizes with horror that his friend was just talking to a literal ghost. Desperate, he begs the hidden S-rank to save his sister from a spectral predator. The professor steps forward to announce the start of the second lethal duel. High in the stands, two students gasp as the next names are finally called. While Mo Dan celebrates her turn, her friend realizes the sheer danger ahead. Her opponent is a sadistic monster who thrives on the suffering of others. She tries to sound brave despite the overwhelming fear in her eyes. Mo Dan's eyes go dark as she vows to crush any student who bullies. The predator approaches with a sickening grin, eager to claim his next victim. They must register their weapons before the digital system locks the arena gates shut. A tense standoff begins as the two warriors lock eyes in pure hatred. With the countdown ticking away, the stage is set for a one-sided slaughter. The arena falls silent as the bully singles out his next prey. He draws a massive blade, looking down on the girl with pure arrogance. Loudly, he proclaims that the legendary Shinsun group backed his lethal arsenal. The weapon is called Echo, a name meant to strike fear into enemies. High in the stands, the guild leaders watch with a look of utter disbelief. They realize someone is lying, because their guild never authorized such a gift. Amidst the confusion, a mysterious student watches the unfolding drama with a smirk. The veteran hunter narrows his eyes as the true motive finally becomes clear. The bully continues his pathetic bragging, claiming the sword is worth a fortune, but the returnee girl just stretches, completely unfazed by his worthless show of power. In the stands, the students analyze the upcoming clash of steel and magic. They realize their opponent is a master of devastating body techniques. Power in this world is divided into several distinct paths of energy. Long ago, she learned the fundamental secrets of every awakened hunter. Each job is assigned based on the specific essence they naturally possess. The first path belongs to the warriors who dominate through physical might. Anyone wielding a sword is almost certainly a specialist in these arts. Back in the arena, the countdown begins as the bully readies his blade, but the girl prepares to show him the true meaning of body enhancement. A final second remains before a battle that will shatter all expectations. The signal rings out, and the hunt against the returnee finally begins. She stares into the abyss of his blade, frozen by his overwhelming speed. A thunderous clash echoes as his heavy sword meets her desperate defense. He sneers with arrogance while she struggles to hold back his monstrous strength. The terrifying sound of metal snapping signals that her protection is failing fast. A massive shockwave shatters the arena floor, sending the girl tumbling backward. Spectators watch in horror as her physical form begins to crack under pressure. The bully grins, knowing that closing the distance means certain death for her. He unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing her into a panicked retreat. Every swing carries the weight of execution as the gap between them widens. Junil narrows his eyes, fueled by a sadistic urge to crush his opponent completely. He brings his massive blade down with enough force to shatter the very earth. But the girl refuses to break, swinging her weapon with a desperate, newfound resolve. The bully's smug expression falters as he realizes his easy prey is fighting back. Steel grinds against steel, in a shower of sparks that illuminates the entire arena. She gasps as her most powerful strike is suddenly met with an immovable wall. He somehow parries the blow from an impossible angle, defying every law of physics. The cold realization of his overwhelming talent reflects in a trembling, wide-eyed stare. A violent shockwave erupts as the true monster finally decides to end the game. Sung-yoon and the crowd freeze, witnessing a level of skill that shouldn't exist here. The student watches in horror as the girl's weapon defies the laws of physics. She realizes the lethal blow was deflected without the girl even moving an inch. Sung-yoon's blood runs cold as he recognizes the terrifying power hidden within that blade. The bully staggers back, paralyzed by the realization that his prey is a monster. A chilling smile breaks across her face, mocking his pathetic attempt at a fight. The air grows heavy as she reveals the true meaning of absolute despair. He grits his teeth, desperate to salvage his pride against an impossible opponent. The predator claims his speed is superior, but his trembling hands betray his fear. The white-haired student gasps as the weapon begins to hum with ancient energy. Du Jinwook watches in silence, sensing a monster has finally been awakened. The bully's massive blade clashes against an impossible, glowing blue barrier. Junil freezes in confusion as the girl retaliates with her absurd, oversized weapon. A blinding explosion of light marks the moment the tide finally turns. Her eyes remain cold and focused, completely unfazed by the bully's desperate assault. Veins pop on his face as he pours every ounce of strength into his strike. A devastating shockwave ripples through the arena, shattering the air with pure force. The sound of cracking metal echoes as his high-tier sword begins to splinter. Fear finally replaces his arrogance as he realizes he is completely outmatched. She pivots with predatory grace, preparing to deliver the final, crushing blow. With a single, fluid motion, the weakest returnee proves she is actually a monster. Junil lunges forward, convinced his superior swordsmanship will end this farce instantly. But the weakest returnee moves like a ghost, parrying every strike with ease. Frustration boils over as the bully realizes his best efforts are being mocked. A sudden burst of energy catches him off guard, shattering his fragile ego. She stands perfectly still, her presence looming larger than any S-rank hunter. Cold realization sinks in as he stares into the abyss of her power. She watches calmly, while he struggles to comprehend why his maximum output failed. He stands broken, horrified that his strongest strike didn't even leave a scratch. Before he can even breathe, a cold grip suddenly clamps down on his jaw. Staring into her eyes, the bully finally learns the meaning of true terror. The bully recoils in sheer agony as his perceived superiority instantly evaporates. Suddenly, the terrifying truth behind her bizarre weapon finally clicks in his mind. One touch from that massive utensil renders any defense completely and utterly useless. Even the hardest steel turns into nothing more than soft, wobbling pudding. Physical enhancement means nothing when your very flesh loses its structural integrity. He watches in terror as the world treats his body like a soft snack. She knows her secret is out, making the next strike significantly more difficult. His ultimate strike was nothing more than a lucky hit against a bending blade. To finish him, she must manifest a far more lethal and specialized utensil. Yet, even this overwhelming authority over matter carries a dangerous hidden cost. Her power is a deadly gamble, restricted to summoning only one tool at once. Every manifestation is a roll of the dice in a game of survival. Retrying for a better weapon offers no guarantees, only the risk of failure. Casting aside her current defense leaves her completely vulnerable to a lethal strike. The crushing weight of these tactical limitations is starting to take its toll. She realizes her current enemies are far beyond the level of normal humans. Memories flood back of the one weapon that emerged when she needed it. Before she was a hunter, she was a victim discarded, like common trash. Bullies laughed as they trampled her dignity under the weight of their arrogance. Amidst the filth, A glowing utensil revealed the hidden strength she truly possessed. The suppressed trauma of her past finally begins to surge back into focus. She tightened her grip on the glowing utensil, her only source of strength. These hallways were once a prison where the weak were hunted for sport. Before the return, she was just another victim waiting for the end. Her tormentors laughed, never realizing they were standing before their own grave. As the bully charged, he had no idea his life was already over. The air turned cold as a sudden, violent shift shattered the status quo. Screams of pure terror echoed as the witnesses fled from the gruesome scene. A once arrogant king now lay broken and lifeless at her blood-stained feet. That was the day she stopped being a victim and became a monster. The memory of her past torment fuels a sudden, violent awakening. Now, the weakest returnee stands tall against the Academy's most ruthless bully. He grits his teeth, unable to comprehend this girl's newfound pressure. His blade is useless against a monster that shouldn't even exist. From the sidelines, the witnesses can only watch in paralyzed silence. Desperate, the bully unleashes his full power in a final, frantic gamble. But she just smiles, mocking the pathetic limits of his strength. Her fingers tighten around a weapon that defies every law of physics. With a single throw, she shatters the arena and his remaining hope. In that moment, he finally realizes he picked the wrong target. He stares in disbelief as a common utensil becomes a lethal projectile. Confusion turns to terror when he realizes the weapon has shifted forms. Desperate for an opening, the bully searches for the source of this power. The glowing blade cuts through the air with a speed he cannot track. Suddenly, a cold presence manifests behind him like a shadow of death. His heart hammers against his ribs as his survival instincts scream in vain. She stands calm and ready, wielding another oversized tool of his destruction. A massive explosion of energy erupts as their powers finally collide head-on. The sheer force of her strike sends him reeling toward total defeat. Despite the pain, a twisted grin masks the absolute fear in his eyes. The true lethality of a simple kitchen utensil is finally revealed. A single strike finds its mark with impossible, blinding speed. Then comes the secondary impact, a delayed execution from the shadows. The bully realizes too late that he is completely outmatched. Her eyes reflect a cold focus that no ordinary student possesses. A devastating double-layered strike launches him into the air. In this suspended moment, the gap in their power becomes absolute. The final blow carves through the air with terrifying, surgical precision. Gravity claims what is left of his pride as he hits the floor. The onlookers can only stare in silence at the monster they created. The girl collapses in defeat, her strength failing at the final moment. A sudden announcement rings out, declaring the brutal spar has officially ended. Even the victor stands frozen, unable to process his narrow, unearned victory. He remains alone in the arena, haunted by the girl's terrifying potential. High-ranking guildmasters watch from above, unimpressed by the clumsy display. To the experts, the gap in their true power remains an absolute chasm. While the bully celebrates his hollow win, she merely sighs in frustration. Her friends rush to offer comfort, praising her performance despite the loss. From the sidelines, Sun-Yun watches the aftermath with a heavy, silent gaze. His rival taunts him, mocking the fact that the villain still stands tall. Sun-Yun calmly declares that the girl was the actual winner of the duel. His companion is left speechless by the weight of such a bold claim. They look down at the arena where the world's elite are currently gathered. The most powerful hunters in the world are watching their every single move. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the girl never once showed a hint of fear. She used her incredible speed and hidden abilities to dominate the entire match. While her opponent was distracted, she prepared to reveal her most lethal secret. By switching weapons in the shadows, she proved her tactical genius was absolute. Song-Hyun knows she was merely testing her potential against a much weaker foe. The bully celebrates a hollow victory, unaware of how truly outclassed he was. The elite guilds have already decided to blacklist him from the industry forever. Shinbek warns that in a shifting dungeon, static goals are a death sentence. Survival depends on deep insight and the ability to read the battlefield instantly. Even the strongest students are forced to admit how much he truly struggled. Sun-Yun notes that the bully was nothing more than a puppet for his gear. That high-tier blade was a bribe from a guild chasing a viral moment. A dark theory emerges that this entire exam was rigged from the start. Every hunter here is performing for the cameras to secure a pro contract. Thousands of eyes watch a spectacle that is nothing more than corporate marketing. A secret deal was struck in the shadows to control the next generation. A shadowy conspiracy emerges to turn this academy into a corporate hunting ground. Sung-Hyun begins to piece together the dark reality behind this rigged examination. The suspicious behavior of the high-ranking bullies finally starts making perfect sense. Even the sparring grounds are revealed as a hollow advertisement for corrupt industries. These secrets were never meant to reach the ears of a lowly student. He wonders how a supposed amateur could possess such dangerous, forbidden knowledge. Against all odds, he has successfully unraveled the truth hidden beneath the surface. Every calculated move he makes brings him closer to shattering this false reality. His terrified classmate frantically attempts to play off her own growing suspicion. In a world of deception, the true hunt is only just beginning. Sunyun is pulled aside by a classmate who knows his secret is finally surfacing. She claims he is the key to solving a mystery that could change everything. They head toward a restricted area where no prying eyes can follow them. Deep within the corridor, a frustrated partner is already waiting to confront him. She reminds him of their strict contract regarding the use of his hidden powers. He snaps back, claiming the equipment was useless, and forced him to improvise. Winning the fight is everything to him. But she sees the much larger picture. Her fury explodes as she screams that the results of the spar are irrelevant. The weight of his mistake finally sinks in as the tension reaches a breaking point. The mask begins to slip as a hidden agenda finally comes to light. She is the elite daughter of the president, holding immense political power. But even a high-ranking noble has her limits when dealing with incompetence. Their private conversation is interrupted by a truth that changes everything. A secret contract is exposed, revealing a scheme to promote a dangerous weapon. Panic sets in as the promised guild recommendation is revealed as a lie. Fury erupts as she commands her desperate partner to stay silent. The thought of recruiting such a pathetic failure is an absolute insult. Now, the real question remains. What was the guild actually buying? The blonde student reveals the dark truth behind their secret academy deal. She visibly flinches as the mention of Songyun shatters her fragile composure. Every terrifying piece of the puzzle finally falls into place for the bully. Fury erupts as she desperately commands her panicked partner to stay silent. While the common students laugh, a deadly conspiracy unfolds in the shadows. He demands to know if they are secretly nurturing a dangerous monster. Her cold gaze confirms his fears as her partner trembles in terror. They watch the boy depart, realizing the true scale of his hidden identity. Beneath that calm exterior lies a power that defies every known logic. Tension spikes as he calls her out for pushing things way too far. She feigns innocence, claiming her feelings are hurt by his baseless accusations. Her eyes narrow as she reminds him of their long history together. He refuses to back down, pressing her for a real answer. He demands to know why she harbors such a deep, irrational hatred. He dismisses her excuses, refusing to accept her weak attempts at justification. She reveals her cold logic, admitting she only targets those who seem weak. A chilling look crosses her face as she justifies her ruthless choice. Frustration boils over as she demands to know why he protects her. He desperately tries to explain that the girl is just an innocent child. Revealing the truth now would be like handing his sister's life to the enemy. He dismisses his ally's shock, walking away from the brewing storm with cold indifference. A casual wave serves as a final warning not to push their luck today. Her rage boils over as she stares at the man holding all the cards. In the silence, the weight of his hidden S-rank power feels heavier than ever. The academy halls buzz with tension as the secret of the returnee finally breaks. Every step forward leads him toward an unavoidable clash with the world's elite hunters. He wonders why fate chose this exact moment to unleash such a devastating storm. His sister's next opponent is the legendary daughter of the powerful Shinseong Group chairman. While the world trembles, the girl rests peacefully, unaware of the approaching chaos. The blonde student questions why Songyun's sister is even entering this dangerous trial. He suggests she should forfeit the match before the situation spirals out of control. But her opponent is Miju, a ruthless predator who treats combat like chess. Songyun remembers the broken lives left in the wake of her terrifying ambition. Suddenly, the elite professor interrupts his thoughts with an urgent and unexpected command. The request catches him off guard as the heavy atmosphere in the room shifts. In the arena below, a massive explosion signals the start of the absolute carnage. Songyun is shocked to learn he must intervene during his own sister's match. Protocol demands a guardian stay close to prevent a returnee from losing control. He vividly recalls the last time his sister's hidden power went completely berserk. The professor reveals that the next match involves Songyun's own sister. She stands trembling in the shadows, her body consumed by paralyzing fear. Songyun joins her side, the weight of their shared past hanging heavy. He questions if she is truly ready to face the coming slaughter. A dark realization flashes in his eyes as he speaks her name. She desperately vows to give her all, hiding the terror within her. But a sudden memory of a past conversation catches Songyun off guard. Years ago, a simple exchange over a notebook masked a darker warning. In that moment, the white-haired student's expression hinted at a terrifying truth. He warned her that strength is the only currency in this cruel world. A haunting memory resurfaces as a bully's grip tightens around her trembling arm. A cold warning echoes that weakness doesn't just destroy you, but everyone nearby. Looking back, she realizes the terrifying weight of the lives she carries. Without overwhelming power, the ability to protect those you love is a fantasy. Even then, She knew the cruel logic of this world was the absolute truth. Now, she desperately vows to shield her friends from that same agonizing fate. Steeling her resolve, the sister prepares to face a trial beyond her limits. Sungyun acknowledges her determination, yet his eyes remain clouded with dark concern. He begs her to abandon the fight if the impending slaughter becomes too much. Because in this arena, forcing yourself through the pain leads only to certain death. Miju tries to maintain a brave face, thanking her brother for his constant protection. But the moment of peace shatters as the 8th combat trial is officially announced. Across the arena, Sohyun's eyes burn with a cold, predatory intensity. Two worlds collide as the students step forward into the center of the stadium. Trembling with nerves, Miju desperately hopes for a fair and honorable duel. However, her opponent only responds with a chilling silence and a look of disgust. The countdown hits 0, and a massive surge of energy signals the fight's start. Sohyun laughs, mocking the idea that a weakling could ever give her a challenge. Confusion turns into pure terror as Miju realizes she has walked into a trap. The facade finally breaks as Sohyun exposes the bitter truth behind Miju's innocent act. The crowd watches in confusion as the two opponents simply stand and talk. Hidden memories resurface as an ancient and terrifying power begins to awaken. Miju freezes in terror while a dark energy coils around her opponent's weapon. A chilling incantation escapes her lips, weaving the very threads of destiny together. Ordinary trinkets suddenly ignite with a lethal surge of overwhelming purple mana. The small charms distort and expand, shattering the silence with a violent transformation. A monstrous beast looms over the stage, summoned by a girl with godlike strength. With a predatory gaze, she prepares to annihilate anyone in her path. Paralyzed by the sheer pressure, Miju realizes she has encountered a true monster. The professor calls the duel forward, signaling the start of a total massacre. The guild elites watch closely as the young lady steps onto the stage. They whisper in fear, knowing her opponent is a monster from another world. Doubts begin to surface about whether she can survive this one-sided slaughter. Suddenly, the air itself shatters under a surge of lethal, red mana. A crushing pressure descends upon the arena, paralyzing every hunter in the stands. Standing in the shadows is a man whose power defies all known logic. The veteran senses an aura so terrifying it makes his heart stop beating. He snaps back to reality, gasping for air as the pressure finally fades. He forces a smile, claiming the girl still has a chance to win. But the girl can only tremble as she faces the ultimate trial of survival. The heiress reveals her true nature, specializing in the horrific power of cursed arts. Her eyes glaze over with a chilling intent to dismantle her prey piece by piece. She prepares her ritual, deciding to target the girl's vital organs first for maximum pain. Pure terror consumes the student as she realizes the monstrous gap in their power. A sudden violent impact sends the girl flying across the shattered training grounds. Sungyun watches in stunned silence as the brutal execution begins to unfold. Desperately, the girl slides across the concrete, struggling to maintain her failing defense. She forces herself to look up, meeting the gaze of a true predator. From above, the heiress strikes like a falling star to end the one-sided massacre. The arena erupts in a blinding flash as their powers finally collide in desperation. A violent shockwave erupts as the girl is crushed by overwhelming force. She stares in horror, paralyzed by a power that defies all logic. Even an elite returnee couldn't survive this relentless, high-speed assault. Amidst the carnage, a heartbreaking question begins to tear her apart. She realizes the heiress isn't just fighting, she's hunting with pure hatred. Tears blur her vision as she wonders what she did to deserve this. Fragments of a painful past reveal the hidden roots of this brutal vendetta. As the final blow descends, she prepares to launch a desperate social nuke. She screams a secret so personal it halts the entire arena in shock. The lethal predator freezes instantly, completely exposed by a single sentence. The sadistic heiress freezes as her darkest secret is suddenly dragged into the light. Desperate to survive, the girl exposes a hidden connection that changes the entire fight. She points out the predator's blushing face, shattering her cold and lethal persona. The surrounding students watch in utter disbelief as the battlefield turns into a soap opera. Nobody can understand why this high-stakes duel suddenly devolved into sheer, chaotic gossip. She screams that their relationship is strictly platonic, begging the heiress to stop. Bowing low, she swears her loyalty while the elite professor watches the absurdity unfold. With stars in her eyes, she truly believes she has found a way out. Sunyun can only watch in pure second-hand embarrassment as his reputation burns away. The legendary hunter clenches his fist, vowing to bury this ridiculous secret forever. The pink-haired heiress loses all composure, desperately trying to confirm a humiliating secret. Meanwhile, the arena floor transforms into a death trap as a monstrous puppet emerges. Sohyun dances on the edge of oblivion, barely evading the creature's crushing blows. Every movement is a blur of desperation against an opponent that knows no mercy. From the sidelines, the experts realize the tide is shifting in an unexpected way. The heiress' mental fortress crumbles, her focus wavering as her own emotions betray her. Because cursed arts rely on the mind, her distraction causes the beast to falter. Seizing the opening, the girl launches into a display of speed that defies logic. She has been holding back this entire time, waiting for the perfect moment. As her gaze sharpens, a terrifying power awakens within her trembling soul. A celestial mark awakens within her gaze, signaling a power beyond human comprehension. The professor observes the girl, realizing her true potential is finally starting to surface. He breaks down the data, revealing she now commands 4 distinct, godlike abilities. First is Pisces, a flight ability that allows her to dance through the heavens. Then comes the crushing energy of Aquarius and the raw physical dominance of Leo. A jagged rift of pure energy tears through the darkness, pulsing with unstable force. Finally, the piercing strike of Sagittarius completes her devastating arsenal of ancient magic. Yet, she admits the fragments of her past in the fairy world remain hidden. Shadowy figures haunt her lost memories, hinting at a life she can no longer recall. Shinbok reassures her that the truth will return as her spirit continues to evolve. Shinbok analyzes her potential, claiming one specific ability stands above the rest. Suddenly, gravity loses its grip as ancient magic swirls around her feet. Ascending like a goddess, she reveals the true, soaring power of Pisces. Down below, the heiress watches in utter disbelief as the battlefield shifts. No one realized she could dominate the sky with such terrifying precision. Then, the crushing weight of Aquarius descends to obliterate the target below. The witnessing students can only gape at the sheer scale of her power. Refusing to be outdone, the daughter of Shinseong prepares a desperate countermove. A cursed mechanical relic begins to pulse with a violent, unstable purple energy. A massive monolith slams down, proving the Academy's elite are still dangerous. The mechanical monolith shatters under a relentless storm of celestial lightning. Not even the heiress's ultimate trump card can withstand this divine pressure. She watches in horror as her pride is pulverized by an impossible force. Sungyun realizes his concern was misplaced because the power gap is absolute. His sister stands as an untouchable goddess radiating the terrifying aura of Pisces. Her very touch hums with the energy of a world beyond human reach. The battlefield falls silent as she prepares to deliver a final crushing blow. But suddenly the air shifts, leaving everyone in a state of utter confusion. Without warning, the girl who dominated the sky simply ceases her violent assault. A haunting silence descends as her focus drifts away from the carnage. The girl's divine aura fades as she stares into the void of her actions. Meanwhile, the heiress prepares her final move, certain her trap is perfectly set. With a chilling smirk, she whispers that her target is finally within her grasp. But the atmosphere shifts as a horrific realization begins to shatter her confidence. The innocent returnee trembles, never imagining her power could cause such absolute devastation. 2 elite warriors lie broken in blood upon the cold, shattered earth. Even a high-ranking veteran can only gasp as his life hangs by a thread. Panic consumes the heiress as she witnesses the true weight of the tragedy. Tears fall as she finally understands the dark truth behind this one-sided slaughter. She screams in agony, realizing every drop of blood spilled was her fault. So-hyun barely evades a lethal strike as the battlefield erupts into chaos. A cataclysmic explosion tears through the arena, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Emerging from the wreckage, the young returnee struggles to remain on her feet. Her vision blurs as a strange hypnotic focus takes hold of her mind. Across the clearing, the heiress stands waiting with a terrifying, monstrous presence. With a sadistic smile, she mocks the girl for losing focus during combat. Confusion washes over the returnee as her reality begins to warp and fracture. She frantically asks if the others survived, unaware of the nightmare unfolding. Her allies watch in horror, realizing she has lost touch with the world. She is now a prisoner within a cruel and inescapable web of illusion magic. The heiress unleashes her cruelest trick by commanding a legion of invisible puppets. Within this mental cage, the young returnee finds herself completely vulnerable and exposed. Her celestial eyes widen in terror as a lethal strike pierces the silence. A devastating blow explodes against her. Though no physical enemy is in sight, she is relentlessly battered by ghost-like attacks that she cannot even perceive. The invisible force tosses her like a rag doll across the fractured battlefield. Desperate and bleeding, she finally realizes her mind is playing a deadly game. She focuses her remaining strength to strike back at the source of this nightmare. Even the elite professor watches in silence, sensing the terrifying depth of this magic. Trapped in despair, she realizes the true nightmare has only just begun. The heiress realizes the situation is far more complex than anyone could have imagined. She believes a returnee's unique nature might actually make them much easier to break. While others see heroes, She understands the dark truth hidden behind their legendary status. She knows that behind the immense power lies a soul that is incredibly fragile. No one escapes the other world unscathed, carrying back scars that never truly heal. The crushing weight of past sins begins to overwhelm the girl's already fractured mind. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy sends her flying across the chaotic battlefield. Her eyes shatter with terror as the overwhelming pressure becomes too much to bear. A massive explosion of pure magic consumes everything, leaving her fate hanging by a thread. The heiress stands cold and unmoved, ready to continue this brutal mental assault. Dark illusions of the past begin to tear her reality apart piece by piece. She can barely breathe as the crushing weight of her trauma finally takes hold. A relentless barrage of strikes pushes her to the absolute brink of total collapse. Spectators watch in horror, unable to believe a legendary returnee is being dominated. Every impact echoes through the arena as the pressure reaches a terrifying new peak. He begs the professor to stop the match before something truly irreversible happens. But the outcome seems certain while her very soul begins to shatter into pieces. The elite hunter remains cold, demanding that he look closer at the unfolding chaos. Even under this brutal assault, she refuses to unleash the power hidden within her. A sudden realization strikes him as he sees his sister's true, unyielding resolve. Sung-yoon stares in disbelief, his mind racing with a single, agonizing question. The professor reminds him that he isn't the only one fighting for hope. His sister battles desperately, refusing to depend on anyone but herself. She pushes through the pain, her resolve hardening with every lethal strike. He considers stopping the match, fearing the consequences of her stubborn pride. He remembers her tears and the crushing weight of her absolute loneliness. She once swore to get stronger so her friends would never suffer. Realization hits him like a blow as he finally accepts her true conviction. He reflects on his own past words about the weight of trivial goals. He questions why he found it so easy to tell her to quit. A cold command from the past reminds him of the one duty he failed. He stands paralyzed as he watches his sister face a literal living nightmare. Surrounded by lethal energy, she realizes her life is hanging by a single thread. Her mind fractures under the pressure of a fight she was never meant to win. The cruel heiress mocks her resolve, demanding to know why she refuses to break. All she ever wanted was a normal life, but peace was never an option. A sudden surge of survival instinct forces her eyes wide as the world slows. Even the mastermind of this trial is shaken by the girl's terrifying new aura. Rage boils over as he is accused of being a fraud who lied about everything. If he truly faced a queen, then why can he not save his own blood? Her eyes widen as a repressed nightmare finally crawls back into the light. A spectral figure from the fairy world manifests, radiating an overwhelming ancient pressure. The absolute ruler of that forgotten realm looks down with chilling, cold indifference. Sung-yoon screams in desperation, forcing her to face the truth of her past. The name of her tormentor escapes her lips in a trembling, broken whisper. An aura of pure authority surges, threatening to crush her very soul into dust. The monarch claims her throne, proving that some shadows can never be escaped. Lost at the bottom of an impossible climb, she faces her ultimate judge. But even when facing a god, a spark of defiance refuses to die. This is not the end, but the start of a war against destiny. The Dark Ruler claims that fighting now would extinguish the last embers of hope. A terrifying presence looms forward, draped in the cold fabric of the eternal void. Suddenly, an impossible banquet appears, overflowing with a feast fit for a dark god. The student freezes in shock as she is commanded to sit and eat. She sits alone against a table that stretches across an infinite, swirling celestial realm. Her mind fractures, questioning if this surreal moment is nothing more than a dream. She wonders if this is a cruel illusion born from another's twisted power, or perhaps a suppressed memory is finally clawing its way back to the surface. The monarch devours the feast with a primal hunger that chills the very air. Surrounded by silence, she finally begins to eat, accepting this strange, fleeting peace. The girl pauses, as a voice acknowledges how far she has finally traveled. The monarch reveals that no soul has reached this throne in ages. He reminds her of the companions, and the fairy who once stood beside her. But those allies are gone, leaving her to face this ultimate power alone. Doubts begin to cloud her mind as she realizes her own terrifying isolation. The faces of her past are nothing but blurred shadows in her fractured memory. She desperately tries to recall the names of those who sacrificed everything for her. The ruler mocks her for forgetting the very people who paved her way. He claims she has already surrendered the most precious treasure she ever possessed. Overwhelmed by grief, she finally breaks down, realizing the magnitude of her loss. Even with godlike magic, she remains paralyzed by a fear she cannot escape. Looking at her hands, she wonders how a weak child ever defeated a god. Her fractured memories hide the impossible truth of how she once saved the world. The absolute ruler looms over her, mockingly declaring that no hero stands alone. He reveals that her strength was borrowed from the earth, the fairies, and friends. Without those bonds to anchor her, her current power is rendered completely worthless. The overwhelming gap in their strength proves she is nothing but a fragile child. Yet, amidst the crushing despair, a flicker of something ancient begins to surface. Despite her current weakness, the monarch admits she was the world's only hope. She wielded a power beyond magic, manifesting the legendary magic of humanity itself. The masked monarch reveals her magic once reshaped the very foundations of reality. Tears well up as she realizes the weight of her forgotten past. With a final clink of silverware, the ruler declares the time for talk over. A chilling silence fills the banquet hall as the final test begins. Towering over her, the absolute authority demands a display of her true strength. He whispers that only her unique magic can bridge the gap between worlds. Suddenly, the dream fractures, pulling her back into a web of brutal memories. Amidst the mental chaos, her gaze sharpens with a newfound sense of purpose. Elsewhere, the heiress senses the shifting reality and prepares for the coming storm. Bloodied but unbowed, the girl finally accepts the terrifying extent of her power. The truth of her power is finally revealed as a borrowed strength. Within the surreal banquet, she looks back at her fragmented memories. She was never truly alone, guided by spirits from a forgotten world. Back in reality, the hidden monster and the elite professor stand ready. She realizes her brother will always be there to shield her from darkness. A surge of celestial magic fills her as his presence anchors her soul. With him by her side, the paralyzing fear finally begins to fade. She unleashes a devastating strike, shattering the limits of a normal student. Even the strongest experts are left speechless by this sudden explosion of power. Nearby, the heiress prepares her own magic to join the shifting battle. The master of illusions watches in disbelief as her perfect trap finally fails. Even with her senses scrambled, the celestial returnee begins to perceive the impossible. Every absolute power has a hidden flaw, a single crack in the armor. A relentless storm of magic erupts, tearing through the fabric of the simulated reality. Forced to rush her incantation, the heiress leaves her most powerful spell unfinished. That tiny mistake transforms into a lethal opening for a girl who never misses. She weaves through the deadly beams with instincts honed in a different world. Panic sets in as the hunter realizes her prey is no longer afraid. The sound of the battlefield reveals the truth that her eyes refuse to see. Despite the psychological warfare, the bond of blood proves stronger than any fabricated fear. The tide of battle shifts as a dormant power finally awakens. Terror evaporates from her gaze, leaving the heiress paralyzed with shock. She descends like a goddess, shattering the illusions designed to break her. Desperate, the rival prepares a final curse to stop the inevitable advance. She calls upon the silence of the void to drown out the light, but the stars themselves align within the eyes of the true returnee. A crushing presence looms over the battlefield, dwarfing all previous threats. This is the raw authority of a girl who conquered another world. Driven by pure courage, she strikes with the force of a falling star. The heiress can only watch in horror as her perfect plan crumbles. The heiress gazes into the abyss of a power she cannot comprehend. Trapped within a shimmering reality, the girl's true strength finally awakens. Faced with certain destruction, the prideful heiress is forced to forfeit. Silence falls over the arena as the impossible victory is officially declared. Standing alone in the light, the Academy's biggest underdog is crowned winner. She stares in disbelief, barely processing the fact that she actually survived. Pure joy replaces her fear as she rushes to her brother for validation. Even the stoic professor watches as the siblings bicker over a missed photo. A brief moment of disappointment flickers across her face amidst the celebration. But the toll of such power is heavy, and her body finally collapses. The toll of her power finally forces her into a deep, exhausted sleep. Her brother catches her, stunned by the sudden weight of her unconscious body. He softly calls out to her, realizing the cost of her impossible victory. Suddenly, the prideful heiress interrupts, accusing him of breaking the sacred rules. He stares back in pure disbelief at her audacity and lack of remorse. She doubles down, insisting the win was hers if he hadn't stepped in. Dismissing his presence, she coldly tells him to stay out of her way. But his patience snaps, mocking her for even calling this a fair fight. A dark, murderous aura erupts as he reminds her what a duel truly means. His eyes burn with rage, exposing the dirty illusion she used to cheat death. She mocks his ignorance, certain he could never comprehend her grand, elitist design. Her cold gaze pierces through him, demanding he remain a mere, silent spectator. Just as his rage boils over, a heavy hand anchors him to the spot. Countless eyes are watching, and any reckless move would expose his deepest secrets. He clenches his teeth, forced to swallow his pride while holding his sister. The heiress turns away, treating the entire life-or-death ordeal as a minor inconvenience. She recalls the terrifying pressure of that girl's overwhelming and divine celestial authority. Deep down, the realization that she was outclassed begins to rot her composure. She desperately rationalizes the chaos as a successful display of her own combat prowess. She stands tall, convinced her brief performance was enough to secure her status. Shin Miju retreats from the arena, weighing the heavy cost of her failed gamble. She realizes her provocation awakened a monster that should have stayed hidden in shadows. Songyun is the type of man who settles every debt with cold, lethal precision. Deep within the medical bay, the exhausted warrior recovers before the next storm breaks. The lethal returnee girl offers a cheerful celebration that masks her own terrifying strength, but the hard-fought victory left Songhyun's sister completely drained and drifting into sleep. He entrusts his sister's safety to others while he prepares for a new hunt. Amidst the mocking laughter of rivals, the tension in the stands begins to boil. Ignoring the upcoming battles, he walks away to claim a weapon of absolute destruction. His cold silence leaves his allies frustrated as he pursues his own secret agenda. Subin hides her true power while sitting beside the exhausted blue-haired girl. The announcer calls for the next duel as two elite warriors step forward. Behind these closed doors, a secret plan is already in motion. In the storage room, a young student is startled by an unexpected visitor. Songyun arrives with a cold gaze, searching for a weapon to end it all. The shelves are filled with dangerous artifacts that no student should ever touch. Panic sets in when the truth about the returnee's strength is finally revealed. The weight of the coming battle makes even the simplest school life feel exhausting. He sets his eyes on Hongyeon, a blade forged for absolute destruction. With an unprecedented magical device in hand, the power scale is about to shatter. Sungyun finally uncovers the devastating secret hidden within his new legendary weapon. The sword Hongyeon creates a perfect circle of death but fails in one direction. Striking backward is impossible, because the blade cannot distinguish between enemy and wielder. He stares in disbelief that such a high-tier artifact possesses such a primitive flaw. To a true expert, this celebrated weapon is nothing more than a failed experiment. The prestigious hunter department has been looking at magical combat the wrong way. Chaos erupts as the terrifying reality of a self-inflicted wound becomes clear. A simple scratch reveals the hidden danger of wielding a weapon with no restraint. It is a miracle that so much destructive force fits inside such a tiny blade. The true complexity of magical engineering far exceeds the simple logic of a hunter. Creating complex magical artifacts is exactly like programming, governed by strict capacity limits. Sunyun realizes that the fabled reflecting sword operates on a logic others completely miss. It is not just a simple shield meant to bounce back every incoming attack. A sudden, chilling realization hits him, revealing a flaw that could change everything. His young companion watches in silence, sensing the weight of this unexpected discovery. Songyun demands to know if a specific item can be found within the vault. The request is strange, forcing even a seasoned expert to question the boy's motives. Procuring the object is not difficult, but its potential use is shrouded in mystery. A confident smile spreads across his face as he recalls a long-forgotten truth. He has finally found the definitive way to bring down a godlike returnee. She plots a devious scheme while Sungyun prepares a brilliant new strategy. Deep within the archives, a confused student senses the growing tension outside. The arena falls silent as two powerful rivals stand ready for their duel. Magic surges through the air as the white-haired warrior prepares his spectral projectiles. With the final second ticking away, the blonde fighter readies a devastating strike. A sharp breath is drawn as the signal to start the battle echoes. A violent stomp shatters the floor as the first strike finally connects. His eyes narrow in realization as the true power of his opponent awakens. The duel officially erupts into a blinding display of raw and ancient magic. Moments before the match, the two rivals walk toward their inevitable clash. Two elite students stand before their highly anticipated duel. The silver-haired prodigy expresses his gratitude for the challenge ahead. He admits that his overwhelming reputation made others fear to face him, but his opponent mocks the cowards who only seek a life of safety. The silver-haired student questions why his rival would even notice him. A tense stillness settles between them as the true confrontation begins. He coldly reminds him that a hunter's life is never truly safe. With a chilling smirk, he mocks the futility of overthinking and tactics. A sharp gaze warns that in this world, nothing goes as planned. In the stands, a girl's sudden sneeze shatters the intense atmosphere. A sudden sneeze shatters the heavy silence as the next combatants take the stage. Ma Teo boldly declares that a true hunter never backs down from any fight. He flashes a confident sign to the roaring crowd, certain of his inevitable victory. A flicker of past wisdom reminds him that no goal is truly insignificant. His opponent offers a chillingly calm smile, acknowledging the strength of his conviction. Rumors spread through the stands about the coming clash between these two titans. As the crowd places their bets, Sungyun watches with a sharp, calculating gaze. The tension mounts as they weigh the odds against the Academy's elite rookie. While most repeaters are failures, this fighter is a dangerous, unpredictable exception. Now, the arena is set for a battle that will redefine the Academy's hierarchy. Sungyun realizes he is witnessing a monster restrained only by Academy rules. Subin stares down a legend who was destined for the very top. The arena floor buckles under the weight of a sudden, monstrous acceleration. Even the Academy's elite rookie can barely track these blindingly fast movements. Ma Teo stands tall, radiating an aura that crushes the surrounding air. Desperation flickers in Subin's eyes, as the gap in strength becomes undeniable. A single, explosive strike carries the weight of years of suppressed rage. The impact is devastating, turning the duel into a one-sided massacre. This is the face of a man who has forgotten how to lose. In a final act of defiance, Subin desperately catches the lethal crystal shard. The crowd gasps in disbelief as the impossible happens right before their eyes. Even Subin is stunned that his opponent reacted to a move seen only once. In truth, the high-speed movement was completely invisible to his naked eye. As a spirit user, tracking such blinding speed should have been physically impossible. But the fundamental difference between curses and spirits changes the entire game. While curse users control puppets, spirit users train their allies to think independently. The spirit reacts on its own, moving to protect its master without a command. A sharp crack echoes as the defensive crystal takes the full brunt of impact. With a renewed fire in his eyes, Subin prepares to turn the tide. The arena erupts in a shower of sparks as the real battle finally begins. A single sound marks the beginning of a fight he cannot afford to lose. A massive pillar of concentrated mana erupts, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. Even with elite reflexes, the overwhelming pressure leaves a stinging reminder of the stakes. Spectators watch in awe, realizing the intensity has surpassed anything seen on the vessel. The seasoned repeater focuses his power, refining his attacks into lethal shards of light. Subin closes the distance, his spirit senses screaming as he maneuvers through the chaos. A relentless storm of energy beams rains down, turning the arena into a death trap. Every movement must be perfect, as he dances through a symphony of pure destruction. The two warriors become blurs of motion, pushing their physical limits to the edge. With a guttural roar, he stands his ground against the crushing weight of the blast. The barrier shatters as an impossible power awakens within the arena. He draws a sharp breath, centering his focus for the final blow. A single strike erupts with enough force to tear the air apart. His opponent stares in terror, unable to comprehend this overwhelming pressure. Sunyun's eyes lock onto his target, radiating cold and lethal determination. The clash sends shockwaves through the floor as their powers violently collide. Spectators watch in disbelief. Realizing the equipment can no longer contain him, the warrior summons his ultimate crystalline defense to survive the onslaught. But even the strongest shields are meaningless against a man who shouldn't exist. A terrifying grin spreads across his face as the hunt truly begins. Sacred spirits are usually an absolute defense that makes their master untouchable. But Sunhyun shatters that logic by simply annihilating every single one at once. He lives by a brutal motto, where complex strategies are replaced by overwhelming force. Standing amidst the shimmering wreckage, he looms over his gasping, broken opponent. The fallen hunter can only acknowledge the terrifying gap between their power levels. Songyun coldly demands to see the very last spirit his enemy is hiding. With a chilling whisper, he decides to end this farce right here. His opponent freezes in terror, as Songyun prepares a trick he rarely uses. In a blur of impossible speed, a second figure suddenly manifests behind him. The hunter realizes too late that he is now facing two identical monsters. The hunters freeze, as a mysterious figure disrupts the entire balance of power. Frustration boils over as Sunyun strikes with a speed that defies all logic. A cold determination settles in his eyes as he prepares the final blow. He unleashes the rapid stream, a devastating torrent of energy that swallows the battlefield. Spectators can only watch in absolute horror as the sheer scale of power explodes. The enemy screams in disbelief, realizing they were fighting a monster beyond A rank. Standing at the center of the chaos, Sunyun finally stops holding back his strength. The truth is finally revealed. This F-rank student is actually a legendary S-rank. Suddenly, the scene shifts as he finds himself sinking into a mysterious, sunlit ocean. Instead of a threat, he is greeted by a cheerful dolphin in this surreal world. Confusion strikes as a surreal dolphin appears within the depths of his mind. The creature mumbles incomprehensible sounds while he struggles to grasp the situation. Suddenly, the illusion shatters with a harsh insult, forcing him back to reality. His eyes snap open as the cold weight of the ocean settles in. A high-tech safety device activates, encasing his head in a desperate bubble of air. Jian Wujin realizes the arena has transformed into a lethal, underwater death trap. The system warns that his defeat is inevitable once his oxygen supply runs dry. Despite the protection, the suffocating pressure of the deep begins to take hold. Spectators marvel at the sheer scale of this overwhelming S-rank environmental magic. Standing perfectly calm, Seol Subin reveals his terrifying immunity to the crushing waves. Seol Subin stands perfectly at home within the crushing depths of the ocean. But for his opponent, every step forward is a battle against certain death. A massive explosion of pressure sends Jian Wujin reeling through the turbulent currents. Behind his glass visor, the young warrior realizes he is completely outmatched. The silence of the deep becomes a deafening roar of impending failure. Lethal streams of concentrated mana tear through the water with blinding speed. There is nowhere left to hide in this liquid execution chamber. No matter how he struggles, the distance between them feels like an infinity. This entire arena has transformed into a godlike domain where Subin rules supreme. Trapped in a watery grave, Wujin stares down the face of a perfect checkmate. Wujin finally realizes why his opponent held back this terrifying power for so long. Had this been unleashed earlier, the match would have ended in a single heartbeat. Subin remains eerily calm while effortlessly maintaining a domain that defies all logic. In this fully enclosed space, there is no terrain to hide and no escape. Simply maintaining this massive volume of water guarantees a total and crushing victory. Outside the barrier, the audience watches in absolute shock as the landscape shifts. Even Sungyun is stunned to see such a high-level technique being used so casually. He expected strength, but the reality of this power is far beyond his expectations. Subin stands as a pillar of pure mana, radiating a pressure that demands submission. Exhausted and broken, Wujin can only stare blankly as his last hope vanishes. The crowd watches in confusion as the battle suddenly grinds to a halt. Even the strongest observers are left wondering what the warrior is planning next. Deep inside the liquid tomb, the pressure begins to crush his very soul. A single gaze reveals a terrifying truth hidden beneath the surface of the water. Panic ripples through the stands as the true danger finally becomes clear. Sensing a catastrophic shift in mana, he screams for answers that won't come. There is no time left as he desperately tries to pull his allies away. His voice cracks with terror, demanding they escape before the field detonates. Submerged and broken, the elite hunter finally accepts his inevitable and watery end. Standing amidst the chaos, the monster calmly admits his opponent's strength was real. Staring into the abyss, the defeated hunter admits he drastically underestimated his foe. He prepares a desperate counter, activating the ultimate trump card for body enhancers. The sudden surge of pressure sends a wave of terror through the spectators. Panicked voices from the booth scream for the match to be stopped immediately. The announcer shrieks for the water domain to be released before someone dies. Caught off guard, the young prodigy wonders why the blame is shifting. A dark realization settles as a sinister smile spreads across his face. Standing among the crowd, the professor reveals a forbidden book of ancient magic. He explains that matching a specific frequency can shatter even the strongest defense. Reality itself begins to buckle as the entire field vibrates with lethal force. The massive water domain begins to fracture under an invisible, overwhelming pressure. Wujin realizes that even the strongest defense has a fatal, hidden weakness. Terror grips the challenger as the liquid walls begin to scream with lethal vibration. With a twisted grin, Subin mocks the idea that water cannot be broken. A blinding surge of energy erupts as the entire aquatic prison reaches its limit. The forbidden power of resonance shatters reality, catching everyone in the deadly blast. Sungyun gasps for air as the battlefield transforms into a chaotic, drowning nightmare. Panic spreads through the submerged crowd as they struggle against the weight of the sea. Amidst the wreckage of the domain, the spectators find themselves trapped in a watery grave. Yet, in the heart of the disaster, a single girl watches with terrifying, joyful wonder. A young soul watches in awe as the world dissolves into a liquid dream, but for the drowning crowd, this beauty is nothing more than a watery grave. The pressure snaps as Wujin realizes his absolute defense was never enough. Gasping through a respirator, he faces the terrifying source of the flood. Subin mocks his fallen foe, claiming a perfect victory over the drained S-rank. The professor intervenes, hauling the victor up by the collar like a toy. Confusion turns to fury when the official ruling brands the victory a foul. Sungyun watches from the sidelines, finally piecing together this twisted, impossible scheme. Pure rage consumes the loser, as his reputation vanishes in a single heartbeat. Only a hollow, flooded ruin remains where a legendary battle once raged. As the flood clears, the professor calls for the next death-defying match. Sungyun steps into the light, his true power still masked by a calm facade. His sister prays for a miracle, unaware of the monster he has become. Jeers of nepotism follow him, but the crowd has no idea who he is. Subin watches from the stands, sensing a shift in the air's heavy pressure. She questions why a legendary senior would return to haunt this low-level arena. The opponent is a ghost of the past, a returnee known for pure insanity. Stories tell of her leveling entire city blocks with a single, ruthless strike. Fear finally takes hold as the true scale of the coming slaughter dawns. Now everyone wonders if the Hidden King can survive a girl who loves destruction. Everyone thinks he is just a failure who can't even grasp basic magic. But they don't see the calculated genius hiding behind a power-sealing artifact. The elite professor watches as the Hidden King prepares for his next trial. Both warriors face off, ordered to lay their primary weapons on the platform. Before the first strike, he breaks the silence with a chilling revelation. He reveals the Crimson Lotus Sword, a blade that defines her entire legend. A wave of pure shock washes over the arena as he exposes her secret. He admits to analyzing every move she made while she remained blissfully unaware. Through back-alley engineering, he obtained the exact same tool to level the field. Now the monster and the girl will finally clash on perfectly equal ground. The professor freezes in disbelief, unable to fathom how he obtained that legendary blade. He remembers her past as a returnee who survived years of constant slaughter. Despite the massive skill gap, the system begins identifying their chosen weapons. The registration process starts as 2 mysterious cases are placed upon the belt. Both warriors stand ready, the tension in the room reaching a suffocating point. Sweat beads down the elite hunter's face as he stares at the unyielding student. A cold hand reaches out, the sound of spectral chains echoing through the silence. The 2 rivals lock eyes across the platform, waiting for the first strike. With a sharp click, the case is unsealed to reveal the truth inside. Her eyes widen in pure shock, realizing the nightmare is only just beginning. Only 20 seconds remain before the ultimate duel for supremacy finally ignites. Sungyun wields the legendary Crimson Lotus Sword, a blade forged for pure destruction. His opponent draws a counterweapon that carries a terrifying, legendary reputation. The crowd gasps as the Echo Sword reveals its power to reflect attacks. Frantic confusion ripples through the stands as they wonder who provided this gear. A veteran hunter realizes this is far more than just simple tactical support. Shock and horror wash over the spectators as the nightmare begins to unfold. She screams in fury, demanding to know why the forbidden blade was used. Cold sweat pours down his face while he desperately denies any secret involvement. The mysterious senior watches silently, hiding truths that could shatter the academy. The desperate student asks to borrow a blade that could change everything. He reminds his rival of a secret conversation overheard in the shadows. A daring proposal is made to let someone else wield that terrifying power. He argues that even a nepotism hire can restore a weapon's fallen pride. Memories of a screaming girl haunt the air as the stakes continue rising. With a cold expression, he realizes this gamble carries no real risk. This is the moment the legendary Echo Sword finally changed hands forever. The registration begins as the masters watch over these high-tier artifacts. Ancient steel passes through the scanners to be officially recorded in history. Now the stage is set for a duel that will shatter the academy. The tension between the professor and the hidden monster reaches a breaking point. Secretly, spectral chains had already woven a web of absolute deception. No one realized he had already swapped the legendary weapons in secret. Back in the present, the girl prepares to strike with a stolen blade. Even the elite students are left speechless by the sheer audacity of his play. The arena goes silent as the true master of the game watches from afar. He realizes a fake weapon would have forced her to reveal her nature. Without her returnee powers, she stands no chance against his hidden sealing chains. Knowing she is furious, he prepares to end this duel with one move. As an F rank, he must risk everything to maintain his deadly secret. The elite professor challenges the hidden hunter to finally prove his true worth. With the signal given, his hidden power ignites through a single, piercing gaze. He realizes that holding back now means certain death in this unforgiving arena. But the girl's eyes burn with a ferocity that catches him completely off guard. She strikes with a speed that defies logic, her blade cutting through the air. Every movement she makes is a calculated dance of destruction across the battlefield. He barely reacts as her overwhelming energy explodes right in front of his face. The master observer realizes the weapon swap has only made this situation more lethal. Forced to reevaluate, he admits her speed is far beyond his initial calculations. The S-rank contractor watches in horror as he uses his blade to close distance. Sungyun lunges forward with speed that completely shatters his F-rank status. The returnee barely raises her blade as the air screams with lethal intent. A chaotic dance of steel erupts as he executes his high-stakes gamble. She stares in pure disbelief as the strike bypasses her legendary defenses. The sheer kinetic force sends her reeling, breaking her perfect composure instantly. Shinbek watches in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the raw power displayed. Woojin freezes, realizing the impossible strike was never reflected by her magic. Nearby witnesses gasp as they struggle to process this logic-defying turn. Subin realizes the truth. The hidden monster has finally made his move. An F-rank's attack has actually landed on a returnee. changing everything forever. Spectral chains coil around the blade, binding the weapon in a grip of light. Sungyun grips the hilt, his eyes burning with the weight of his hidden legacy. He commits to the gamble, channeling his entire existence into his lead arm. Mana surges through the city streets as the world itself begins to tremble. A silent witness stands before the gate, sensing the arrival of something impossible. He admits the truth, recognizing the terrifying potential lurking beneath the surface. Within the swirling azure haze, the silhouette of a true predator finally emerges. This is a power that was never meant to be measured by mere ranks. The observer calls for the world to witness the rise of a new god. Sungyun strikes with shattering force, revealing the absolute peak of S-rank destruction. Blades collide as the hidden monster finally meets the Academy's elite prodigy. He demands to see the true extent of his opponent's terrifying latent power. Every strike creates a violent surge of mana that threatens to tear reality. She stares into the abyss, realizing her opponent is far from ordinary. A dance of death begins as shadows and light clash in the arena. The observers realize that the fundamental laws of combat are being completely rewritten. He has somehow reversed the very principle of reflection to bypass her defense. The predator remains silent, his focus locked on the final, killing blow. A single finger strike renders a legendary blade completely useless and limp. This isn't just magic. It is a complex code rewriting the world's outcome. Every hunter possesses a mechanism so unique it defies conventional logic. Creating a single tool to counter every possible power is an impossible dream. Sungyun realizes the legendary echo ability is limited to reflecting basic physical force. He deconstructs the power, seeing how it absorbs and reverses every incoming strike. It is nothing more than simple programming logic hidden behind a veil of magic. With the secret exposed, he plants his foot and prepares to shatter the illusion. He lunges forward, his spectral chains glowing with the intent to seal his foe. His opponent stands ready, unaware that her ultimate defense has already been solved. Sungyun swings his massive blade, focused entirely on the coming moment of impact. As their blades finally collide, the absolute logic of her defense begins to crumble. Sungyun unleashes a devastating strike, but it is not aimed at his opponent. He intentionally targets himself to trigger the logic of her ultimate defense. The echo ability works by absorbing incoming force and reversing its direction entirely. By manipulating the reflection, Sungyun turns her own power into a lethal trap. The shockwave rips through her defense, leaving her completely vulnerable and exposed. Sungyun slides across the battlefield, his body straining under the sheer physical pressure. Spectators watch in absolute horror as the perceived hierarchy of power begins crumbling. A desperate roar echoes through the arena, fueled by years of hidden suffering. Distant memories of a lonely childhood flicker behind eyes filled with burning resolve. He refuses to falter now, pushing past his limits to secure a final victory. The battlefield erupts as two monstrous powers collide at blinding speeds. A lethal beam of energy misses him by a fraction of an inch. She stands revealed as a returnee with power that transcends human limits. The world mocks his rank, but his eyes burn with hidden fury. A silent promise to his sister fuels every desperate heartbeat he has. He endured years of shadows just to reach this impossible turning point. Their blades scream as he pushes his body past its physical breaking point. Success hinges on a single strike, delivered with absolute, perfect timing. The chaos of combat transforms into a rhythmic dance of death. Metal shatters the silence as the final blow finally connects. He stands alone in the digital void, sharpening his focus for the coming storm. Pure destructive energy erupts as the hidden power within him finally begins to awaken. Even in the quiet moments, the weight of failure haunts his every single breath. A cold, piercing gaze reveals a soul that has already sacrificed everything for victory. He summons the spectral chains, ready to pay any price to secure his future. From the shadows, the elite professor watches, sensing a presence that should not exist. A desperate cry for recognition echoes as the young warrior pushes past his limits. The truth is finally surfacing, confirming the professor's darkest suspicions about this mysterious student. Panic sets in as the hunter of hunters realizes the true scale of danger. Through a hail of lethal strikes, he charges forward to claim his rightful place. The professor realizes his instincts about the boy's hidden power were absolutely correct. He watches as the girl's own weapon is twisted into a lethal contradiction. Ioyon is forced into a desperate corner, where her hidden ability must surface. Woojin stands frozen in shock as the battlefield atmosphere suddenly turns heavy. A cold blue light ignites within his gaze, signaling a power beyond comprehension. The hidden S-rank hunter finally unleashes a blood-red aura that consumes the arena. Every calculated strike is being tracked by eyes that see through every deception. She frantically warns that even a weakened returnee is still a lethal threat. Panic sets in as she realizes the battle is reaching a point of no return. So-hyun watches in silence, witnessing the terrifying evolution of her brother's strength. Eoyan gazes into the abyss of her brother's fracturing soul. Sunyun unleashes a devastating strike fueled by a deep, unspoken sorrow. The battlefield trembles as the returnee girl prepares to reveal her nature. Forbidden incantations spill from her lips, igniting a power that shouldn't exist. Panic grips the arena as the weight of her ancient magic becomes suffocating. They clash in a symphony of chains and steel amidst the crumbling ruins. Even the strongest hunter realizes the monster he feared has finally arrived. Eoyan ascends, her form consumed by the radiant, lethal aura of a returnee. Behind the scenes, the true motives for this awakening remain shrouded in mystery. Now, everyone questions if this power is a salvation or their ultimate doom. Songyun reveals a plan to eliminate the returnee while sabotaging an unseen enemy. The weight of his words leaves the strongest hunter questioning who truly stands to lose. A cold, predatory smirk confirms that everything is proceeding exactly as he intended. The arena erupts in a cataclysm of power as Shinbek watches his control slip away. Realization strikes like a blade as the professor senses a presence that shouldn't exist. Panic forces the elite to demand an immediate end to this suicidal sparring match. Fury boils over when the realization hits that their secret weapon is being humiliated. Their unreleased prototype sword becomes nothing more than a toy against this monstrous strength. Sungyun transforms into a blur of lethal intent, rendering the ultimate technology a joke. Horrified eyes witness the crowd transform into a legion of shadows waiting for blood. An urgent call shatters the silence as the professor's control finally begins to crumble. High above the arena, a desperate voice demands an end to this absolute carnage. She screams for him to intervene before their entire reputation is burned to ashes. Shinbek knows the corporate stakes are higher than the lives currently on the line. The line goes dead, leaving a heavy silence filled with nothing but cold dread. Her trembling grip shatters the screen as the weight of failure becomes unbearable. This was supposed to be the legacy her father entrusted to her shaking hands. If the truth leaks out now, everything she fought for will be utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, the monster they unleashed stares back with eyes that know no mercy. One final look reveals the sheer terror of a world about to be rewritten. She realizes the terrifying truth behind the weapon handed to her rival. A simple victory wasn't enough for the monster pulling the strings. Trapped in a mental cage, she curses the name of her tormentor. Sungyun looms over her like a god playing a lethal game of chess. Meanwhile, the academy professors scramble to find a way to stop the madness. Shinbok suggests a desperate plan to burn the entire stage to the ground. His subordinate stares in disbelief, questioning if such a move is even allowed. He hesitates, knowing that they are about to cross a point of no return. But in this world of hunters, limits are merely a pathetic illusion. Cold sweat pours down as the pressure begins to crush her very soul. The arena fractures as Sungyun lunges forward to end this chaotic duel right now. But a blinding light erupts as a terrifying new presence descends upon the battlefield. Deep within her shattered memories, a traumatic past begins to bleed into the present reality. The sheer magnitude of her power paralyzes everyone, making it impossible to look away. Sungyun tightens his grip on his spectral chains, desperate to suppress the rising calamity. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, leaving him frozen in a state of pure, unfiltered shock. Even the elite combatants can sense that the flow of battle has completely stalled out. Confusion ripples through the crowd as the unstoppable force suddenly grinds to a halt. Enveloped in a cloak of destructive energy, she stands motionless like a silent, golden god. The audience watches in terror, wondering if this silence is the calm before the storm. Sungyun breaks into a cold sweat as the magnitude of his mistake finally sinks in. He wrongly assumed that she had mastered the terrifying power surging within her soul. Instead, the energy erupts with a violence that defies every known law of nature. Looking into her eyes, he realizes she is utterly horrified by her own strength. The scene shifts to Yunha, a girl once lost in the depths of silence. Shinbok found her on a lonely bench, offering answers to her unspoken fears. He revealed that the gods granted returnees a universal gift for a dark purpose. Every word they speak is part of a built-in translation system from above. If the gods value communication, it is only to ensure their entertainment never ends. Shinbok realizes her gift from the gods didn't vanish, it became something far more twisted. Trapped in silence, she was a girl who could no longer speak our human tongue. Every attempt to communicate only resulted in the incomprehensible whispers of a foreign realm. The professor offered a way out of the isolation that was slowly crushing her soul. He proposed a deal that would change the trajectory of her tragic life forever. Reaching out, he promised her a sanctuary where her broken voice wouldn't matter. Looking up with hope, she saw a chance to finally be understood by another. They arrived at the massive gates of the academy where her new life would begin. Standing among the lockers, the girl finally stepped into a world of hidden powers. She quickly learns she isn't the only one haunted by a fractured past. Looking around, she sees the academy is crawling with others just like her. Stepping into the crowd, her new life as a returnee officially begins. Yet, some survivors are far more dangerous than anyone dared to imagine. A dark history reveals that one student recently suffered a total mental collapse. That single unstable girl reportedly reduced an entire skyscraper to mere smoldering rubble. The horrifying realization of what these people can do leaves her completely paralyzed. Staring into the abyss, she wonders if she is also destined for destruction. True monsters cannot be reasoned with once they have finally lost their humanity. Surrounded by mysterious students, she realizes she can never truly know their intentions. The professor coldly explains that a hunter's most vital tool is their judgment. He insists that one must never place limits on the decisions they make. To win, he is told to abandon the boundaries that normal people fear. But the pressure is mounting as sweat pours down his panicked face. Looking closely at the battlefield, he senses that something is dangerously out of place. He stands his ground, gripping a massive spectral sword bound by glowing chains. Without warning, he drops his weapons, letting the heavy steel crash against the floor. He admits that winning with a petty trick would only insult his own power. Yoon Ha watches with a heavy heart, sensing the growing malice in the air. The professor remains silent, his cold gaze judging every desperate move made below. Driven to the edge, the warrior screams as he abandons his pride for victory. A sudden surge of overwhelming power erupts, threatening to consume everything in flames. Even without words, the returnees feel the crushing weight of their destiny. Trembling with fear, she realizes they understand each other through this violent connection. The strike connects with lethal precision, shattering the steel like it was nothing. With the clock ticking down, the final desperate struggle for survival begins now. The final minute remains before a winner is decided by blood and sheer will. The spectators can only watch in utter disbelief as the battle takes an impossible turn. Sungyun casts aside his primary weapon, abandoning his only advantage in this deadly game. Even the combatants struggle to grasp the chaotic momentum of this unprecedented clash. Driven by a mutual desire for understanding, they surge forward into the unknown. She stares at him with trembling eyes, searching for the logic behind his reckless sacrifice. Doubt begins to cloud her mind as she wonders if his surrender was for her. He watches her reaction, stunned that she would match his madness with her own. Regret washes over him for dragging her into a gamble she never should have taken. Stripped of their steel, they collide in a vacuum of unanswered questions and raw intent. With everything on the line, he pushes past the pain for one final, desperate strike. She realizes the battle has shifted into a realm beyond mere human comprehension. He launches a devastating kick that shatters the air with sheer, overwhelming force. A lethal energy beam grazes her face as she narrowly escapes a fatal blow. Sweat pours down his face while he calculates his next move under crushing pressure. She counters with a strike so fast it bypasses his absolute defense entirely. Her purple eyes widen in shock as the realization of his power finally hits. He clenches his fist, gathering every ounce of mana for a final, desperate gambit. Their fists collide in a shockwave that threatens to tear the arena apart. With his teeth gritted, he pushes past his limits to secure a decisive victory. The final impact sends her reeling, ending the duel in a display of dominance. Yoon has breath hitches as the weight of the battle finally crushes her spirit. Sungyun lunges forward, his movements a blur of pure, unadulterated aggression. A relentless barrage of strikes rains down, leaving her with no room to breathe. He pours every ounce of his mana into a desperate, high-speed assault. The two warriors collide in a chaotic dance of steel and survival. Their eyes meet for a fraction of a second, fueled by mutual desperation. A sudden, explosive counterattack sends shockwaves through the entire arena. He mocks her failing strength, claiming her energy is far too weak. She sneers back at him, dismissing his efforts as those of a low rank. But a chilling realization freezes her heart as the true danger finally dawns. He lashes out with spectral chains, desperate to restrain her overwhelming power. Screaming in pure frustration, he refuses to accept how far he's fallen behind. Every strike is a gamble as the duel reaches a breaking point. Onlookers watch in horror as the combat trial spirals out of control. A massive shockwave levels the arena, leaving both warriors broken and defeated. Gasping for air, the weight of his failure begins to crush his spirit. The violent aftermath sends debris flying through the smoke-filled battlefield. He crawls through the rubble, searching for any remaining ounce of strength. Watching from the sidelines, the professor curses the unexpected turn of events. Sweating and drained, he realizes he has finally burned out all his energy. The sheer intensity of the focus has completely drained his remaining reserves. He stares at his trembling hands, knowing his spectral chains are nearly spent. Crumpled on the floor, the crushing weight of doubt begins to set in. A single eye glares through the darkness, mourning the loss of his blade. forces himself to ignore the pain and find a new way to survive. Memories of a bloodier past resurface, reminding him of where this all began. He recalls being warned that his aggressive nature would leave him entirely alone. Back then, the concept of having friends felt like a useless distraction. Sitting in isolation, he convinced himself that strength was the only thing necessary. To become a true hunter, he decided he never needed anyone by his side. He stares into the distance, realizing the data on his enemies was fatally incomplete. Even over a simple meal, the lethal reality of their martial prowess haunts him. The weight of his miscalculations settles in as he retreats into his own mind. A memory of his younger self surfaces, back when things were much simpler. The boy reminds him of the time he risked everything to break an illusion. Confronted by his past, he struggles to explain the impulse that drove him then. The words catch in his throat, leaving his true motivations shrouded in mystery. Reality snaps back with a crushing force, leaving him gasping for air and exhaustion. Both warriors collapse under the strain, their bodies reaching a dangerous breaking point. Through the sweat and pain, she asks if they even have the strength left. He wonders if it is time to stop as his lungs burn with fire. A lifetime of memories flashes by, reminding him why he cannot give up. She finally finds the words to thank him for everything he has done. He pushes himself upright, acknowledging that she has waited long enough for this. He screams for the duel to continue, pouring his soul into one strike. Stealing her heart, she wipes away her tears to face him once more. They collide with a thunderous impact, two forces of nature meeting at last. The air screams as they trade blows at speeds the eye cannot follow. A massive shockwave erupts, signaling the beginning of the end for this fight. She is thrown back by the overwhelming pressure of his final, desperate gambit. Even the academy professor watches in disbelief as the battle transcends all logic. Songyun charges forward with a desperate strike as his physical agony finally disappears. She looks up with newfound resolve as her hidden power begins to manifest. Every step shatters the ground beneath them at speeds the human eye cannot follow. Their collision creates a shockwave that threatens to tear the entire arena apart. Spectators scramble to find his name only to realize he doesn't officially exist. His muscles scream in protest while a burning heat consumes his entire being. The crowd cannot comprehend how a mere F rank is performing such impossible feats. Despite the overwhelming pressure, she finds herself smiling at the thrill of combat. They trade 1,000 blows in an instant, losing themselves in the exhilarating dance. He spent his youth convinced that he was better off alone and friendless. But the weight of that isolation is finally catching up to him now. Deep down, he was just a coward, too afraid to face his own reality. Sitting alone in the shadows, he never imagined finding someone worth fighting for. Now a wild grin spreads across his face as he unleashes his spectral chains. His opponent freezes in shock as she realizes the true scale of his power. She desperately tries to bind him, but her defenses are beginning to crumble. He throws everything into a single strike fueled by years of suppressed rage. Their powers collide with a bone-shattering impact that vibrates through the entire arena. In this moment of pure chaos, he realizes the fight is only just beginning. She watches in horror as a hidden strike comes from his left hand. He realizes her wounds have healed instantly as if she were never injured. The terrifying truth sets in that he has been completely outsmarted by her. He stands tall above her while the pressure in the arena becomes suffocating. She breaks the tension by offering a soft and unexpected word of thanks. He stares back in stunned silence while sweat pours down his weary face. Her eyes widen as she realizes the impact of the words she just spoke. The spectral chains flare to life as she finally finds her true voice. He narrows his gaze with lethal intent for the final exchange of power. A primal scream erupts as the arena is consumed by a massive spectral explosion. The crowd watches in breathless silence as the brutal duel finally reaches its conclusion. Sunyun gasps for air while the sheer weight of the struggle breaks his composure. The clock finally runs out as Yoon Ha stares ahead with completely hollow eyes. He stands trembling in the center of the arena while trying to process the outcome. The official steps forward to deliver the verdict that will change everything for them. A silent signal confirms that the trial has met the high expectations of the observers. Exhaustion takes its toll as he waits for his name to be called out loud. A deafening roar erupts from his lungs as the young warrior claims his hard-earned victory. She remains frozen in shock while the surrounding students celebrate the incredible display of power. High-ranking hunters from the elite guilds take notice of the boy who defied the odds. Panic spreads through the crowd as the elite guild members suddenly vanish without a trace. Songyun reaches out to Yoon Ha just as the official confirms the shocking final result. The professors are paralyzed as the arena's massive containment walls refuse to move. Gi Shinbok realizes the security system has been compromised by a force he cannot see. A cold sweat breaks out when the masters realize the students are trapped inside. Far below the shattered floor, a terrifying energy begins to surge toward the surface. The two warriors stop in their tracks as the ground begins to groan and splinter. The announcer stares in horror as the true depth of the betrayal is finally unmasked. High-ranking hunters watch helplessly as a catastrophic event begins to unfold before their eyes. The arena floor shatters as the Shinsung Guild's lethal hidden agenda finally explodes into reality. Massive stone hands erupt from the arena floor as the warriors watch in disbelief. Terror grips the young students as the hidden threat finally reveals its overwhelming power. Even the seasoned professors can only watch as the situation spirals out of control. Sungyun freezes in place, unable to comprehend the nightmare unfolding right before him. Ha ignites her aura, preparing to face a monster that defies all logic. A single crushing blow sends the young warriors flying across the shattered battlefield. Despite the impact, she grits her teeth and refuses to let the darkness consume her. Lethal energy beams slice through the air, turning the arena into a deadly trap. Shinbek dives into the chaos, determined to stop the sabotage before it is too late. His blood boils as he realizes exactly which traitor is behind this calculated massacre. Shinbok lunges forward, desperate to strike the creature before it can fully awaken. This multi-armed nightmare was a secret experiment, once kept safely under heavy chains. The professor screams in pure terror as the monster known as Asura breaks loose. Suddenly, Hagiwara Jin ignites a forbidden curse to seize control of the rising panic. His very soul distorts as he pushes his mental powers beyond all human limits. A massive pillar of energy erupts, signaling the arrival of the school's strongest authority. He floods the minds of every student with a compressed wave of telepathic commands. Sunghyun reels from the sudden mental overload, struggling to process the life-saving intel. Ha gasps in shock, realizing her unique gift allows her to understand everything. Now, the professor focuses his final instructions on the only hunters capable of surviving. The professor orders all unassigned hunters to evacuate the students before total chaos erupts. He identifies the only assets capable of holding the line against the coming storm. The primary directive is absolute: protect Sungyun at all costs until the walls open. Hagiwara Jin coughs up blood as the strain of the curse tears his body apart. With his remaining strength, he broadcasts a final telepathic command to every living soul. The signal ends just as the legendary monster Asura finally breaks into the arena. This headless titan was first recorded decades ago during a catastrophic gate collapse. The beast utilizes infinite flexibility and a terrifying regeneration factor to ignore all damage. Its overwhelming attack range covers the entire stadium, leaving no room for escape. The worst part is that killing this monster triggers a massive, world-ending self-destruction. Decades ago, a similar beast exploded, leaving a trail of blood and broken hunters. Shinbek realizes that killing the titan now will only lead to a greater tragedy. An F-rank student stands paralyzed as the shockwaves of the battle close in. Panic erupts as the academy staff desperately tries to evacuate the screaming students. The instructors formulate a plan to shatter the barrier and rescue the trapped. The professors prepare for a suicide mission to take down the headless god. Amidst the carnage, Shinbok screams for his student to unleash her hidden power. Yeona freezes in terror as the weight of the world rests on her shoulders. She is commanded to divert the monster's attention before everyone is wiped out. But as the shadows close in, she realizes her strength has finally reached its limit. The sheer weight of her awakening power begins to tear her mind apart. Standing amidst the wreckage, she fears the coming storm is too much to handle. Her professor screams that the heavy burden of responsibility isn't hers to carry. Shinbak leaps into the fray, vowing to shoulder every consequence as an adult. He declares that as long as he stands, no one will perish this day. Inspired by his resolve, a single stone begins to vibrate with untapped energy. Suddenly, the air fills with hundreds of golems born from the shattered earth. Even the monstrous god is left stunned as the swarm begins its assault. Each construct grows smaller as their numbers multiply across the dark battlefield. Maintaining control of the chaotic horde is impossible, yet the tide is turning. Shinbak realizes his massive opponent is nothing more than an empty, hollow shell. The professor targets the remaining limbs as the true threat finally reveals itself. He prepares to shred the construct into pieces without delivering a killing blow. Massive spectral appendages lash out with enough force to shatter the very air. In an instant, the chaotic assault catches both Ha, and Sungyun completely off guard. The overwhelming power of the golem crushes the defenses of the exhausted warrior. Shinbek focuses his senses, realizing the battle has taken a lethally sharp turn. A sudden impact sends the professor reeling as the monster strikes his chest. Panic sets in as he realizes his calculations have failed the students. Now, Sungyun stands alone and utterly defenseless against the approaching tide of destruction. Sungyun gasps for air as the weight of the battle finally takes its toll. He charges into the chaos as his allies watch with wide-eyed shock. Shinbek watches in horror, knowing that any movement now will be fatal. The spectral hands wait for a single vibration to pinpoint their next target. Sungyun ignores the warning, choosing to strike back before the trap can close. A crushing force descends from above, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. The ground shatters as the monstrous power makes its violent impact. Through the smoke, he ignites a crimson blade to tear through the darkness. He ignores the danger to reclaim Echo, the blade left in the rubble. While his companions are distracted by the monster, Sungyun makes his move. Sungyun realizes his allies are risking everything just to keep him alive. Desperation sinks in as he frantically searches for a way to contribute. He watches Yoon Ha unleash a level of power that defies all logic. The battlefield erupts in a blinding display of overwhelming, godlike strength. A bitter envy takes root as he wishes he possessed that same force. He is suddenly confronted by the crushing weight of his own past inadequacy. His body finally begins to buckle under the strain of this endless slaughter. An ancient terror looms over him, personifying the absolute peak of despair. Every trauma and failure crashes down on him like a suffocating tidal wave. Yet, amidst the darkness, a final spark of defiance ignites within his soul. In the face of total annihilation, a desperate will begins to manifest. He reaches deep into his soul to pull out every ounce of latent potential. With a roar of defiance, he clashes against the towering shadow of despair. Every strike is fueled by the crushing weight of his bloody past. Even the elite observers are left speechless as he deflects the impossible. But his broken body is screaming as the giant hand prepares to strike. Just as the darkness descends, a blinding surge of blue lightning erupts. The veteran professor watches in horror as a new, terrifying force awakens. Transformed by pure energy, Sungyun finally transcends the limits of a human. Now, the real hunt begins as the chains of fate are finally shattered. Sungyun's eyes glow with primal intensity as his spectral chains hum with power. With a single flick, the massive stone limb is shredded into worthless debris. The towering golem howls in agony as the crushing weight of reality shifts. Even the elite observers are paralyzed by the sudden eruption of his blue lightning. His opponents frantically wonder if this impossible strength comes from some forbidden stimulant. Yet even he is stunned by the sheer physical evolution coursing through his veins. The veteran investigator realizes he is witnessing a phenomenon that defies all logic. This is the legendary reawakening, a total shattering of a warrior's natural ceiling. Most believe that the moment of awakening permanently defines a person's soul. They teach that your rank is a fixed vessel that can never be surpassed. While most warriors are trapped by fate, a rare few experience a second awakening. The veteran investigator realizes this transformation is unlike anything recorded in history. Sungyun stands enveloped in a terrifying surge of raw, unbridled blue lightning. His very soul seems to rewrite itself as he stares down his own limits. The battlefield becomes a blur of steel and shadows as the monster strikes back. Shinbek demands the gates be opened before the entire arena collapses. Faculty members argue over the safety of the students caught in the crossfire. Jin insists they wait just a few more minutes for the final outcome. It is now undeniable that the reports of his weak rank were a lie. But sitting idle while a monster evolves is a risk they cannot afford. Tension peaks as the faculty realizes the combat trial has spiraled out of control. Even the most experienced professors are left sweating at the sight of such power. Jin argues that waiting for the students to win is a death sentence. Ignoring the risks, he prepares to step into the chaos and end it himself. The room erupts in protest, since opening the barrier might kill every student inside. But the veteran has a plan that bypasses the safety protocols of the arena. Meanwhile, the battlefield turns into a graveyard of shattered stone and broken defenses. Every tactical advantage is stripped away as the monster predicts their every move. The creature towers over the ruins, knowing the golems are no longer a threat. Pushed to the brink, a bloodied warrior awakens a power that defies all logic. The monster stands tall, unaware that the tide of battle is finally shifting. Shattered fragments of stone pull together to form a massive, unstoppable guardian. Ioyona unleashes her hidden power, no longer holding back for anyone's safety. With the chains of restraint broken, the counterattack begins with overwhelming force. Sungyun surges forward, his movements fueled by pure lightning and desperate resolve. He channels every ounce of energy into his spectral chains to bind the beast. The glowing restraints wrap around the target, sealing its fate in an instant. Sweat pours down his face as he pushes his body past its absolute limit. The chains tighten their grip, crushing the monster's defense under the weight of lightning. Together, they pin the creature down while Shinbek watches the impossible unfold. Shinbok roars with pride as Sungyun finally executes the perfect strike. They tear through the beast with a combined force that defies all logic. Blue lightning crackles through the air as the young warrior pushes even further. The massive creature collapses onto the shattered earth, its reign of terror silenced. They stand amidst the wreckage, breathing heavily as the dust begins to settle. Shinbok questions if it is truly over, but the tension remains thick. He moves to ensure the monster stays down, preventing any chance of regeneration. As the barrier begins to lift, Sungyun's overwhelming power finally starts to fade. The cost of such impossible strength hits all at once, bringing him to his knees. Shinbok realizes that the recoil from this victory might be more than they can handle. Shinbok watches in horror as the fallen monster begins to pulsate with unstable energy. He realizes the creature is preparing a final, desperate suicide attack to kill them. Yona clings to a drained Sungyun, both paralyzed by the sight of impending doom. The beast remains suddenly erupt into a blinding supernova of pure, destructive mana. Shinbok screams that Sungyun is far too exhausted to survive this massive impact. Staring death in the face, the young warrior can only watch his end approach. Shinbok frantically activates a high-level corporate artifact to shield the students from death. He bellows for them to run as the ground shatters under the intense pressure. Sungyun gasps in disbelief as the entire world is swallowed by brilliant light. A towering pillar of energy surges toward the sky, sealing the fate of everyone. A sudden fracture in the atmosphere signals the beginning of an impossible catastrophe. High above the inverted city, a massive eye of mana watches their every move. Hagiwara Jin steps forward, reminding them of the warnings they chose to ignore. He stares at the exhausted warrior, demanding he prioritize his sister's safety above all. Raising his ancient tome, the professor imposes a new, absolute condition on the battlefield. With a cold gaze, he tells the boy that surviving is no longer optional. The high-ranking officials refuse to drop the barrier, fearing a demonic escape. Jin suggests a lethal gamble, proposing a microscopic breach for a single person. Shinbok snaps back, claiming no one can crack a corporate system that quickly. Suddenly, the professor freezes as he realizes the perfect candidate is already standing there. Shinbok trembles as his secret identity is dragged into the cold, harsh light. The man in the fedora declares that Shinbok is the only one who matters. Reality itself seems to fracture as the digital barrier is violently forced open. Jin commands the survivors to trust the man who has lived in the shadows. Sungyun freezes in shock, realizing the legendary figure is actually his own father. He desperately asks if his father witnessed the absolute limit of his power. A heavy silence falls over the crowd as Shinbok confirms the painful truth. The cold response cuts deeper than any blade, claiming he is still not ready. Shinbok walks away, stating the student council is a world he cannot yet enter. Broken and humiliated, the boy can only whisper the words that shattered his pride. The weight of a father's crushing expectations finally breaks the young warrior's spirit. He smiles through the pain, mocking the destiny that was forced upon him. Even the cold professor is momentarily stunned by the raw intensity of the moment. Exhaustion takes hold as his vision fades into a dark, silent abyss. His body collapses, caught by those who witnessed his desperate struggle for survival. The brutal incident at the academy leaves a permanent scar on everyone involved. Survivors lean on each other while retreating from a nightmare they barely escaped. Despite the chaos, the physical wounds are nothing compared to their shattered pride. Shinbok turns away, his judgmental eyes already focused on the next corporate trial. Now the school must face the consequences of a disaster that cannot be hidden. The doors slam shut as the elite academy begins a high-stakes investigation. Powerful masters gather around the table to dissect the recent arena slaughter. Hagiwara Jin breaks the silence, claiming the monster escape was a calculated strike. Expert summoners admit they lost all control the moment the beast emerged. A terrifying realization dawns that the school's magical defenses were intentionally bypassed. The truth is far worse. A hidden puppet master was already pulling the strings. Official investigation results confirm that a traitor is operating within their own ranks. Suspicion falls on a hunter with the unique talent to dominate savage monsters. The Shinsung Guild members remain silent, while the pressure of the room intensifies. Violence erupts as the witnesses demand justice for this calculated act of war. Accusations fly as the corporate elite fear their reputation is being systematically dismantled. They scream that the arena malfunctions were a deliberate act of industrial sabotage. But a legendary witness steps forward to provide an ironclad alibi for the guild. Tension peaks as every word is monitored through high-tech surveillance and hidden earpieces. Cold eyes watch the proceedings, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal the truth. Shinbok is told to stop limiting his perspective on this grand conspiracy. A distorted figure warns that lines of morality no longer exist in this war. Confused and cornered, the investigator realizes the game is far larger than he imagined. Behind closed doors, the true power players begin to move their final pieces. Hagiwara Jin finally reveals his hand, wielding a cursed book of world-ending proportions. Shinbok reveals he already detained the suspect before the situation could spiral. A suffocating silence fills the room as the interrogation takes a dark turn. Principal Yong Jin-seok emerges from the shadows, disgusted by the recent display of foolishness. He brands the incident as pure terrorism, forcing the rival guilds to finally cooperate. A terrifying light ignites in his eyes, demanding order instead of more senseless violence. Shinbok feels the crushing weight of that gaze as cold sweat begins to pour. A voice from the darkness mocks the hunter for looking so incredibly rattled. Jin tries to maintain his composure while facing the principal's overwhelming and ancient power. The tension peaks when Jin reveals there is a deadly spy hiding among them. Shock and paranoia strike the room as they realize the traitor is already inside. Paranoia grips the academy as the search for a hidden informant begins. The investigation centers on the secret location of the chained monster, Asura. Every professor present is now a suspect in a game of deadly shadows. Shinbok can barely breathe as the crushing pressure of the room intensifies. He escapes the meeting, unaware that the real culprit is already celebrating. Miles away, a mysterious figure mocks the hunters for their absolute incompetence. He prepares to vanish before the authorities can track his final signal. Nearby, a brutal interrogation is reaching its bloody and final conclusion. A ruthless woman towers over her broken captive with a terrifying grin. She demands to know the secret behind manipulating the legendary beast. The mysterious mastermind relaxes, mocking the elite hunters who failed to catch him. He casually reveals his status as a returnee, a secret that changes everything. Elsewhere, a broken captive trembles as the true horror finally begins to unfold. The ruthless assassin stands over her prey, admitting she was merely holding back. The order is given to finish him, but his face holds a darker purpose. A terrifying power surges as the monster finally remembers his true, forgotten identity. He leans in close, savoring the fear of the man whose life he stole. The woman prepares her tools, explaining the gruesome need for a specific guild's face. With a twisted grin, the predator marks his next victim for a total transformation. He vows to steal the victim's identity and power for his own dark ends. Shinbok exits the room, leaving his ruthless accomplice to finish the job. She toys with her broken victim, savoring the silence before the final cut. Descending the stairs, the faceless professor prepares to set his plan in motion. He wears a twisted smirk, dreaming of the day the academy finally burns. Elsewhere, the high-ranking Jin senses a presence he thought was long dead. A voice from the past cuts through the air, dripping with pure hatred. The two men stand face to face, a collision of old blood and new vengeance. The survivor screams his rage, demanding to know if his tormentor remembers him. Jin stares back with cold indifference, unbothered by the ghost he created. The nightmare of that day still lingers, fueled by the flames of memory. The echoes of that horrific day still haunt every step of his journey. He can never forget his sister's tearful face as their world collapsed. Most of all, he remembers the monster who watched it all with one eye. Now the man responsible stands before him masked by a cold professional gaze. The professor realizes he is facing the sole survivor of his past sins. They meet in the quiet of the park, a silent storm brewing between them. Looking away, the young man prepares to ask the question burning in his soul. Jin remains unmoved, inviting the ghost of his past to finally speak his mind. A single word escapes his lips, demanding a reason for the senseless slaughter. Because the vision of her suffering is a nightmare that will never truly end. His trembling fist tightens as the weight of 1,000 questions finally boils over. Visions of the day he lost everything flicker through his mind like a bloody nightmare. He screams at the monster, demanding to know why so many innocent lives were taken. The professor remains chillingly calm, questioning if the boy truly wants to hear the truth. Fury ignites his power as a brilliant blue crystal manifests in his desperate grasp. Across the park, he vows to force the confession from the man's own mouth. The artifact glows with a lethal intensity, humming with the energy of his righteous anger. Beneath the brim of his hat, the killer's gaze remains sharp and entirely unmoved. As the tension breaks, the professor finally begins to make his move against the survivor. With his yellow eyes locked on his target, the hunt for vengeance truly begins now. The killer looks back with eyes that hold no trace of regret or mercy. A cold sigh escapes his lips as he prepares to justify his horrific past. Years ago, a single nightmare descended upon the city streets to claim everything. The professor reveals the name of the beast that started this cycle of blood. Legion was a rank S horror, a creature born from the deepest pits of hell. It was an immortal swarm that multiplied every time a blade drew blood. To stop the infection, the entire district was marked for total, ruthless annihilation. He stares down at his victim, claiming that mass murder was merely rational logic. Rage boils over as the survivor's hand trembles at such a disgusting excuse. He screams that a true hero would have found a way to save them all. He looks back at a world that protects monsters and chooses to reject it all. To destroy this corrupt system, he will become the very thing he hates. The professor looks to the sky, completely unfazed by the boy's murderous intent. Memories of a simpler time flash by, back when life wasn't defined by blood. With a chilling gaze, the killer accepts that diplomacy was never an option. Raising a glowing relic, the survivor demands a price that can never be paid. He screams for an apology, his eyes burning with the weight of every lost soul. He specifically demands justice for his sister, the one light in his dark past. The monster remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable and terrifyingly calm. Confronted with his sins, the professor simply refuses to offer a single word of regret. The survivor stares into the abyss of his past with pure, unadulterated hatred. The cold-blooded professor lectures his victim on the requirements of a true apology. He lists recognition, remorse, and a promise as the only paths to redemption. With a chilling gaze, the monster refuses to offer even a single promise. Shock ripples through the boy as the killer's true depravity finally comes to light. The villain weighs the lives of an entire island against the safety of nations. He declares his readiness to repeat the same massacre that destroyed the boy's life. Raising a glowing relic, the student prepares to deny the monster's twisted logic. The professor recalls a legendary hunter while looking down at his former student. Vengeance burns brighter than ever as the final battle for justice begins now. The monster dares him to try and stop his madness by brute force. Two eras of hatred collide as the survivor stares down his greatest nightmare. Shinbok unleashes a devastating strike, pouring every ounce of rage into his relic. A blinding explosion of power rocks the battlefield, threatening to tear the earth apart. Yet the professor stands completely unfazed, his composure more terrifying than the attack itself. He watches in horror as a divine orbit forms without the grimoire even opening. The killer simply stands there, his most powerful weapon still holstered at his side. A sudden distortion in space leaves him completely vulnerable to the coming strike. A massive pillar of stone erupts, sending the hero spiraling into the sky. Teeth clenched in terror, he wonders if the very earth has turned against him. Shinbek's eyes widen as he realizes his desperate gamble has failed. He hurls his star relics with every ounce of strength he has left. A cataclysmic explosion of light consumes everything in a blinding flash. But even his ultimate strike barely leaves a scratch on the monster. The target vanishes into thin air, leaving only a cloud of dust. Before he can react, cursed restraints spiral through the sky toward him. Heavy iron shackles snap shut, pinning his limbs and sealing his power. A crushing pillar of energy descends to finish the one-sided execution. The killer mocks his lack of experience as the dust finally settles. The massacre survivor lies broken at the feet of the man he hated. Pinned and broken, the young mage realizes his calculations were never enough to win. His tormentor looks down, demanding a strike that actually carries the weight of death. He screams in pure disbelief as his ultimate effort is shattered like thin glass. Shards of his failed attack rain down, mocking the weakness of his spirit. Bound and broken, he can only wonder how everything went so horribly wrong. Tears of frustration mix with sweat as he questions his every desperate choice. The killer questions if the boy's path was truly the best one to take. Those piercing red eyes see right through his soul, savoring his absolute despair. A card is tossed onto his back, an invitation to a future school internship. The monster offers to train his victim, leaving behind a shattered, screaming survivor. The killer turns his back, mocking the boy's blatant lack of combat experience. He leaves the survivor broken in the dirt, demanding he use any means necessary. Pure, unadulterated rage burns behind his eyes as his world completely falls apart. Elsewhere, a concerned ally senses a shift in the air while trekking through woods. She claims everything is under control despite the spectral chains binding them together. The two venture deeper into the forest, questioning the true purpose of their journey. Her silent, piercing gaze hides secrets that could change the course of the war. A mysterious admission reveals that crucial information was intentionally kept in the dark. Just one day prior, the academy stood as a symbol of power and safety. A monstrous creature is suddenly obliterated as the secret battle for survival begins. The professor watches the arena, impressed by the raw potential unfolding before him. A near-perfect score sends a wave of pure relief through the exhausted team. They finally found the monster's hidden weakness, ending a fight that seemed impossible. Wiping away the sweat, he credits his victory to knowledge rather than pure strength. Despite his humility, his growing reputation is finally putting an end to the harassment. Peace returns to the halls as his allies move forward with newfound confidence. Even his sister is finding her place, mending broken bridges with former enemies. Watching from the shadows, he is relieved to see her finally adapting to life. However, protecting his family meant making a ruthless threat to those who dared interfere. By weaponizing a senior's secret crush, he ensured they would never bother him again. Sungyun's life has finally settled, yet a lingering sense of weakness remains. High within the training arena, he prepares to confront his own limitations. His mentors watch with cold skepticism as he struggles to ignite his soul. Veins bulge as he desperately tries to manifest his glowing spectral chains. The observers remain unimpressed, mocking his agonizing and pathetic display of effort. With a sudden snap, his focus breaks, and he collapses onto the floor. He sits in the silence, haunted by the memory of his previous victory. Not long ago, he had completely neutralized a rival's ancient runic power. In that moment, he had transformed into a warrior beyond all human comprehension. His mentor explains that even the greatest summoners rarely understand their own gifts. The essence of summoning is the soul, a power that defies all academic logic. Sungyun stares at his trembling hands, realizing instinct is his only path forward. Time is slipping away as the morning sun marks another night of failed attempts. His companions prepare to leave, questioning why he refuses to abandon this grueling session. He dismisses their concern, choosing the cold floor over the comfort of a meal. Every breath is a struggle as he fights to master his clumsy energy control. The weight of his own weakness stares back through his drenched eyes. Even his closest ally urges him to return before he completely breaks himself. Left in total isolation, the silence of the training hall becomes his only company. He suddenly realizes his entire existence has been consumed by those white walls. He remembers a time when every clash felt like a losing battle. If he stops moving for even a second, he will be left behind forever. The clock strikes 9 as the heavy silence of the night begins to settle. Deep within the training hall, he sits alone, desperately trying to focus his energy. Exhaustion finally takes its toll, forcing him to consider giving up for the night. But a sudden shift in the air makes his heart skip a beat. A mysterious girl sits perfectly still, her presence masking a terrifying level of power. They are completely alone in the vast room, separated by a chilling, unspoken tension. He freezes in shock, realizing that a high-ranking senior has been watching him. Her eyes snap open, piercing through the darkness with an intensity he cannot escape. The tension between them thickens as they face off in the empty arena. Guilt weighs heavy on him for the deception he played against his ally. She stands stoically, leaving him wondering if an apology could ever be enough. Suddenly, she reaches into her jacket, signaling a move he did not expect. With a burst of blinding speed, she lunges toward him like a predator. Instinct takes over as he desperately summons his spectral chains to defend himself. The blue energy lashes out, yet she continues her relentless charge through the air. His eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes her true intention. The lethal chains wrap tightly around her hand, revealing a hidden notepad instead. Silence falls as she stands bound, offering a message he never saw coming. Songyun stands frozen as Yoon binds him with his own spectral chains. She suddenly demands to know the date, catching him completely off guard. With a cold stare, she insists he provide the month and the day. He stammers in confusion, unable to process why she is asking this now. Against his better judgment, he corrects her grammar while the chains hum. Silence fills the room as she stares back with a blank, stunned expression. The atmosphere shifts instantly from awkward confusion to a sudden, lethal chill. She threatens his life for the correction, leaving him questioning her sanity. He desperately tries to apologize for his behavior during their previous observation class. Ultimately, he reveals the real reason he approached her was to seek forgiveness. To earn her forgiveness, he must agree to a mysterious and sudden favor. Left in stunned silence, the young warrior can only wonder what comes next. The scene shifts to the dormitory at noon, where a new day begins. Inside, the supervisor lies defeated by a mountain of empty cans and exhaustion. Students look on in horror, questioning if their teacher has actually survived the night. Vowing to avoid the same fate, they decide to hunt for some hangover medicine. A sudden chime at the door interrupts their morning routine, sparking immediate curiosity. Opening the door reveals an unexpected visitor standing in the hallway, ready to talk. It is the girl from the observation class, bowing deeply to show her respect. The students recognize the girl as the rival who recently fell to Sunyun. The girls watch in disbelief as their powerhouse classmate prepares to leave. Without a word, he follows the mysterious girl into the bright afternoon sun. From the shadows, his friends watch the unlikely pair with growing suspicion. They fear the girl might try to bully him for her recent defeat. Driven by worry, they decide to trail them and uncover the hidden truth. Uncertainty lingers in the air as the secret mission begins in earnest. Under the vast blue sky, a strange pact is finally being forged. She makes a simple request, her voice steady despite the weight of her trauma. Only his spectral chains can suppress the curse that twists her every word. He questions the limits of her broken ability while they walk toward the unknown. Sungyun watches her, wondering why his power is truly necessary for her survival. She walks in silence, hiding a secret that simple words cannot explain. Deep within the forest, the sound of approaching footsteps shatters the peaceful atmosphere. A sharp elf ear twitches as she recognizes the footsteps of a powerful rival. But a mysterious third presence lingers nearby, catching the legendary returnee off guard. Shijaya reveals herself, a powerful senior whose return changes the Academy's balance. Driven by suspicion, her classmates suggest a covert mission to uncover the truth. Uncertainty flickers in their eyes as they realize the danger of their curiosity. They move through the shadows, carefully stalking their target toward the unknown. Cloaked in a clumsy disguise, the secret investigation into his true power begins. The two friends slip through the alleyways, desperately trying to keep their target in sight. She explains that tracking him doesn't require eyes, only the ability to sense raw energy. Every warrior emits distinct waves of power that leave a lingering trail for those gifted. Her companion struggles to understand the concept, feeling far behind the level of a returnee. A sudden insult breaks the tension as she compares her friend to a common dog. Just as a hound follows a scent, they rely on the lingering aura in the air. Meanwhile, Sungyun follows his guide through the dense forest bound by a glowing spectral chain. He questions the destination, wondering if the person they seek is truly hidden this deep. They finally reach a clearing where a powerful senior waits silently beneath a towering tree. A cold sweat breaks as he realizes he is standing before a legendary Academy senior. He instantly realizes the senior before him has transcended the limits of humanity. She descends from the canopy with a grace that defies every law of physics. A warm smile masks the overwhelming pressure radiating from her supernatural presence. Stunned by the sudden encounter, Ha struggles to find her words. The legendary senior reacts with genuine surprise as she finally notices their arrival. Sunyun stands frozen, feeling the weight of a gaze that sees right through him. It becomes clear that this girl is a returnee, who became something entirely different. She reveals her identity as Shijaya, already knowing the boy's hidden potential. Rumors of his monstrous strength have already spread across the entire Academy's network. With the pleasantries over, Ha prepares to reveal the true reason for their visit. Ha confronts the echoes of her past to fulfill a heavy, long-standing promise. A digital memory reveals the innocent life she led before the world changed forever. Shijaya is captivated by the incredible talent that once defined her friend's soul, but when asked to perform again, the crushing weight of trauma silences the music. Written words become her only weapon against the tragedy of a stolen voice. The heartbreaking realization that her melody is shattered leaves her companion completely stunned. With a steady hand, she carves her painful new reality onto the blank page. The truth remains written in ink. The beautiful songbird has finally stopped singing. Suddenly, a spark of hope flickers within the silence of her long exile. A powerful new vow is made to break the curse and reclaim her voice. Ha stares into the distance, her heart heavy with the weight of the past. A simple confirmation sparks a flicker of hope in her desolate world. Together, they find a brief moment of peace amidst the lingering trauma. The silence has lasted for so long that her own voice feels foreign. She wonders if she can ever return to the innocent girl she once was. Her soul feels permanently stained by the blood and violence she endured. Looking at her friend, she searches for a reason to keep moving forward. A warm, genuine smile offers the comfort she desperately needs to heal. Shock washes over her as she realizes she doesn't have to fight alone. Her lips tremble as the first notes of a forgotten melody finally emerge. As Ha begins to sing, Sungyun stands frozen by her sudden, mournful performance. The haunting melody of a cruel fate echoes through the air in classical style. Her returnee curse shatters her voice, distorting every lyric into a mangled mess. Even the pitch and tone are corrupted, turning her song into a chaotic nightmare. The spectral chains hum with energy, revealing why she desperately required his unique help. Despite the emotional weight, the raw sound of her distorted voice is truly painful. Sungyun glances at his companion, sensing the heavy atmosphere between them all. Jaya watches in silence, hoping this sorrowful display will finally break her friend's trauma. He realizes the true weight of the chains binding their souls together in this moment. Together in the quiet woods, they endure the suffering born from a life of pity. The final notes fade as she finally finds the strength to smile again. Jaya erupts in applause, celebrating the first step toward breaking the girl's curse. Despite the praise, the weight of her lost potential still lingers in the air. A simple gratitude fills the quiet woods, mending bonds once thought permanently severed. Sungyun remembers the crushing isolation of sitting alone, a ghost in the crowd. He knows all too well the pain of being defined only by one's trauma. When she turns to him, the spectral chains remind him of their shared burden. For a fleeting moment, the shadow of the curse lifts from her tired soul. Her words strike a chord, catching the powerful warrior completely off his guard. He modestly brushes it off, attributing his life-saving power to nothing more than luck. Jaya rejects the idea that their strength is all that defines them. Society only sees returnees as dangerous weapons rather than survivors of trauma. She admits that Sungyun is the only one who sees their vulnerability. Her sincere gratitude catches the powerful warrior completely off his guard. He stares back, realizing the weight of the connection they have forged. A heavy silence falls as they process the emotional gravity of the moment. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shatters the peace and puts everyone on high alert. Two familiar faces are caught hiding in the bushes with a massive sniper. The group stares in total disbelief at the ridiculous sight before them. The amateur spies scramble for an excuse after their secret surveillance is exposed. The clumsy spy tries to laugh off her total failure with a desperate compliment. But their target is far from amused as her terrifying aura begins to flare. With the awkward confrontation settled, the grueling observation class finally comes to an end. However, Sungyun is still haunted by a memory he can never truly escape. A massive, crushing weight descends as his past literally steps back into his life. He stands paralyzed before a faceless titan that defies every law of nature. Regret consumes him as he realizes that following his sister invited this nightmare. To understand this nightmare, we must travel back a few hours to the academy. His sister was acting like a typical brat, boasting about her ridiculous chopstick skills. Nobody knew that this peaceful meal was the calm before a world-ending storm. During a tense meal, So-hyun reveals she is heading out to a mysterious meeting. She casually mentions visiting a club, unaware of the danger lurking behind the name. Sungyun freezes, his protective instincts flaring as he questions her choice of destination. The moment she mentions the newspaper club, the atmosphere in the room completely shifts. A haunting memory of the club's members flashes before him, triggering a visceral reaction. He erupts in a desperate shout, warning her to stay far away from them. Despite his warnings, So-hyun stands ready to leave, surprised by his sudden intense concern. Refusing to let her go alone, Sungyun and his friend prepare for the worst. His companions worry that history might repeat itself, fearing another shady corporate trap. But So-hyun just laughs, completely oblivious to the nightmare she is about to enter. Tension hangs heavy as the group finally approaches the site of their next trial. They arrive at a school building completely leveled by a violent, unnatural force. Despite the total destruction, the map insists this ruin is their intended destination. Fearing the unknown, the girls quickly vote for Sungyun to lead the way. A sudden voice from the shadows sends the trio into a panicked frenzy. Out of the wreckage emerges a familiar face Sungyun never expected to see. The group quickly realizes they all received the same mysterious invitation today. A shared sense of dread grows as they confirm the newspaper club's involvement. Sungyun stops his friend, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. He warns her that this entire meeting feels like a deadly, calculated trap. The realization hits hard when she recognizes the invited students from her own dorm. Songhyun's suspicion deepens as they link the invitation to a suppressed newspaper scandal. They walk through the ruins, realizing someone is desperately trying to dig up dirt. A dark resolve flickers in Sungyun's eyes as he refuses to remain a pawn. His friend watches him closely, her playful demeanor replaced by a heavy, knowing silence. Past memories of torment resurface, fueling a burning hatred for those who manipulate others. She promises to stand by him, her aura flaring with a newfound, protective intensity. Together, the group cautiously steps into the oppressive darkness of the main facility. Their progress is suddenly halted by a heavy door that refuses to budge. The only path forward requires an ID that leads straight into a deadly trap. The facility finally opens its jaws, summoning the first student into the unknown. Before the others can move, the heavy barrier slams shut with cold precision. Trapped in oppressive silence, Shinbok realizes he is being isolated for a reason. The automated voice drones on, beckoning the next victim into the dark heart. Desperate to stay together, they force the lock using a stolen identity card. Sungyun feels a chill as the system reacts to their blatant intrusion. They step into a massive arena, where the scale of power feels suffocating. Suddenly, a lethal warning strike carves through the floor, signaling their discovery. Alarms blare as the security identifies a presence that should not exist. The facility accepts the intruders, dragging them into a trial they might not survive. Trapped in the shadows, the group prepares for a desperate escape attempt. A chilling voice echoes through the dark, welcoming them as uninvited guests. From the void, a sentient newspaper emerges to judge their very presence. To prove their worth, they must face a trial that breaks most students. The lethal entrance exam begins, as the supernatural entity demands their total submission. Yunha reels in disbelief, realizing even a simple club requires a life-or-death struggle. Shinbek coldly explains that in this academy, power is the only true currency. Every organization is a front for elites seeking to harvest the strongest talent. Those who lack the necessary skills are discarded like trash without a second thought. Now, 5 impossible challenges stand between them and the secrets hidden within. The group stands trapped within a corridor of trials as the sentient entity speaks. 5 colored doors represent lethal paths they must choose to prove their worth. A cruel restriction is imposed, forcing the allies to split into small, vulnerable pairs. Songyun demands a direct confrontation, but the supernatural judge refuses to step down. The entity claims its purpose is to reveal truth, even as tension reaches its peak. Losing her patience, a companion draws a blade of pure energy to end the game. She strikes the heavy shutters, desperate to cut a path out of this madness. But a mechanical click echoes through the hall, signaling a deadly response to her aggression. Massive weapons descend from the ceiling to enforce the school's absolute, blood-soaked rules. Sunyun realizes too late that in this academy, there is truly no way out. Sunyun stands stunned as the school's lethal technology is finally revealed. A digital entity mocks them, claiming the press will stop at nothing for truth. Shinbek quickly warns his hot-headed student to keep his temper in check. They are completely outgunned as massive heavy artillery descends from the ceiling. The professor knows one wrong move will lead to a total bloodbath. Songyun seethes with rage, hating the cold logic of this twisted game. To survive the night, they have no choice but to follow the rules. The group reluctantly prepares to face whatever sick trial awaits them next. Sunyun silently vows to crush anyone responsible for this sadistic trap. Unbeknownst to them, every single movement is being tracked from the shadows. A mysterious figure watches from the wreckage as the intruders finally arrive. Hidden in the shadows, he prepares to deal with these two uninvited guests. Sungyun and Shinbek quickly realize they are standing before 5 mysterious doors. Each entrance represents a different branch of lethal combat and ancient arts. The team realizes these colors match the school's brutal hierarchy of power. Sungyun suspects this trial is designed to force them into deadly mock battles. They recall how hologram technology is used to simulate impossible, monstrous opponents. Suddenly, a countdown appears demanding they choose their fate within 3 minutes. Sungyun loses his cool and lashes out against the system's annoying provocations. With time running out, the group splits up to conquer the different trials. Yuna watches with concern as her companion prepares for the next lethal trial. They know the horrific toll that ancient curse arts take on the body. Speed is the only hope to outrun a spell before it fully manifests. Shinbek warns that true masters of construction never give their targets a chance. A single lapse in judgment means being crushed by a weight beyond imagining. Seeking to surpass his limits, the professor steps into the room of construction. He enters a digital arena where the laws of physics are merely suggestions. Constructors manipulate every object in the room to bury their enemies in debris. Massive concrete blocks plummet from above as he narrowly evades certain death. The system activates its first deadly obstacle to push him past his breaking point. Shinbek enters a digital hell where touching the manifesting red blocks drains his life. A yellow glow warns of impending danger as a mysterious entity oversees the trial. With only 3 lives remaining, the professor realizes this isn't a typical combat exercise. Gatling guns lock onto their target while he questions the true price of failure. The cryptic supervisor refuses to answer, reminding him that journalists must keep their secrets. The countdown begins as glowing barriers materialize around the arena to trap their prey. Without a single monster to fight, he must rely on pure agility to survive. The obstacles drift through the air with a deceptive slowness that mocks his skills. He wears a confident smirk, believing 10 minutes of evasion will be child's play. Meanwhile, Yoon Ha stands before the ominous room of curses as a new nightmare begins. The newspaper reveals their mission to uncover truth, initiating a bizarre new trial. Suddenly, Yoon Ha finds herself wearing the iconic garb of a legendary detective. She stands before a crowd of strangers, thrust into a high-stakes investigation. A pickpocketing victim appears, marking the start of a simulated criminal scenario. With several suspects and limited time, one wrong move leads to instant failure. Attacking an innocent person will only make this lethal game harder to survive. As the magical guide vanishes, she questions how this mystery relates to curses. She realizes this isn't a test of strength, but a challenge of reasoning. Despite her lack of detective skills, she begins interrogating the victim for clues. The girl describes her missing pink wallet as the clock begins its countdown. A mocking voice interrupts the investigation as the suspects grow increasingly impatient. These thugs demand their freedom, claiming they are far too busy for this nonsense. Yoonha refuses to be intimidated, ordering the arrogant suspects to stay silent and wait. She turns back to the witness, desperate to extract a useful description of the thief. Suddenly, the massive brute loses his temper and violently seizes Yoonha by her coat. The simulation turns hostile as the suspect lashes out at the girl playing detective. The young victim begins to wail, her terrified screams echoing through the simulated arena. Yoonha winces in pain, covering her ears while the brute continues his aggressive interrogation. The other thugs corner the witness, pressuring her to lie and clear their names. Chaos erupts as the victim confesses she cannot even remember the criminal's face. Yoonha watches in disbelief as a mysterious man answers a phone call mid-chaos. The stranger remains chillingly indifferent to the terrified screams surrounding them both. He coldly offers a business card before turning to leave the crime scene. Yunha erupts in pure frustration as her investigation spirals into absolute madness. Her desperate demands for answers are met with nothing but an arrogant silence. She finally realizes these people are merely programmed shells following a lethal script. Cooperation is non-existent among the suspects, turning the trial into a hopeless deadlock. A sudden digital tremor exposes the artificial reality governing this psychological death trap. Shinbak reveals the horrifying truth that logic was never the key to winning. This trial is a brutal test of mental strength against obstacles meant to break you. The clock ticks down as lethal turrets lock onto their next terrified target. Beyond this door lies a cursed chamber, where logic and sanity simply wither away. These arrogant fools decide to advance, unaware they are walking into a death trap. A sudden chill strikes as they realize someone is lurking right behind them. Shinbak coldly turns his back while the screams of the damned begin to echo. Horror erupts as the man's flesh begins to liquefy into a grotesque, pulsing mess. His very existence dissolves, turning a living warrior into nothing but a puddle. Panic sets in as his comrade watches the horrific transformation in absolute disbelief. Yunha stares down at the remains, realizing the rules of this reality are broken. She demands everyone's attention, ready to expose the truth behind this melting nightmare. Yunha stands over the melted remains, declaring a ruthless inspection of everyone present. She warns the terrified office worker that escaping her godlike speed is completely impossible. A desperate man screams at her, refusing to accept her twisted authority over civilians. She dismisses his logic with a smile, as the trial difficulty spikes to nightmare levels. Pushed to the brink, the red-haired warrior pulls a weapon in a fit of rage. The atmosphere shifts instantly as they realize this is not just a harmless digital simulation. He grips a real gun, demanding his fallen comrade be returned to human form. He believes a single bullet can end her life despite her overwhelming supernatural power. Yunha's eyes turn cold as she dares him to pull the trigger right now. She calmly admits she would die, yet remains confident she can deflect the shot. He knows she is fast, but bullets only travel in a single straight line. One look into those swirling eyes proves she is beyond any mortal threat. The desperate man begins his countdown, ready to gamble everything on a single shot. He roars in defiance, terrified of being captured by this heartless supernatural investigator. Out of nowhere, a hidden assailant lunges from the shadows with a lethal blade. Yunha does not even flinch, having already identified the killer hiding in the dark. She swings her massive green relic, crushing the surprise attack with terrifying ease. As the gunman dissolves into digital static, the mystery of the victim deepens. The failed assassin realizes her fatal mistake in misidentifying the target of this trial. Standing amidst the chaos, the detective prepares to hunt down the true objective. The failed assassin dissolves into digital dust. Stunned by the detective's cold intuition, Yunha simply smiles, revealing her plan to eliminate every participant from the start. Terror fills the killer's eyes as their very existence is erased from the trial. A final notification confirms the room is cleared in record time as static settles. Meanwhile, in a different sector, a lethal new challenge begins within a digital grid. Guy Shinbek collapses under the weight of a trial designed to break the fastest elite. Every breath is a struggle as the professor realizes speed alone won't save him. Surrounded by shifting obstacles, he admits this simulation is far deadlier than he anticipated. The number of lethal blocks grows exponentially, leaving no room for a single mistake. Shinbek desperately plots a route through the chaos before his mental focus completely shatters. Guy Shinbek finally faces the terrifying reality of his own fatal weakness. He admits that his physical shell is failing to support his elite status. While close combat specialists forge their bodies into weapons, he neglected his own vessel. Ranged masters often trade physical durability for overwhelming destructive force. Trapped in the simulation, every movement feels like a mountain crushing his lungs. He realizes that even the strongest spirits are useless if the caster dies. His projected relics pulse with power, yet they cannot mend his broken stamina. As long as his body remains a weak point, survival is statistically impossible. Haunting memories of past failures remind him that he will keep losing everything. With bloodshot eyes, the professor stares into the abyss of his looming defeat. Shinbak finds himself trapped within a lethal cage of shifting geometric energy. Desperate for a breakthrough, he commands the water spirit to strike him down. A mystical seal ignites, condensing raw elemental power into a singular point. The resulting explosion of ice and water tears through his fragile defenses. Agony flares in his eyes as the freezing pressure threatens to shatter him. A blinding flash marks the moment his physical limits finally snap. Propelled by the sheer force, he becomes a projectile launched through the trial. He screams through the chaos, barely clinging to his fading consciousness. He remembers the legends who could have cleared this test with ease. Even the monster from his past would have conquered this without breaking sweat. He stands broken, questioning if he even deserves the title of an S rank. One fatal mistake sends his footing sliding across the treacherous wet floor. Gravity takes hold as the veteran warrior tumbles helplessly into the digital abyss. A mocking voice echoes, taunting his exhaustion while the trial continues its relentless assault. Frustration boils over as he insists his failure was just a pathetic, accidental slip. He stares in disbelief, wondering if he truly just slipped on the water. He bows his head in defeat as the overseer mocks his hard work. The final announcement of his elimination flashes before his terrified, wide eyes. Before the trial can claim him, a blinding light pulls him from existence. The watcher is left staring at an empty floor, wondering where he went. Sweat pours down his face as he realizes the solution is deceptively simple. A floating newspaper reveals a ticking clock he had completely overlooked until now. He stands firm while the fluidity of water begins to surge beneath him. The spirit's glowing eyes watch as he prepares to execute an impossible maneuver. Deep within the digital arena, he prepares to shatter the trial's rigid rules. With razor-sharp focus, he balances atop a surging platform of pure runic energy. A massive pillar of power erupts, tearing through the artificial silence of the room. He surfs through the air, weaving between obstacles with godlike precision and speed. The overseer watches in disbelief as his movements become a terrifying, high-speed blur. By weaponizing the spirit's kinetic force, he transforms the lethal trial into his playground. He pushes his body beyond the limit, desperate to unlock a new level of power. Within the room of the body, a new and dangerous trial finally begins. Long ago, she was just a normal student navigating the social hierarchy of school. But a sudden remark reveals she was never seen as a normal human being. Haunted by the title of a returnee, she questions the nature of her existence. The conversation is cut short, leaving her with an unsettling feeling of isolation. She realized that everyone around her had been treating her like a monster. Cold eyes filled with fear and contempt followed her through the crowded halls. Even without understanding discrimination, she felt the crushing weight of their silent judgment. Now, the mystery of her father and a 7-year-old massacre begins to unfold. Yoon Ha is met with a wall of silence when she searches for the truth. Even those she considers friends keep their secrets locked away behind polite smiles. Her own brother refuses to share the burden of their dark family history. He promises answers only after time has passed, leaving her completely in the dark. Every digital path is blocked, hiding the truth about her father's mysterious past. Isolated by those she trusts most, she wonders why she is being excluded. A sudden invitation to the journalism club offers a desperate glimmer of hope. They claim to have seen her potential and invite her to visit their headquarters. One piece of forbidden information about the hunter world is now within her reach. To uncover the truth, she must seek out information forbidden to the public. Driven by a burning resolve, she demands access to the world's darkest secrets. If the world refuses to speak, she will claw the answers out herself. Suddenly, a tiny scrap of paper transforms into a towering, muscular colossus. The students stare in disbelief at the bizarre challenge standing before them. Within this digital arena, they are given 10 chances to survive the impossible. A predatory sphere appears, marking the start of a lethal game of tag. There is only one rule in this trial: do not kill your opponent. Though it sounds simple, they realize this test might cost them everything. The final countdown begins, as the first round of the lethal game officially starts. Secrets hidden within the digital archives flicker as the last second ticks away. Sunyoon lunges forward with explosive speed, determined to find the truth himself. In a chaotic blur of motion, the students clash against their monstrous artificial opponents. Driven by desperation, she realizes that her survival depends solely on her own strength. Even the trial's overseers are stunned by a display of speed that defies logic. Songhyun watches in utter disbelief, unable to track the girl's godlike movements. With the blue sphere firmly in her grasp, Ki So-hyun effortlessly clears the trial. Completing the task in a fraction of a second, she proves her overwhelming power. The overseer reveals a chilling twist, declaring that the trial is far from over. Before Sungyun can react, a spectral hand surges forward to claim its next target. He demands answers as the rules of the game are rewritten before his eyes. The entity boasts A-rank speed, leaving the boy with only 9 desperate chances left. Fury ignites within him as he prepares to unleash his hidden spectral power. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure steps from the shadows, hunting for the truth. She finally corners her prey, her eyes burning with a deep, unforgiving resentment. Memories of a lethal confrontation resurface, exposing those who once threatened her life. The past and present collide as every hidden secret is about to be unmasked. The overseer announces the second round, raising the stakes for the desperate students. Shock colors the girl's face as the rules of the trial suddenly shift. Any outside help is strictly forbidden, turning this into a pure test of power. Relying on cheap tricks will only lead to a brutal and inevitable failure here. Fueled by rage, The boy demands the entity stop talking and finally begin. The true battle commences as the second round of this lethal trial explodes. Tension reaches a breaking point as the final countdown ticks towards 0. He lunges forward with everything he has, but the entity is already moving. Pure disbelief washes over him as he realizes he is completely outclassed. In less than a second, the fight is over and victory is claimed. Ki So-hyun watches in total disbelief as the impossible unfolds before her eyes. The entity mocks the boy after a terrifying display of its overwhelming, godlike speed. Despite the crushing pressure, Sung-yoon prepares himself for the inevitable third round. Suddenly, he drops to the floor and refuses to move as the clock starts. His companion screams in a panic, fearing he has completely lost his will. Fighting a godlike speedster head-on is nothing more than a slow suicide mission. He begins analyzing every movement to find a single opening for one decisive strike. Time is running out as he remains motionless while the entity poses mockingly. From the shadows, the professor realizes the boy is calculating the room's spatial limits. Everything now hinges on a razor-thin margin of just 2 lethal seconds. Sung-yoon realizes that winning requires stalling this monster for just 2 lethal seconds. The entity pauses, intrigued by the sudden change in its prey's behavior. Standing tall, the boy offers a daring proposal to rewrite the rules of engagement. From above, the spatial disadvantage of their current positions becomes painfully clear. He breaks down the physics, exposing how the center gives his opponent total control. Fearing for her safety, he commands his terrified companion to retreat toward the wall. He boldly steps into the monster's shadow, demanding they start back-to-back for fairness. Round 7 begins with the entity mocking his desperate attempts at tactical observation. With cold eyes, Sung-yoon prepares to execute a plan that leaves 0 room for error. The countdown hits 0 as a blurring speedster ignites the final, deadly chase. Sung-yoon watches as the critical objective drifts further from his reach. The massive trial guardian seizes the core with overwhelming physical force. Witnessing the sudden shift, So-hyun can only scream in absolute terror. The monster laughs, mocking the boy for his miserable streak of bad luck. But Sung-yoon remains eerily calm, accepting the cruel hand he was dealt. Confusion replaces arrogance as the creature realizes its opponent hasn't even flinched. Without a hint of fear, he demands they proceed to the 8th round. A seed of doubt finally takes root within the entity's artificial mind. They stand back-to-back, ready to begin a game where survival isn't guaranteed. Now, he will finally expose the hidden logic behind this monster's movements. Even the world's greatest athletes eventually succumb to the weight of exhaustion. However, this artificial monster moves with a precision that defies all human logic. Sung-yoon realizes the entity is operating on a rigid, predictable set of code. In a game of inches, even a split-second delay determines who survives. The creature's fatal error is exposed whenever it is forced to look behind. Turning around creates a mechanical lag that renders its godlike speed useless. Sung-yoon forces a back-to-back start to keep himself in that blind spot. By staying perfectly synchronized, he prevents the AI from ever locking on. The monster is trapped, unable to rotate without breaking the trial's strict rules. He mocks the entity by using the non-aggression rules to secure victory. Sung-yoon summons a massive web of chains to trap his mechanical opponent. He knows these fragile links are merely a bluff meant to deceive. The psychological trap works perfectly as the monster loses its focus completely. Seeing his chance, he lunges forward to claim the glowing blue prize. But the entity reacts instantly, snatching the orb away from his fingertips. Pure horror washes over Sung-yoon as his perfect plan falls apart. The creature stands victorious over its broken prey, mocking their feeble efforts. Even the fastest warriors cannot believe how quickly the monster closed the gap. Suddenly, the beast mutates its flesh to overcome its only fatal weakness. A grotesque eye opens on its back, ending Sung-yoon's advantage forever. The monster predicts his every move with an intelligence that shouldn't be possible. This mechanical beast possesses tactical awareness far beyond any standard training simulation. Despair sets in as Sung-yoon realizes none of his usual tricks are working. He curses his own incompetence for overlooking the one detail that ruined everything. Just as hope fades, his companion rushes in to offer her own strength. She desperately tries to remind him of the overwhelming power he used before. But the trial overseer immediately shuts down any hope of outside interference. Refusing to back down, she demands the right to at least stand by him. Her unwavering support catches him off guard amidst the chaos of the arena. Yet the monster remains cold, strictly forbidding every single attempt to tip the scales. Sung-yoon tries to push her away, claiming this burden belongs to him alone. But she refuses to back down, insisting that she has a role to play. Suddenly, she strikes him with a force that leaves his tactical mind reeling. He staggers back in pure shock, unable to comprehend her sudden violent outburst. Tears stream down her face as she screams that they are a team. The cold, calculating warrior, is left speechless by her raw display of emotion. She demands to know if he thinks she is too foolish to stand beside him. Her voice breaks while she reveals the painful isolation she suffered at school. Realization hits him like a physical blow as he sees the depth of her scars. He desperately explains that his distance was only meant to protect her reputation. Sungyun freezes as he realizes his solo arrogance is dragging the entire team down. Sohyun explodes in tears, demanding to know why he keeps every secret hidden. Her raw pain shatters his composure, forcing him to face his own selfish isolation. She collapses in grief, simply wishing he would share his heavy burdens with her. A broadcast reveals the elite guilds that dominate the world's most dangerous dungeons. Crumpled on the floor, he realizes that no human can survive this hell alone. He softens his gaze and finally asks his companion to lend him her power. A tactical spark ignites in his eyes as he devises a new master strategy. The hidden potential of their entire squad is revealed through their raw combat statistics. With renewed purpose, he begins scouring the room for the key to their victory. He meticulously records every dimension, calculating a plan that defies all logic. Time stands still as the trio prepares for the next phase of this hell. A sudden request to borrow her strength leaves her completely stunned and speechless. A silent vow is made to terminate the trial if his plan fails. The mission is simple, yet lethal. Time the upcoming round with absolute precision. Confusion masks her face as the weight of the impossible task sinks in. Her inhuman reflexes are the only thing capable of reacting within a millisecond. With trembling hands and tearful eyes, she accepts the burden of their survival. His cold gaze reveals a man who has discarded everything for total victory. A soft, lingering request from the past haunts her as the trial resumes. Songyun makes a simple promise to return home for dinner after the trial. Tears fill her eyes as she clings to that fragile hope for his survival. He stands defiantly before the massive entity, preparing his final, desperate strategy. The overseer mocks his plan to measure time before the final round begins. Terror grips her heart as the 9th round of this lethal trial commences. Only 2 chances remain before their fate is sealed by this monstrous power. As the countdown strikes 1, he focuses everything on a single, decisive moment. He strikes with blinding speed, ensnaring the giant in a web of spectral chains. Time hits 0 as he surges past his blinded and restrained opponent. The entity realizes too late that its very senses have been completely severed. Songyun knows that masters of physical combat rely on more than just sight. He unleashes his spectral chains to bind the monster in an inescapable blue web. Even with its senses shattered, the creature hones in on the slightest sound. The entity prepares to shatter the bindings through sheer, overwhelming physical impact. It claims a final victory, just as Ki So-hyun appears amidst the chaos. A wave of pure confusion washes over the monster as its plan fails. She stands paralyzed, as the lethal trial reaches a terrifying, unpredictable peak. Terror grips her heart when she gazes into the face of certain death. The attacker realizes with shock that a student has wandered into the fray. It must decide between maintaining its lethal speed or causing a horrific collision. The monstrous investigator screams in rage as his lethal charge is suddenly interrupted. Sungyun appears like a ghost, mocking the entity's predictable and clumsy movements. He stares with cold eyes, reminding his opponent of the rules they once established. Ki So-hyun cries out in desperation, unable to stay silent during the unfolding madness. The battlefield freezes as the 2 powerhouses face off while a witness stands still. Sungyun calmly explains that any collision now would be a fatal violation of protocol. The visored investigator falls silent, realizing he has been completely outplayed by a student. With a burst of impossible speed, the entity attempts to salvage the failing mission. A massive, shadowy limb sweeps across the arena, barely missing the paralyzed girl. She watches in pure terror as the entity's arm stretches beyond all human limits. Shinbek pours every ounce of power into his arm to reach the goal first. Sungyun's eyes burn with terrifying confidence as he declares the match already over. A cold warning leaves his lips, signaling the start of a brutal counterattack. By sacrificing defense for speed, the investigator has walked straight into a lethal trap. The visored man freezes in pure disbelief as the flow of battle shifts instantly. A grotesque blue entity emerges, mocking the investigator's desperate attempt at victory. Sungyun moves like a blur, swinging his spectral chains with absolute, crushing precision. Ki So-hyun watches in awe as the boy unleashes his most devastating secret technique. Every desperate movement is calculated to ensure the fastest possible path to success. He remains stoic, choosing efficiency over the unnecessary pain of a falling opponent. Sungyun shatters every record, completing the lethal trial in record-breaking time. The investigator watches in pure horror as his calculated reality begins to glitch. A witness stands frozen, unable to comprehend how he predicted the impossible. The truth is revealed through a cracked screen hiding a secret tactical notepad. The visored man realizes too late that he has been completely outplayed. Songyun hands over the device, demanding perfect timing for the final round. Tears well up as she realizes the weight of the task placed upon her. He praises her godlike speed while issuing a command that changes everything. A single line of text confirms that only she can finish this mission. The entire strategy was a brilliant lie to blind the investigator with chains. The lethal blue sphere finally reveals its location within the shifting arena. She strikes with godlike speed only to find her path blocked in advance. The investigator loses his composure as his physical form begins to glitch. Sunghyun calmly declares that the rules of this trial are now irrelevant. He exposes the ultimate loophole that cheating is legal if you aren't caught. The distorted entity refuses to accept this humiliating defeat by a mere student. He looks down with cold eyes while being cursed as a cheating bastard. Yoon Ha suddenly intervenes with a strike meant to end the overseer's life. Her protective rage boils over against anyone who dares to hurt her brother. The corrupt system shatters as the investigator's presence completely dissolves into data. The digital walls crumble as the trial ends in a way no one expected. System messages confirm their victory, while a sinister laughter echoes through the void. Hidden observers panic because there should have been no way to watch them. A mysterious voice calls out Sunhyun's name, revealing he was being targeted all along. The ground beneath them shatters as the siblings realize they aren't alone yet. A massive, overwhelming force descends to crush the life out of the young prodigies. Meanwhile, deep within the school's shadows, a new player waits among the wreckage. The newspaper club president reveals himself, smiling with a terrifying, hidden agenda. The atmosphere shifts to a dark, forgotten corner where violence is the only language. A desperate victim screams as a ruthless predator demands the boss' immediate presence. The interrogation turns brutal as a terrified victim finally breaks under the pressure. Suddenly, a colossal, textured hand snatches Songyun from the chaotic battlefield. He struggles against the overwhelming grip, refusing to surrender to the monster. Shock paralyzes him as he realizes the true scale of the enemy. Carrying his sister through the debris, he finds a hidden sanctuary. A chillingly familiar voice greets them from the shadows of the ruins. The mastermind sits calmly amidst a mountain of destroyed school furniture. John Woojin reveals himself as the president pulling all the strings. His eyes dart with a manic energy, searching for his next prize. He offers a casual drink, hiding a predator's hunger behind a polite smile. Sungyun snaps in frustration, dismissing the mastermind's casual offer for a simple drink. Perched atop a throne of wreckage, the president laughs at their misplaced anger. The atmosphere turns lethal as Sungyun demands the truth behind his sister's involvement. While the manipulator plays dumb, new faces emerge from the shadows of the ruins. A manic laughter echoes through the halls as the club members finally reveal themselves. Chaos erupts instantly when Sungyun lunges at the man who mocked their struggle. A simple tray of drinks hides the dark reality of a formal investigation request. The truth comes out. This club survives by selling secrets and hunting fellow students. Despite the casual sipping, the tension remains high as they claim total innocence. Violence breaks out among the members, proving just how unstable this group truly is. The tension remains thick as the group questions why they were even summoned here. Their host merely smirks, claiming he only surrounds himself with the elite and powerful. Beneath the casual chatter about food, a dangerous game of manipulation is unfolding. Skepticism grows as the outsiders realize they are being judged by their perceived freedom. Even a hunt for legendary beasts is dismissed as nothing more than a hobby. The true prize is finally revealed. Absolute knowledge in exchange for passing their test. One single secret is promised, a reward far more valuable than any physical weapon. Trivial school gossip means nothing to those seeking to dismantle the entire system. They speak of high-level guild secrets and industry shifts that no student should know. Cold sweat drips as Sungyun realizes the terrifying reach of this hidden network. A name is dropped that sends a ripple of confusion through the group. Songyun freezes as the weight of the revelation finally starts to sink in. The unassuming student is actually the heir to the world-dominating UJ group. Two massive corporate successors are hiding right under the academy's nose. Despite his god-tier status, the golden heir treats his hidden lineage like a joke. Skepticism turns into cold realization as the source of their intel becomes undeniable. Driven by a burning need for truth, So-hyun prepares to ask the unthinkable. She demands to know the dark secret their father buried 7 years ago. Panic erupts as Sungyun desperately tries to silence the dangerous question. The hunt for the truth has become a personal war with no escape. Songhyun's composure shatters as the weight of the silence becomes unbearable. Yuna watches in horror as the conversation veers into dangerous, forbidden territory. Deep in the past, a comatose So-hyun remained oblivious to the world's rot. The memory of her father's catastrophic sins burns through the current chaos. Desperation takes hold as they struggle to process the weight of the revelation. The golden heir steps into the room, his presence shifting the entire atmosphere. Tension thickens between the survivors as they face the man who knows everything. Even the nonchalant mastermind is caught off guard by the mention of that year. Amidst the wreckage, Woojin calmly prepares to dissect a 7-year-old mystery. So-hyun's panic peaks while Seung-yoon realizes there is no turning back now. The tension in the room is suffocating as the mastermind finally breaks the silence. Surrounded by wreckage, the survivors gather for a meeting that will change everything. A chilling reminder of the ship's horrors leaves the young girl trembling in fear. The investigator warns that neither side can afford to remain enemies any longer. Seung-yoon watches with pure annoyance as his rivals maintain their cold, arrogant masks. The conversation shifts to the incident 7 years ago that stained their history. A cruel choice is offered, demanding she pick between a lie or the truth. One path leads to common knowledge, but the other reveals a world-shattering secret. Even the strongest warriors are left speechless by the weight of the hidden reality. Now the ultimate decision rests solely on her shoulders amidst the growing chaos. So-hyun finally steels her resolve, demanding to know the truth about her bloodline. The calculating mastermind prepares to reveal the secret that changed history forever. He begins the story where hope died, and a terrifying power was born. 7 years ago, a routine dungeon raid turned into a slaughter for B-rankers. Surrounded by gore, the young hunter realized they were trapped in a lie. Broken and bleeding, she begged for life while the monsters closed in. A nightmare of teeth and eyes loomed over, ready to finish the kill. Suddenly, ancient runes ignited the air with a power that shouldn't exist. A massive explosion of energy erased the darkness in a single blinding flash. Amidst the carnage, the investigator arrived to find a survivor among the dead. In this world, power is absolute, and some men are born as legends. Every hunter is assigned a rank the moment their hidden abilities finally awaken. Most are trapped by their base specs, unable to ever bridge the gap. But a rare few possess the mastery to defy the laws of nature. Young So-hyun watched in horror as her world crumbled into a bloody nightmare. A monstrous predator loomed over them, ready to consume every living soul. With a single touch of his relic, the veteran prepared to unleash hell. In one blinding strike, he shredded the beast like it was nothing but paper. She could only scream as the carnage turned into a rain of crimson. This was the true power of the legendary rescue captain Ki Shin-baek. The engine roars as the elite team leaves another trivial conquest in the dust. Rescue Team 1 remains entirely unimpressed by the pathetic quality of modern requests. Jin scoffs at the rising number of weak guilds who cry for help constantly. Even the veterans feel a shift as the trials become increasingly more lethal. They claim this B-rank nightmare was an anomaly that no amateur could ever survive. But a cold voice suddenly cuts through their excuses like a sharpened blade. To a true master, a dungeon is never a disaster but a simple test. He blames their failure on a lack of observation rather than mere bad luck. Shin-baek knows the world desperately needs warriors who can actually stand their ground. For beneath the city lights, a much greater threat is finally beginning to wake. Ryu sits in a cold sweat, terrified that his questions offended the captain. Jin brushes off the tension, more interested in his meal than his comrades' anxiety. They have never seen their leader act with such icy, uncharacteristic cruelty before. Shin-baek ignores the team entirely, driving away to a destination known only to him. The hunters gossip about the mysterious woman who supposedly tamed their captain's heart. Before he became a hero, he was known as a heartless, unstoppable killing machine. They believe she made him human, but that humanity is currently hanging by a thread. Ryu stares into the distance, sensing a darkness returning that should have stayed buried. In his youth, Shin-baek was a different person, unscarred and driven by pure instinct. He steps into the quiet darkness, visiting the one person who knows his truth. A forgotten memory resurfaces as a young boy finally finds his missing father. The man desperately asks for his family, but his son has no answers. Carrying the boy, the legendary hunter struggles to maintain his fragile human facade. But the domestic peace vanishes when they find his wife in the hospital. Her eyes are hollow, reflecting a soul crushed by an impossible weight of grief. A doctor reveals the daughter suffered a seizure that almost claimed her life. He is shocked that the mother managed to reach the emergency room alone. Fueled by primal instinct, she had carried her dying child through the night. Sobbing and broken, she pleads with the doctors to save her only daughter. Together in the cold hallway, they wait for a hope that feels out of reach. 5 years have passed since the light left his daughter's eyes for good. His wife weeps, her hope finally shattered by the cruel weight of reality. He suggests hiring a caregiver, desperate to ease the burden crushing his family. Guilt eats him alive as he wonders why he ever let her sleep alone. He remembers her smile, a haunting ghost of a life that was once perfect. Every tear shed is he carries the blame like a curse, convinced this tragedy is entirely his fault. Elsewhere, veterans claim they simply ran into a freak natural disaster that night. Yet this survivor remains broken, a living testament to an unstoppable, invisible force. With no enemy to strike, he is left wandering a labyrinth of pure despair. He remains trapped in a hospital bed, a warrior who lost everything. A nurse offers a hollow smile, while the weight of failure crushes him. Tragedy strikes in a single breath, turning a peaceful life into a nightmare. Shattering glass marks the moment hope was ripped away from the innocent. A father sits in silence, realizing that true disaster leaves no survivors whole. The Gangbook Exorcism Bureau stands as the final line against the rising dark. Inside, the elite hunters wait through a period of unsettling, deceptive peace. They joke about the boredom, completely unaware of the storm gathering strength. Even amidst the mundane paperwork, an instinctual dread begins to surface. A sudden interruption signals that their long, quiet wait is finally over. Rescue Team 2 returns from the front lines, drenched in the blood of fallen monsters. While they recount their narrow escape, Shinbek remains focused on a digital distraction. Tensions rise as the veterans demand to know why their leader is so unbothered. Shinbek looks back with a cold gaze, hiding the crushing weight of his secrets. A simple cup of coffee overflows as news of an S-rank gate breaks. Tucked away in a quiet hallway, they discuss a classified report of impending doom. The mission is assigned, marking the beginning of a battle they cannot hope to win. They notice the unsettling silence of the Bureau, a sign that everything is changing. Looking into the past, they remember when the world was much simpler and safer. But when the chaos stops, it only means a much larger nightmare is approaching. The team learns they have been assigned a mission deadlier than any S-rank gate. A veteran comrade warns them to stay safe as the last surviving Academy alumni. Shinbok remains silent, his expression heavy with the weight of an unspoken past. Dressed in formal black ties, the elite squad prepares to face their superiors. Nervous sweat drips as the hunters realize the true gravity of their situation. They stand before the Exorcism Bureau chief, awaiting orders that will change everything. The old man explains that their next objective is simple, yet impossibly dangerous. A mysterious magic artifact has been stolen by a group of ruthless contractors. Their sole objective is to recover the relic before the world falls into chaos. Shinbek demands to know why they were chosen specifically for this suicide mission. Shinbek questions the suicide mission while a thunderous presence approaches the door. Suddenly, the elite squad freezes as a familiar aura fills the entire room. Even the bureau chief screams in terror as the atmosphere turns suffocatingly heavy. Shinbek remains eerily calm while his comrades struggle to process the unfolding chaos. With a deafening crash, the heavy doors are obliterated by a single strike. The veterans tremble in disbelief as a mocking laugh echoes through the smoke. Out of the wreckage steps a young girl who treats them like children. Hyoseong stammers in shock, recognizing the legendary figure standing before his eyes. Shinbok reveals that this small child was the monster who trained them all. Meet Song Hworin, the terrifying director of security who forged the ultimate hunters. The legendary director beams with a terrifyingly cheerful promise to join the hunt. But no one predicted how an S-rank gate would trigger a catastrophic artifact theft. Years ago in Sicily, a quiet afternoon at a cafe hides a dark secret. A mysterious figure approaches the young hunter, whispering an ancient, cryptic Italian phrase. Shinbek takes a seat, his presence heavy with a hidden, world-shattering agenda. She stares back in total confusion, unable to comprehend the stranger's linguistic riddle. Suddenly, the atmosphere warps as her body reacts violently to the unspoken power. He remains stoic, watching as the girl descends into a state of absolute agony. Her consciousness fractures under the weight of a legacy she never asked to carry. The transformation completes as she finally accepts the golden words that will change everything. Shinbek dismisses the small talk, focused only on the dark business at hand. He reveals his true identity while the shadows of Sicily loom over them. With a piercing gaze, he demands an update on the mysterious requested item. So-hyun watches in silence, her golden eyes reflecting a growing, unspoken dread. The prize they sought is already gone, leaving only an empty, blood-stained container. A trail of slaughtered bodies marks the path of a truly ruthless power. The mark of the golden moth signals the arrival of the Italian underworld. Hworin explains the terrifying history of the mafia organization to her weary team. Tires screech as the investigators narrow their search to the city's hidden ports. They arrive at the docks, prepared for a high-stakes stakeout at the nearby cafe. The port stands silent as the team prepares for a lethal underworld encounter. Inside a nearby cafe, the elite rescue squad waits for their targets to surface. They debate the danger of facing organized ability users instead of mindless monsters. Hworin brushes off the tension, mocking the rookie's fear with a confident laugh. While the veterans joke about the mission, Ji-hyung remains focused on the looming threat. Sipping her drink, the legendary mentor vows that no one will die tonight. Despite her reassurance, a dark sense of unease flickers within the investigator's eyes. The heavy atmosphere breaks momentarily as Hworin reacts to her surprisingly bitter coffee. As the tension shifts, Ji-hyung steps away to prepare for the coming storm. Even a simple break is deemed too dangerous to face alone in this city. A routine mission turns deadly as two elite teams cross on a narrow staircase. Ji-hyung immediately senses a lethal presence from the man passing by his side. These strangers radiate the aura of monsters hidden beneath the skin of humans. A single glance back confirms the investigators' fear that they are being hunted. Behind a mask of age, a legendary power tracks their every move with precision. Neither side speaks a word, but the air crackles with pure, unadulterated violence. As the distance grows, the threat of a sudden backstab becomes painfully real. Suddenly, the lead stranger freezes, his silence signaling the start of an execution. Without warning, hands reach for hidden steel to end the standoff in blood. Metal clashes against magic in a blinding explosion of speed that defies logic. A single strike paints the walls red as the silent executioner claims his prize. He stands amidst the carnage, a predator who was never meant to be found. Chaos erupts on the stairs, as Rescue Team 1 enters a literal death trap. Jin Yashin's reflexes are supernatural, parrying lethal shards in a heartbeat of pure violence. Ryu Hyoseong dances through the crossfire, his focus sharper than the blades he deflects. Shinbok ends the standoff with a punch that carries the weight of a mountain. He reveals a hidden eye, mocking the enemy for thinking they were the hunters. The realization hits like a physical blow, leaving the elite investigator completely paralyzed. In a clash of wills, the true monster stares directly into his victim's soul. He looks down at the flickering green flames, cursing an ability that defies logic. A cold realization washes over the investigator as the trap finally snaps shut. Blood-soaked and desperate, he retreats up the stairs to find a way out. Every shadow on the second floor hides a predator waiting to strike him down. Hyoseong prepares his relic, his eyes locked on the monsters in human skin. The invaders tremble, finally understanding that they are no longer the hunters here. They pray for backup, unaware that the third floor offers no sanctuary tonight. A forbidden power awakens, revealing a palm that stares directly into the soul. Hyoseong swings his hammer, determined to protect his team from this nightmare. Lead rains down from the darkness, turning the narrow corridor into a graveyard. The game ends when a cold barrel suddenly presses against the mastermind's skull. Yeshin levels her spear at the captain, the one man she never expected to betray. The air screams as the elite squad launches a coordinated strike against their former leader. Ji-hyung lands a crushing blow, shattering the captain's form like brittle, weathered stone. A cold spear pierces through his chest, but the monster within barely feels the steel. The very foundation of the academy begins to buckle under the weight of their battle. Yeshin stares into the abyss as the floor collapses, swallowing the truth of this massacre. Dust and smoke choke the hallway, while she prepares for the next wave of violence. Ji-hyung grips his relic, realizing this operation has spiraled into pure, unadulterated terrorism. Silence falls between them as they realize the monster they hunted is still watching. A strange, glowing orb floats in the wreckage, pulsing with a power that shouldn't exist. The realization hits him as fiery death rains down from the shadows above. Below the chaos, the scene is a graveyard of broken allies and surging energy. Amidst the bloodshed, a forbidden relic is finally revealed to the world. The sight of a construction-type book sends a wave of pure terror through her. Time slows as the lethal projectiles begin to spin with a mind of their own. Hyoseong grits his teeth, refusing to back down against the impending onslaught. He screams for his comrades to escape before the trap finally snaps shut. Eyes wide with horror, Yeshin watches as the sky itself seems to ignite. A massive explosion tears through the building, erasing everything in its path. Amidst the rubble, the survivors stare up at a power that defies all logic. The air grows heavy as Hworon realizes the true scale of their predicament. Three mysterious figures emerge from the settling dust of the massive explosion. These elite assassins carry weapons that radiate an aura of absolute slaughter. The National Hunter Force prepares for a confrontation they cannot possibly win. The lead intruder mocks their status as mere government dogs following orders. Hyoseong barely survives a lethal strike while the enemy questions his resolve. A sudden realization hits him as a sinister energy begins to take hold. A forbidden mental curse links their minds, forcing a desperate tactical exchange. Hworon stands firm, even as the enemy dismisses her entire squad as weaklings. The Predator's golden gaze confirms that their deaths are now a mathematical certainty. A cold, crimson gaze watches from the shadows, signaling the start of a massacre. The negotiators offer a deal, unaware that their lives are already forfeit. Without a word, a jagged shard of death tears through their arrogant leader. The lethal strike doesn't stop, carving a path of blood through the entire squad. Amidst the flying debris, a silent predator prepares to finish the job. A monstrous voice erupts in fury, mocking the weakness of those who dare speak. Shinbek acknowledges their speed, but his eyes remain devoid of any real concern. Hworin lunges forward as the realization hits. They aren't even at S-rank level. She rains down a barrage of pure destruction, leaving the survivors screaming in terror. With blinding speed and overwhelming force, the legendary hunter ends the conversation forever. Hworin snatches the lethal projectiles out of the air with terrifying, effortless precision. Time itself seems to stop as the bullets are neutralized by her overwhelming aura. She stares down her attackers, daring them to make a move that actually matters. Suddenly, Shinbak looms behind her, mocking the supposed threat of their primitive weapons. A blinding flash erupts as the two powerhouses trade blows in a high-speed blur. His eyes burn with a cold intensity that promises nothing but total annihilation. Refusing to yield, Hworin catches a deadly blade between her teeth, drawing fresh blood. She retaliates with a surge of purple lightning, shattering the ground beneath their feet. The massive stone structure shatters under the weight of her devastating physical power. With the battlefield in ruins, the elite squad prepares for the final, lethal exchange. The first strike lands with bone-shattering force, leaving the victim coughing up fresh blood. The veteran hunters are caught off guard by a presence they never expected to see. Lethal red spikes rain from the heavens, threatening to impale everyone standing in the way. Shinbak's gaze burns with a crimson light that promises a slow and agonizing end. Amidst the flurry of red blades, the captain and his subordinates stand their ground. Cold sweat drips down the enemy's face as the overwhelming pressure crushes his spirit. Hworin confronts the conspirators, demanding the truth about who orchestrated this cowardly ambush. Her lightning-charged fist trembles with rage for the junior they dared to take away. A massive shockwave erupts as Hworin takes a direct hit from an unseen force. As the dust settles, the haunting connection between these warriors is finally revealed. A celestial spirit manifests with a blinding blue radiance that shifts the entire battlefield. Hworin watches in pure disbelief as the power level spikes beyond all known limits. A devastating pillar of energy erases everything in its path with absolute authority. The shockwave tears across the horizon, signaling the start of a terrifying new era. Nearby, the elite rescue team members prepare for the fallout of this massive explosion. Shinbak dismisses the opposition, claiming no one else present even reaches the S rank. With a cold gaze, he declares that the real massacre is finally becoming easy. Yexing grinds her teeth, feeling the suffocating pressure of a man she once trusted. Hyoseong screams a desperate warning as he unleashes the power of his ancient relic. The trap is sprung, leaving the traitors helpless before Shinbak's overwhelming tactical dominance. The investigator reveals a grotesque mutation, an eye staring from his very palm. Woojin freezes in terror, unable to track the movement of a true monster. But Hyoseong remains calm, revealing he was the one hunting from the start. With a cold glare, he admits he already predicted every disgusting trick. The enemy's confidence shatters as he realizes his secret has been exposed. The battlefield shifts instantly, turning a guaranteed win into a desperate struggle. Screams of panic erupt as the traitors realize they are completely outmatched. Low on ammo and losing hope, the assassins find themselves trapped in hell. A violent explosion rocks the earth, masking the approach of a predator. Through the smoke, Shinbak emerges like a ghost to end this pathetic rebellion. Bloodied and beaten, the enemy realizes their targets have already vanished into thin air. Desperate orders are barked to secure the mysterious item before the situation spirals further. High above the streets, the survivors flee on a platform of pure, destructive energy. Hyoseong watches in disbelief as the overwhelming force chooses retreat over a final blow. The crushing weight of their lower rank makes this narrow escape feel like a miracle. Amidst the rubble, a wounded warrior demands a reckless pursuit against the fleeing shadows. Logic dictates a strategic retreat to the port, but the air reeks of impending doom. Pure rage ignites as he realizes the legendary hunter never actually intended to flee. Shinbak steps forward with a terrifying plan to incinerate every single ship in sight. Panic sets in as Hyoseong realizes his captain intends to wage war alone. Every instinct screams that the monster standing before them is a lethal threat. His precision is inhuman, effortlessly tracking every hidden trap and bullet in play. Woojin freezes as he realizes the biggest wildcard has finally been revealed. Despite the chaos, the legendary captain remains calm while his allies fall behind. Memories flash back to the moment Yexin's spear pierced through their own leader. A debilitating curse now clings to his soul, strangling his once unmatched combat abilities. Hyoseong desperately questions if their only hope has already abandoned them for dead. High above the wreckage, a falling ship signals that the reinforcements have arrived. He knows the bureau chief didn't climb to the top through luck alone. With unwavering resolve, Shinbak places his final bet on the woman he trusts. The veteran hunters realize they are no longer the ones doing the hunting. A small figure waits on the docks, radiating a pressure that chills the air. Shinbak stares in disbelief as his most powerful relics fail to even nudge her. A water spear of that magnitude should have leveled an entire city block instantly. Instead, the monster in the form of a girl stands completely unscathed and ready. His partner pleads for him to run before this monster decides to get serious. He retreats into the shadows, leaving behind a battlefield he cannot possibly win today. Suddenly, the tension breaks as he asks if she can even understand him. He boldly offers her a job, claiming she is exactly his preferred type. Her response about being 60 years old leaves the legendary investigator utterly speechless. Shinbek casually deflects a lethal projectile, as if it were a mere nuisance. The legendary Song Hworan loses her patience and launches a direct physical assault. She moves with the ferocity of a predator hunting its prey. A devastating kick connects with his barrier, sending shockwaves through the air. Despite her overwhelming strength, she is shocked to find herself completely repelled. Shinbek remains unfazed, his eyes calculating every single one of her movements. Another explosive strike hits his shield but fails to leave even a scratch. Realizing brute force is not enough, she begins to blur into pure speed. Dozens of afterimages surround the investigator, closing in from every possible angle. With lethal intent, the master of body techniques prepares her final, decisive strike. Hworan's devastating kick connects, but a mysterious fluid barrier halts her dead in her tracks. The legendary master is left reeling, cursing the investigator for using such a dirty trick. Shinbek watches coldly, certain that his opponent lacks the power to shatter his absolute defense. He unveils the water dice, a perfect shield that automatically intercepts any incoming lethal strike. Refusing to back down, she shatters the earth itself to bypass his seemingly impenetrable guard. But even from below, a massive surge of water erupts to protect its master perfectly. She realizes with growing horror that every angle of attack is being calculated and neutralized. Fear flickers in her eyes as the tide of battle shifts toward the silent investigator. The defensive spirits suddenly turn aggressive, forcing the elite warrior into a desperate retreat. Exhausted on the shore, she prepares her final spirits for one last suicidal gambit. Shinbek stands unfazed as his water dice effortlessly intercept every incoming strike. Hworan blurs into a whirlwind of violence, desperate to find a single opening. He mockingly notes her struggle, reminding her that this battle is entirely one-sided. Trapped within his calculation, the legendary warrior finds herself completely overwhelmed by defense. Pushed to the brink, she decides to risk everything on one final lethal gambit. The investigator watches coldly, certain that no human force can shatter his shield, but a sudden flicker of doubt crosses his mind as the atmosphere shifts violently. With a sharp snap, she releases a hidden power that defies all logic. A catastrophic explosion of energy erupts, finally breaching the captain's supposedly perfect guard. For the first time in years, the absolute master of defense tastes true terror. Hworan stands amidst the wreckage, finally catching her breath after the brutal exchange. Her opponent lies broken, horrified to learn he faced a master of body techniques. With a chilling grin, she reveals her true nature as a dual-class reawakener. The defeated warrior can only stare in awe at the monster standing before him. Before he can utter another word, the light fades from his eyes forever. Meanwhile, in the city, the rescue team is pinned down by lethal energy projectiles. Trapped in a narrow alleyway, they realize their enemies are more perceptive than expected. Ryu struggles against the endless barrage, worried the bureau chief is fighting alone. He screams at his captain, desperate for him to finally unleash his hidden ability. Clutching his glowing relic, the captain admits this is his first time experiencing power. Two elite warriors charge through the corridor, closing the distance on their elusive target. The gunman sneers, believing his reality-warping construction arts are impossible to defend against. Every fundamental force in nature obeys absolute laws that govern the world. A master calculates these principles to reconstruct reality into a devastating weapon. However, even a microscopic error in energy flow causes the entire technique to fail. Certain rare individuals possess the terrifying power to twist energy and negate these laws. He laughs as the trap closes, certain that their combined strength is finally enough. Raffaele remains cold, warning his partner that arrogance will only lead to their graves. In a high-stakes clash between ability users, anything can happen in a heartbeat. The hunter suddenly becomes the prey, as an unseen force shatters his fragile composure. The conspirators finalize their deadly move as the scent of blood fills the air. They gaze into a jagged abyss, a gateway to a hidden, glowing underworld. The hunt begins as they divide their forces to corner the legendary constructor. Deep in the tunnels, a battered warrior struggles to find his next breath. A massive hammer meets a blade of pure energy in a claustrophobic deathmatch. Driven by desperation, the gunman races through the narrow, industrial veins of the maze. He curses his allies' doubt, vowing to prove his lethality through sheer force. The surrounding walls twist into a labyrinth designed to crush a man's spirit. He senses the trap closing in, realizing he is being lured into a killing zone. Refusing to be prey, he unleashes a devastating barrage of energy to clear his path. He believes his specialized bullets are absolute, capable of reaching any target regardless of distance. But the battlefield shifts as an unexpected wildcard emerges to challenge the status quo. His enemies sneer at the thought of a mere B-rank hunter turning the tide. A lethal challenge echoes through the tunnel, demanding he block a strike without his arts. In a flash of crimson, the hunter becomes the hunted as his own power backfires. Disbelief washes over his face when he realizes the impossible has just occurred. Collapsing onto the cold floor, his weapon slips away as his strength begins to fail. He stares into the darkness, haunted by the sight of his own projectiles returning home. The air fills with the terrifying remnants of his failed assault, floating like grim trophies. Runic energy binds the severed rounds, proving his absolute defeat was orchestrated from the start. Pure terror fills his gaze as the impossible reality begins to set in. Shards of lethal energy rain down like a judgment he cannot escape. The tunnel erupts in a violent shockwave that leaves no room for error. He clings to life behind a smoking barrier born from sheer desperation. Wounded and gasping, the once arrogant mastermind finally feels the sting of mortality. Confusion haunts his face as he wonders how his suppression was bypassed. His intricate web of energy calculations has been dismantled with terrifying precision. The very formulas he used to kill are now weaponized against him. He looks up to find his own projectiles hovering inches from his skull. Trapped and defeated, he waits for the final blow from a superior power. Terror grips the constructor as he realizes his ultimate defense has been shattered. Long ago, the underworld whispered warnings about a legendary master hidden in Korea. The boss of Orofalena watched from his throne, intrigued by the rumors. He sought the one man whose understanding of formulas reached the absolute limit. But even the most perfect calculations cannot prevent a violent and bloody end. Shinbek stands over the remains, his red eyes burning with cold, murderous intent. He disappears into the darkness of the tunnels, leaving only death in his wake. Exhausted and covered in blood, the warrior's body finally begins to fail him. He desperately scans the shadows, searching for the enemy who vanished into thin air. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupts as a new, terrifying power awakens. Shinbok swings his hammer with desperate fury, refusing to let the enemy escape. A devastating shockwave rips through the air as Yeshin watches the chaos unfold. She realizes her target has been playing a cowardly game of hide-and-seek. Shinbek grits his teeth, sensing that every second wasted is part of a trap. The cold realization hits that this distraction was orchestrated for a much greater threat. Refusing to be a pawn, she unleashes her full power to end the stalemate. A lethal, high-speed strike pierces through the darkness with blinding precision. The absolute force of the attack shatters the surroundings into a million jagged pieces. Amidst the falling debris, a single eye tracks the target through the blinding light. A final, cataclysmic explosion levels the battlefield, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Smoke clears to reveal a fallen warrior broken beneath a massive, immovable hammer. Beaten and bloodied, he listens as his enemy mocks his lack of range. The shadowed hunter looms over him, questioning if this pathetic struggle was his plan. A single, predatory yellow eye burns with pure contempt for his useless talent. As his vision fades, the weight of total defeat finally begins to sink in. But a memory of absolute faith flickers through his mind in the darkest moment. A sudden, thunderous shot echoes as a bullet tears through the enemy's head. The assassin staggers as his target's backup finally arrives to turn the tide. Lowering his smoking gun, the marksman reaffirms his faith in their collective strength. Supported by his comrades, the wounded hero retreats to fight another day. The wounded hunters finally regroup as the dust of the explosion settles. They stand over the captured assassin, but something feels dangerously wrong. Even in chains, the enemy wears a smile that chills them to the bone. The team realizes they are dealing with a forbidden technique called reverse summoning. Usually a summoner draws power from another realm to manifest their weapon. But a reverse summoner turns their own body into a living, inescapable prison. Killing him would only release the nightmare trapped deep within his soul. He reveals that his entire organization is waiting inside for the slaughter. Any enemy sent into his internal realm is instantly executed by his army. Now the heroes face an impossible choice between justice and total annihilation. The villain screams for death, knowing his soul is a lethal, inescapable trap. But his overconfidence wavers as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. From the shadows, two blood-soaked warriors emerge, barely standing from total exhaustion. The survivors stand frozen in shock at the sudden arrival of their missing seniors. The male senior reveals the stolen relic, recovered from the enemy's internal realm. The villain's face contorts in pure rage as his ultimate defense is bypassed. Behind the duo lies a mountain of fallen soldiers, defeated by just two people. The team recounts the enemy's hollow threats with a newfound sense of grim irony. Even amidst the carnage, The exhausted duo shares a moment of silent understanding. They have survived the impossible, but the true war has only just begun. The medical support unit finally arrives to find a scene of pure carnage. Their faces turn pale as they witness the sheer intensity of the aftermath. The survivors vent their rage, delivering a brutal, one-sided beating to the criminal. Amidst the chaos, memories of a much simpler time begin to surface. Long ago, the team stood amidst ruins, cleaning up another impossible mess. 3 warriors catch their breath, basking in the glow of a hard-won victory. Their leader remains humble, dismissing the title of master with a tired smile. A heavy silence settles as the topic shifts to those they left behind. She wonders if the man they once knew is still doing well today, but the truth of his descent remains a mystery hidden by the sunset. They speak of a comrade who might never open her eyes again. A heavy confession reveals the crushing weight of a father's lost child. Shocked faces struggle to process the true age of their battle-hardened leader. Amidst the scars, finding the strength to smile feels like a literal miracle. They remind themselves that even the longest night eventually yields to the sun. But the silence of the survivor carries a weight no words can describe. He refuses to let despair take root, because there simply is no time. The peaceful moment shatters as the senior warriors prepare for their next mission. Duty calls them away from the briefly shared warmth of their younger comrades. An S-rank disaster has awakened, demanding every ounce of their remaining power. High command is heartless, forcing bloodied survivors straight back into the meat grinder. They stand bewildered, clutching a mysterious relic that was never meant for human hands. Even the thought of a peaceful home feels like a distant, unreachable dream. Tales of the legendary rescue team too confirm that an S-rank nightmare has awakened. The situation is so dire that even those on death's door are being deployed. With the police nowhere to be found, it's clear the real horror lies elsewhere. Deep in the shadows, he realizes that something truly world-shattering is finally happening. There is no time for grief when the current mission still demands their blood. Securing the unstable relic remains their only hope of preventing a total massacre. But for the lone survivor, the crushing weight of a wiped-out unit is unbearable. Tensions boil as the realization of their failed operation finally sinks in. With no other options left, they race through the city under the cover of darkness. Reports of an S-rank gate collapse signal, a crisis unlike anything Seoul has ever seen. Inside the transport, the weight of the coming slaughter hangs heavy over the team. Even the most seasoned veterans can't help but wonder if anyone will survive this. Sungyun steels his heart, knowing that despair is a luxury they cannot afford. Shinbak remains focused on the objective, ready to follow his commander into hell itself. They aren't alone on the road, as the authorities closely trail their desperate gambit. Captured mercenaries mock their captors, claiming their organization is far from finished. A blood-chilling smile confirms that the true monster is already on his way. Shinbak decides to settle the score personally, revealing he has already reached Korean soil. His predatory gaze locks onto his target as he prepares to unleash absolute chaos. Suddenly, a devastating pillar of fire descends from the sky to obliterate the road. Inside the vehicle, the team realizes their transport is under a coordinated magical assault. They swerve through the wreckage, barely escaping the flames consuming the highway behind them. A cold voice echoes through the heat, claiming that gold silences every living tongue. Federico Altamare, the legendary boss of Oro Falena, steps out from the burning wreckage. Shinbak realizes this man has no detectable aura, marking him as a true monster. Confronting a force that defies explanation, the group prepares for a desperate final stand. The group prepares to battle a returnee whose strength transcends all mortal limits. Shinbak warns that dealing with a returnee is outside their normal jurisdiction. These monsters possess unpredictable skills that can turn any battle into a graveyard. Federico summons a tide of flaming husks to crush his remaining opposition. The sheer scale of the attack leaves the team screaming in absolute terror. They were once happy students, but now they face a literal living hell. Channeling her inner rage, the girl ignites a lethal surge of electrical energy. A blinding flash of lightning incinerates the first wave of the advancing horde. Despite their best efforts, the sheer numbers begin to drown out all hope. Shinbak deploys his relics to keep the group from being completely overrun. Sungyun notices something chilling about the monsters while delivering a crushing blow. The battlefield turns into a graveyard as thousands of stolen souls suddenly pour out. Shinbak realizes this isn't just a summoning but a horrific form of corpse manipulation. He desperately searches for the source of this madness while clutching his glowing relic. His eyes burn with a lethal intensity that signals the end of his restraint. A monstrous shadow looms over him, threatening to swallow his very existence whole. The team launches a frantic aerial assault to break through the overwhelming enemy lines. Side by side, they prepare for a final gambit that could cost everything. Shinbak unleashes his ultimate command, channeling every ounce of his remaining power. A blinding shockwave blasts their legendary foe straight into the dark night sky. The violent struggle ends with a distant splash beneath the cold city lights. The team frantically splits up as a monster horde swarms the dark battlefield. The investigators desperately search for a weakness in the overwhelming power of the returnee. A terrifying presence descends from the moon, paralyzing everyone with absolute fear. The enemy reveals a monstrous form that resembles a terrifying nightmare necromancer. With blood staining his lips, the creature gazes down with cold, murderous intent. An ancient, suffocating power erupts as the beast prepares its final judgment. The survivors realize they are facing a threat far beyond their wildest nightmares. Lethal beams of crimson energy tear through the air with unstoppable force. The massive bridge collapses as the city trembles under the weight of destruction. Smoldering ruins and fallen bodies mark the path of the enemy's absolute power. The sheer scale of this power shatters every known limit of an S-rank hunter. Fear grips the veteran as he realizes this battle is utterly impossible to win. High above the ruined city, the legendary boss descends to face a new challenger. He questions her unnatural abilities, sensing the presence of a forbidden double-core power. With a defiant glare, she refuses to answer the monster's arrogant questions. The winged entity dives through the air, targeting the survivors with lethal precision. Shinbek prepares his ancient book relic as the winged nightmare plunges toward them. She intercepts his flight, demanding he remain while an adult is still speaking. He mocks her efforts, shielding himself with wings that pulse with dark energy. A massive explosion of light erupts as her fist finally makes contact with him. The air crackles with lethal energy as the battle reaches a breaking point. The legendary boss looms like a god over the desperate young warrior. She strikes with everything she has, but her defiance only fuels his amusement. A clean hit severs his limb, yet the victory feels terrifyingly hollow. Dark blood surges as his body mends itself with impossible, monstrous speed. Her allies watch in horror, realizing the gap in their power is absolute. He mocks her desperate struggle, claiming she only survives by his twisted mercy. With cold arrogance, the winged nightmare reveals he isn't even trying to kill. His true target is the investigator holding the forbidden relic deep within the ruins. He offers a final, chilling choice. Step aside now or perish where you stand. The investigator falls as the winged nightmare continues his relentless, overhead assault. Amidst the carnage, he identifies the enemy as a true creature of the night. The monster displays unnatural speed and the power to command the living dead. He realizes the creature's only true weakness is the scorching heat of sunlight. This explains why the massacre only began once the sun slipped away. He commands his ally to cover him while he attempts the unthinkable. Kneeling in the dirt, he begins crafting a brand new construction formula. His comrade watches in pure shock as he attempts to rewrite magic mid-battle. He focuses every ounce of his will into the glowing pages of his relic. A final, desperate plan takes shape as he prepares to strike back. Shinbek falls back in frustration as the overwhelming pressure of the battle mounts. He realizes with shock that every attribute is actually effective against this monster. Federico finds the persistent resistance of his opponent to be nothing but a nuisance. Despite his superior speed and power, the legendary boss cannot end this duel. The pink-haired warrior's electric armor creates a lethal lag in his every strike. Even his sacred blood magic proves useless against the relentless flow of her electricity. Hovering high above, the wounded vampire king senses the tide is finally turning. The girl stands battered and bloody, her body reaching its absolute breaking point. Federico mocks her resolve, questioning why she continues to struggle against certain death. She pushes herself further, igniting a technique that drains two types of energy simultaneously. The clash between her internal techniques is rapidly draining her remaining life force. She has exactly 1 minute before her body completely shuts down forever. Desperate to save her allies, she screams for them to escape the carnage. Her mission is clear. The sacred relic must be protected at all costs. Years ago, her father faced a similar impossible choice in the heat of battle. Shinbek pushed his limits, gambling everything on a single minute of power. Now, the pink-haired warrior unleashes that same suicidal strength against her foe. She strikes the massive pillar with a force that defies human comprehension. A cataclysmic blast rocks the arena as the structure begins to crumble. Moving like a blur of lightning, she dances through the falling debris. A monstrous presence awakens amidst the suffocating smoke and debris. The pink-haired warrior realizes the true horror standing before her. A devastating strike of dark energy tears through her fragile defenses. Years ago, her father studied the very secrets now failing her. Her vision blurs as the weight of the battle takes its toll. Under the cold moonlight, a cataclysmic pillar of light incinerates the earth. The ancient predator sneers, claiming he has wasted far too much time. Even as her strength fades, she searches for one final opening. The devastating power of the enemy continues to shatter the arena. Time is running out as the ultimate construction formula nears completion. The silver-haired predator stalks through the wreckage with terrifying ease. His cold gaze fixates on the survivor, sensing only weakness. Shinbak stands bloodied and broken, facing a monster he cannot defeat. Surrounded by a mountain of corpses, his rage finally boils over. The predator sneers at the pathetic display of human resilience. Clinging to life, his daughter desperately tries to heal her mangled body. He strikes the earth with the power of a man possessed, haunted by a past where he already lost everything once before. The memory of her cold, lifeless body remains his greatest failure. A single relic falls, marking the moment fate was cruelly decided. The nightmare began in a desolate place where blood soaked into the very soil. Standing before the graves, he realized that life could be cruelly and unreasonably trampled. A long career as a hunter had already revealed the world's most bitter truths. Fate is a pitch-black irrationality that no human is ever meant to overcome. He continued the hunt only because walking away had lost all its meaning. His life became a mechanical cycle of gears waiting for the end to arrive. But a fading memory suddenly flickered to life within the cold bathroom mirror. She gasped as her eyes ignited with a power that defied all logic. This impossible phenomenon is known as a complete transformation of the physical vessel, a miracle where a warrior's broken body returns to its absolute peak prime. Initially, the cold truth of her existence meant absolutely nothing to her empty heart. But everything shattered the moment she saw her daughter's reflection staring back at her. Overwhelmed by agonizing guilt, she could only weep for the child she failed. Locked in a dark room, she begged for forgiveness for trying to forget. A single, blinding flash of lightning tears the enemy apart in an instant. The predator stares in absolute horror at the speed of his own impending demise. Amidst the chaos, a familiar face watches the impossible display of raw, unfiltered power. His own eyes ignite with a blue flame as his dormant instincts finally awaken. He lunges forward, delivering a strike meant to end this nightmare once and for all. The monster screams in disbelief as her wounds heal faster than he can strike. She erupts with a terrifying power that no one could have ever predicted. He screams in agony as his dormant instincts finally tear through his soul. The girl becomes a beacon of pure, destructive light amidst the bloody carnage. From the shadows, a monstrous entity watches with eyes burning like hellfire. The battlefield turns into a slaughterhouse as they struggle against an impossible nightmare. A severed limb flies through the air as the price of survival grows steeper. He takes a brutal blow, his vision blurring while the clock relentlessly ticks down. Seconds feel like hours as he realizes his strength is barely holding the line. The beast evolves into a towering horror that defies every law of nature. Desperate for a miracle, he unleashes his final relic to end this madness now. He desperately rearranges every complex formula to condense his flickering power into one strike. But the calculations fail to align, leaving him staring into the abyss of defeat. Trapped in a mental void, he questions if his very foundation is fundamentally flawed. Amidst the rising chaos, he forces himself to find a single moment of stillness. His vision narrows as he hunts for the composure needed to survive this nightmare. The core of his power begins to stabilize, vibrating with a new, terrifying frequency. Standing on the precipice of his own mind, the turbulent waves finally go quiet. A new geometric law awakens within his gaze, signaling the birth of a monster. He unleashes a devastating shockwave that halts the slaughter in a single heartbeat. The high-ranking threat is silenced as its head is torn from its monstrous shoulders. The exhausted girl realizes they finally found the monster's hidden, fatal weakness. Shinbak analyzes the data, deducing that artificial light lacks the sun's lethal power. He focuses his relic, manifesting a concentrated blast of pure ultraviolet radiation. The blinding light erupts from the book, designed to incinerate any shadow-dwelling creature. His eyes narrow as he waits for the killing blow to settle the score. Instead of ash, a horrific abomination with a skeletal neck rises from the smoke. The survivors watch in utter disbelief as their ultimate trump card completely fails. The creature grins, realizing the sun's deadly rays can no longer touch its skin. With a single, effortless motion, the monster tosses the heroes aside like broken dolls. Horror fills his gaze as he realizes they are facing a god-tier evolutionary nightmare. Shinbak kneels before a titan whose presence crushes the very air around them. The monster sneers, mocking the investigator for relying on simple scientific formulas. He explains that Shinbak's understanding of vampire weaknesses is nothing but a fairy tale. Under the cold moonlight, the creature reveals that logic holds no power here. Blood stains the cracked earth as the hero's body finally reaches its limit. This isn't a battle of science. It is a slaughter fueled by pure fantasy. The monster's crimson gaze lingers on the fallen, pitying their wasted potential. He raises a lethal claw to erase the last survivor of this doomed mission. Death swings downward, a final strike meant to end the Academy survivor's journey. In the end, Their sacrifice was labeled as nothing more than a natural disaster. He once believed that his powerlessness was simply a cruel stroke of bad luck, but the fragments of his past life are now shattering under an unbearable weight. The sight of his daughter fading in a hospital bed changed his path forever. In that moment of absolute despair, the world became nothing but a hollow nightmare. He realized that the universe is far too unreasonable to be governed by logic. Suddenly, a dormant seal of ancient power begins to ignite within his broken spirit. His vision shifts as a prismatic truth awakens deep inside his very soul. Now he stands amidst a storm of light, clutching the relic of his salvation. With eyes burning red, the survivor is finally ready to rewrite his doomed fate. An impossible light erupts from the mysterious stash piece, blinding everyone in its wake. Mateo is questioned about the mysterious item he is so desperate to obtain. He claims it is the world's greatest energy amplifier, capable of rewriting reality. Only a chosen few can ever hope to survive its overwhelming, godlike pressure. This ancient relic holds the key to a power that defies all human logic. As the seal breaks, a violent surge of prismatic energy consumes the entire room. Within the chaos, Shinbei's eyes ignite with a terrifying, newly awakened strength. Visions of a simpler life flicker through his mind, mocking his current suffering. He remembers the warmth of his family just before the darkness took everything away. The sky bled pink as the first signs of the apocalypse descended upon the city. Emergency broadcasts confirmed the impossible. A massive break was tearing through the world's fabric. Even within the sacred walls of the church, there was no hiding from fate. Chaos erupted instantly as the streets turned into a literal hellscape of fire and screams. Amidst the global agony, Shinbei collapsed, his mind fractured by everything he once lost. Deep within that despair, a dormant and terrifying strength began to surge through his veins. He rose again, transformed into something far beyond the limits of any human warrior. With the numeric mark glowing, he finally understood how to properly rewrite reality itself. This wasn't just S-rank power. It was a godlike force that defied human logic. Shinbei felt his skin crack as he stared into the face of absolute divinity. Between his fingertips sat a miniature sun, a weapon capable of erasing entire cities. The heat of millions of degrees burned, testing the limits of his monstrous evolution. Jagged obsidian structures erupted from the void, fueled by his surging, unstable energy. He lunged forward with explosive force, a shadow cutting through the blinding reality. A pillar of white light descended from the heavens, demanding a final, heavy sacrifice. The world bled red as he forced his body to contain the impossible power. High above the sleeping city, a cosmic sphere began to rewrite the laws of nature. As the sun rose, a massive eye watched the bridge from the fractured ground. Finally, he ascended as a winged god, ready to end the corporate nightmare forever. His monstrous evolution reaches a violent peak as his physical body gives way. The newspaper skin peels back, revealing the blinding energy trapped within his soul. Every fragment of his former self scatters into the golden void of ascension. Suddenly, the chaos fades into the quiet stillness of a distant memory. He finds himself kneeling in the white light of his own fractured mind. A familiar voice echoes through the darkness, calling him back to reality. Long ago, he was a different man driving through a peaceful city. He worked as a stoic investigator, answering only to his superior's commands. His senior mocked his lack of charm, calling him a completely humorless man. He simply agreed with her, never knowing he would eventually lose everything. A radiant smile once served as proof that even he could find happiness. Shinbei remained silent, his stoic expression masking the confusion within his soul. They traveled toward a dream where every person could finally live in peace. She reached out, begging him to stay alive in this cruel, unforgiving world. She promised to stay by his side, acting as his guiding light forever. That light was extinguished instantly, leaving her body broken in a crimson pool. His comrade screamed in despair, unable to mend the damage with his powers. Shinbei watched coldly, knowing her life force had been utterly annihilated beyond repair. He told his friend that no amount of healing could reverse this fate. They had simply collided with a disaster that defied all human logic and strength. He accepts the cold truth that they simply collided with an unstoppable natural disaster. Standing amidst the crimson wreckage, he realizes luck was never on their side. Turning his back on the tragedy, he prepares to march toward his next destination. The deafening screams of the dying echo through his mind like a persistent nightmare. Walking through the hollow infirmary, the suffocating weight of failure follows his every step. He finds a fellow hunter broken and bloodied, another victim of the corporate greed. Even in this sanctuary, the medical staff is too overwhelmed to offer any hope. The survivor can only whisper apologies through the thick, metallic scent of death. Tears of pure frustration fall as the warrior laments his own soul-crushing helplessness. In that dark moment, something inside the captain finally snaps under the pressure. The captain stares down at his broken comrade with a cold, ultimatum-driven gaze. Terror fills the survivors' eyes as the harsh reality of their profession is revealed. To a man like him, witnessing death is simply another day on the job. He demands absolute resolve from those who wish to survive this hellish world. Leaving the wounded behind, he prepares to face the horrors yet to come. A grim report confirms an S-rank gate has opened in the city's heart. The captain listens in silence, the weight of the coming slaughter pressing down. Deep within his eyes, a cold and calculating power begins to stir. 24 elite hunters march toward a nightmare they are not prepared to face. By the time the clock struck 4, the mission had turned into a bloodbath. The crushing news of the raid team's annihilation leaves the captain in heavy silence. Deep within the command center, the survivors struggle to grasp the scale of defeat. He shares a final, somber drink, while praying for his comrades to stay safe. Even with corporate hunters and military might, every counterattack ends in a bloodbath. The true horror begins when the S-rank dungeon break shatters the world's last hope. A stable gate is merely a doorway, but a break creates something far worse. The portal becomes a hungry black hole, devouring reality and birthing endless nightmares. In an instant, the thriving city is transformed into a burning, hopeless hellscape. The monsters possess a terrifying biology, dividing their cells to multiply at lightning speed. Against an enemy that regenerates and evolves, conventional weapons have already failed them. Shinbek leaves the hospital ward, ready to dive headfirst into the escalating nightmare. A sudden emergency summons flashes before him, demanding his presence at an elite assembly. The message calls for all high-ranking hunters to gather at the Room of Judgment. This fortified chamber acts as a secure nexus for the city's monster control agencies. With a single turn of the handle, he prepares to teleport to the front lines. Shinbok enters the massive arena, finding himself surrounded by the echoes of frantic warriors. Blood-stained hunters scream in frustration as the monsters multiply faster than they can kill. Even the field directors are breaking down, weeping over the lack of a strategy. The High Director finally appears, his presence instantly silencing the panicked and exhausted crowd. He shocks everyone by announcing that a secret countermeasure has already been set in motion. The monster's arrival follows the cold, heartless calculations of the highest command. Jianwu shouts in desperation, begging for a way to sweep the trash away. The director finally speaks, his face a mask of cold, unwavering authority. The cost of victory is the total destruction of every nearby city block. Na Yun stares in disbelief as the true scale of the plan unfolds. Taehwan trembles in fear, knowing the blood will never wash off. Accepting this operation means forfeiting their souls for the sake of the mission. They are choosing to become the greatest mass murderers in human history. This is the forbidden record of the day the agency lost its humanity. Silent shock fills the room as they realize there is no turning back. The horrific announcement leaves the field directors paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. Instantly, the Hall of Judgment erupts into a storm of desperate, screaming voices. These national hunters chose justice over profit, but now that justice feels like murder, a bloodied fist slams down as they refuse to accept such a demonic strategy. The raid director roars in fury, questioning how anyone could suggest sacrificing their own. They desperately argue for reinforcements, clinging to the hope of holding the line longer. But the cold hard data reveals a suicide mission with only a 1% success. Success means losing every low-rank hunter, leaving the nation defenseless against future dungeon breaks. Desperate for any other way, they suggest throwing the military into the meat grinder. Yet deep down, they know no amount of lives will ever be enough. He roars that sacrificing innocent civilians sets a precedent that can never be undone. Refusing to be part of this massacre, the director turns his back and resigns. But even his departure cannot stop the gears of this horrific national order. The vice director reveals the cold truth that the military will soon be mobilized. A chilling realization washes over the room as weapons turn toward their own citizens. Paralyzed by the weight of this sin, he admits they must bear the burden. The high command silences the dissent, declaring that time has finally run out. While they argue in safety, the streets run red with the blood of the dying. Some scream in desperate protest, while others are broken by the crushing silence. Amidst the chaos, the director calmly recites the final orders for the city's destruction. A voice suddenly cuts through the tension with a bold and unexpected objection. Shock ripples through the grand hall as every eye turns toward the source. The director stares back in disbelief at the man daring to halt the execution. Standing before them is the tactical genius from the gangbook Monster Control Agency. A veteran raider recognizes the legendary hunter who once defied every impossible odd. Whispers fill the room about the brilliant strategies he used at S-rank gates. The vice director trembles as the weight of a potential miracle starts to sink in. While they fear the political backlash of failure, he warns of the human cost. Hope ignites among the crowd when he claims a different path still remains. Mysterious patterns begin to glow as he prepares to reveal his final desperate plan. He steps forward alone, prepared to shoulder a burden no one else can carry. A sudden, overwhelming binding technique instantly freezes every high-ranking hunter in the room. They watch in terror, unable to fathom how a B rank could possess such power. He hardens his heart, deciding to cast aside his emotions to achieve the impossible. Visions of past failures and the blood of fallen comrades haunt his every thought. He sees the smiling face of the daughter he could not save from fate. He wonders why he had to lose so much despite making no mistakes. A cold resolve settles in his eyes as he prepares for the final act. Casting his badge aside, he officially renounces his status to act entirely alone. His former allies look on in shock as he chooses a path of total isolation. Shinbek ignores the frantic screams, walking toward a light that offers no return. The door clicks shut, sealing the exit and burying the voices of the past. In the Grand Hall, the world's most powerful S-ranks await their silent judgment. No one expected a lowly B-rank hunter to paralyze the strongest heroes in history. He stares at the glowing screen, his finger trembling over the final command. Spatial distortions hide his every move, keeping his presence a total, deadly secret. Suddenly, a blood-drenched survivor appears, standing as the only obstacle in his path. Zhang Jianwu demands an explanation for the insane stunt currently unfolding before him. Shinbek meets his gaze, his cold silence speaking louder than any desperate plea. Standing amidst the shadows, they confront a truth that will shatter the agency forever. Zhang Jianwu screams, as the government's horrific plan to slaughter civilians finally surfaces. Shinbok turns his back, coldly declaring he is no longer their captain. An urgent distress signal blares as Jianwu desperately tries to reach his leader. The order for immediate evacuation arrives, but time has already run out. Shinbek's eyes glow with a lethal intensity, demanding a reason for the interruption. Frustration boils over as Jianwu grits his teeth against the cold-blooded silence. He summons his massive relic hammer, vowing to stop Shinbok by any means. He refuses to stand by while a supposed hero facilitates a mass slaughter. Shinbok simply nods, realizing that blood is the only language they share now. Two legendary forces collide, marking the start of a battle that changes everything. Shinbek's gaze pierces through the chaos as the legendary strategist prepares for the unthinkable. A whirlwind of lethal energy erupts around him, signaling the end of all restraint. Jianwu lunges forward, pouring every ounce of desperation into a final, crushing blow. The ground shatters beneath a power that defies the very laws of reality. Rubble and fire consume the battlefield as the relic hammer strikes with devastating force. Despite the carnage, the young hunter refuses to back down against his former idol. The very ground slips away as a horrifying realization begins to take root. He stares in disbelief at a spectral reconstruction of the agency he once served. This is no longer simple construction magic. It is power that transcends human limits. From his throne of wreckage, Shinbek proves that some legends can never be surpassed. Shinbok watches in horror as the world he knew begins to crumble apart. His son stands amidst the carnage, barely clinging to his own shattered consciousness. A massive, glowing spire of light reveals a nightmare beyond human comprehension. Desperation fuels his voice as he searches for any survivors in the wreckage. A bloodied comrade answers the call, carrying a secret that could change everything. Through a forbidden ritual, the gruesome truth is seared directly into his mind. The weight of the vision leaves him paralyzed by the sheer scale of betrayal. There is no time for grief when a literal massacre is already unfolding. They stand alone against an agency that has traded its soul for power. Even now, cold logic threatens to silence the only ones willing to fight. Sungyun screams that one man cannot carry the weight of the world alone. Shinbok coldly tells his comrade to retreat, questioning what he could possibly achieve here. As papers scatter in the wind, he is reminded that isolation is a weakness. Despite the agonizing pain, he forces his broken body to keep moving forward. A sudden voice stops him in his tracks, shattering the silence of his despair. His bloodied comrades refuse to let him face the coming slaughter by himself. One by one, the survivors stand up to offer their remaining strength. The air fills with the desperate cries of hunters willing to sacrifice everything. Standing before the blinding light, he realizes he is no longer fighting alone. The legendary strategist finally acknowledges that true power comes from those standing beside him. His eyes ignite with a cold fury as the past begins to bleed into reality. Even the legendary strategist finds himself overwhelmed by a relentless storm of lethal projectiles. He bellows in defiance, questioning if mere numbers can ever hope to stop him. But his son refuses to back down, shouting that they must carry this burden together. With desperate strength, Sungyun shatters the incoming steel to protect their shared path. The battlefield turns into a chaotic dance of survival against a relentless, rain-like assault. Shinbek radiates a terrifying crimson energy, demanding to know what follows his own defeat. He unleashes a devastating wave of power, searching for any alternative to this madness. The impact sends the young hunters reeling as they struggle against his overwhelming might. Through the pain, Sonhyun roars that even a 1% chance is worth everything. His subordinates believe his legendary power is enough to conquer any looming nightmare. They scream in his face, demanding to know why the captain suddenly feels fear. But the heavy burden of leadership turns his heart into cold, immovable stone. He doesn't offer words of comfort, only the brutal weight of cold reality. The agency headquarters crumbles as a father and son clash in total chaos. He grabs his son, demanding proof that this gamble won't end in annihilation. Seung-yun glares back, insisting that every natural disaster has a solution they must find. A crimson glow ignites as he prepares to end this debate with absolute force. He hammers his son downward, teaching him the lethal price of blind confidence. The impact tears through the facility, leaving nothing but ruin and a father's despair. Ji-hyung is broken and bloody, screaming in pure disbelief at the suicide mission. He can't wrap his head around the captain's insane order to split their forces. Shinbok remains cold and calculated, mapping out the enemy's inevitable movements. He forces a separation, drawing the most dangerous threat toward himself. The strategist knows his comrade's physical limits are the only thing that buys time. Fear takes hold as his teammate realizes they are stepping into the unknown. Even without experience, the captain stares into the abyss with unshakable resolve. He unleashes a massive relic projection to alter the very fabric of the battlefield. A crimson glow ignites as he bets everything on his partner's hidden strength. Fueled by desperate trust, the warrior charges forward to face his impossible fate. He roars as a surge of forbidden energy begins to tear his soul apart. Years ago, the legendary strategist believed that trust could save everyone he loved. But the battlefield is a cruel teacher that only speaks in the language of blood. His teammates could only watch as their world was consumed by an unspeakable tragedy. Even with a smoking barrel, he stood firm against the encroaching tide of darkness. A massive explosion reduced his noble dreams into a pillar of ash and fire. In the cold silence that followed, he finally understood the weight of his failure. He no longer cares about being the hero this corrupted world desperately needs. Looking down at his fallen son, he discards the burden of his former righteousness. Now, under the pale moonlight, a monster awakens to hunt those who betrayed him. He fell from the sky like a vengeful god bringing judgment to the world. Shinbek stood amidst the inferno, holding the relic that reduced the city to ash. His humanity faded as his eyes burned with a cold and terrifying crimson light. He remembered the lies told to the dying about a time for future smiles. They were told the sun always rises, yet the night only grew much darker. He hovered over the silent wasteland, a lone silhouette against the blinding white void. A jagged mountain of despair rose from the earth, marking the Legion's cruel arrival. Seoul was left with a hollow heart, a permanent scar on the face of humanity. When the dust finally settled, the captain surrendered his power and accepted his chains. The divine strength that once shook the heavens was now lost to him forever. A suffocating gag order forced the truth into the shadows of the judgment room. Shinbek prepared to shoulder the world's hatred while his comrades lay broken and dying. The weight of the sacrifice left those remaining in a state of silent, agonizing grief. Even the innocent were forced to witness the light of their world burn away completely. Soon whispers began to spread online questioning how a single man achieved the impossible. Public doubt grew as people realized no amount of skill could explain his victory. They wondered how a lone warrior surpassed the combined power of every S-rank hunter. Under immense pressure, the government finally confessed the massacre was a state-mandated order. Once the silence was broken, the survivors stepped forward to expose the agency's secrets. The ultimate weapon's existence was erased from time, leaving behind only a glowing mystery. Public fury ignites as the government's lies are finally dragged into the light. The judiciary admits the disaster was a systemic failure beyond any one man's control. Judges rule that the hunter's actions were a desperate necessity, not a crime. Labeled a monster yesterday, Shinbek is now hailed as the nation's tragic hero. Despite the verdict, the shadow of the massacre refuses to leave his side. He realizes that even a total victory cannot mend his shattered, broken heart. His lawyer stands by him, sensing the dangerous secrets still buried in silence. They are all searching for the stash piece, the government's most lethal secret. An innocent student stumbles upon the truth that could burn the world down. No one opens Pandora's box willingly, for the truth is a debt paid in blood. A terrified woman realizes her brother-in-law has stumbled upon a literal death sentence. Young Woojin smiles while holding the classified file that could destroy his family. She collapses, under the weight of the forbidden government secrets the boy discovered. An intense warning follows that any slip of the tongue means certain death. Years later, Woojin remains haunted by the day his normal life ended forever. His listeners are paralyzed with fear at the mention of the legendary investigator. They whisper about a magical device so powerful it defies the laws of nature. The truth was buried deep in the shadows to protect a corrupt nation. A secret meeting of survivors gathers to discuss the world's most dangerous intelligence. Peace shatters instantly as the brutal price of the truth is finally paid. The heavy silence of a forbidden secret finally breaks as the truth comes out. Panic erupts as they realize the deadly price of knowing too much. Tears of relief fall because she finally understands the burden they all carry. Shock paralyzes the group when the weight of his journey is revealed. He recounts the strange world he traversed, where morality became a blurred line. The revelation reveals a world not filled with monsters but with broken souls. She realizes that even their greatest enemies were just victims of a cruel fate. Shinbok stands silent, driven by his ironclad beliefs rather than a thirst for blood. His gaze pierces through the lies, knowing that absolute evil is just a myth. But as the dust settles, one haunting question still lingers in the shadows. The investigation into the top-secret stash piece leads to a complete dead end. Hidden documents reveal the mafia group involved has already dissolved into thin air. The weight of the truth leaves the young student paralyzed in total shock. They were merely disposable contractors, and the real traitor remains hidden in shadows. Heavy footsteps echo through the halls of power as a new player arrives. Tension suffocates the room as a disgraced subordinate is summoned for final judgment. The mysterious chairman demands answers about the missing treasure that controls their fate. Marked by a cursed brand, the failed agent struggles with his internal dread. He bows in shame, confessing the unthinkable. The legendary stash piece is gone. Meanwhile, the man chosen by the relic awakens a power that defies reality. The revelation of the legendary stash piece sends shockwaves through the global shadow government. Tighter surveillance threatens their operations as internal friction begins to tear the group apart. Furious at the failed plan, the monster within Shinbek demands blood for their incompetence. A single gesture from their leader silences the room, demanding absolute order and focus. He calmly explains that even the most perfect predictions cannot account for chaotic variables. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he welcomes this dark twist of fate. Instead of falling into despair, they must prepare for a future rewritten by corporate greed. The old world order crumbles, giving way to an era ruled by powerful hunter corporations. Private entities will soon control the industry, leaving the government powerless to intervene. This catastrophic incident proves the national system is broken and incapable of protecting humanity. As corporate regulations vanish, a new shadow rises to seize absolute control. Titans like Shinsung and Yujie prepare to devour the entire Korean market. Every move is calculated as the pieces of a dark game fall into place. Hidden executives are already poisoning the industry from the inside out. The race for the legendary stash piece has turned into a war for information. But before the infiltration begins, Shinbek must first cultivate unstoppable power. The collapse of Oro Falena has left a dangerous vacuum in the underworld. Beneath his cold gaze, a lethal plan for total domination takes root. A mysterious informant reveals a secret that could change the tide of battle. This is the face of a fallen king, leaving A-rank monsters without a master. A shadowy figure selects a new pawn to seize absolute control over the board. The chosen soldier trembles under the weight of a burden he cannot escape. With a cold vow, Mateo accepts his role in the chairman's twisted vision. They seek to rewrite the world itself to fulfill a divine, terrifying mandate. Months before his acquittal, the legendary strategist faced his darkest hour in prison. Ji-hyung visits the man who once led them with ironclad resolve and strength. Locked behind bars, Shinbek looks like a broken shell of his former self. The two warriors sit in silence, separated by glass and a mounting tragedy. He desperately asks if his family is safe from the public's growing rage. But their home is already a blood-stained monument to the city's burning hatred. Sung-yoon eats alone, a ghost haunting the halls of his new school. His family remains shattered, living in a silence that feels like a tomb. Behind cold glass, Ji-hyung brings news of the legendary team's final collapse. The world's greatest protectors are walking away, abandoning their duty to the public. Ji-hyung reveals his shocking decision to become a professor for the next generation. Shinbek stares in horror, seeing the fire fade from his old friend's eyes. The veteran warrior will only hunt during breaks, prioritizing teaching over the slaughter. Desperate and broken, Shinbek asks why he does not just quit the life entirely. A heavy silence falls as Ji-hyung prepares to reveal his true, grim motivation. He knows they must raise monsters to fight the nightmares waiting in the dark. Legions of returnees and hunters clash in a world where power defines survival. Nightmarish entities with 1,000 eyes watch from the shadows of the abyss. Ji-hyung clenches his fist, swearing to forge a hunter who fears nothing. Behind bars, Shinbek scoffs at the idea of his old comrade becoming a teacher. Far away from the prison, a lone bus carries the weight of the future. Among the passengers sits Sung-yoon, a boy carrying a legacy he barely understands. He stares into the distance, sensing the storm of war approaching his quiet life. Beside him, A young girl happily chatters about the excitement of joining school clubs. They look like ordinary students, but their bloodline carries a terrifying, hidden potential. The innocent stories they share are quickly turning into a grim, inescapable reality. A dangerous new ally joins the club, vowing to keep the peace at school. On a quiet bus, Sunyun watches over the girl who holds a dormant power. After a decade of silence, she finally opens her eyes to a changed world. But the peace is fragile, as they realize the heavy price of their inheritance. She whispers of a 10-year slumber filled with visions of a different reality. Songyun listens intently, realizing his sister's return marks the beginning of the end. Even the most innocent companions can sense the shift in the atmosphere around them. Behind her sorrowful gaze lies the memory of a world that suffered without her. Songyun makes a final decision as the burden of his bloodline becomes clear. Ancient magic manifests within her eyes, promising to rewrite the laws of their reality. Songyun rides toward an uncertain future, vowing to protect everyone he loves. But beneath his calm exterior, the weight of his father's legacy lingers. He remembers the haunting question that first shattered his sense of purpose. Doubt begins to consume him as the path of a hunter blurs. He wonders what his father truly chose within that cold room of judgment. The answers remain out of reach, while the world continues to turn. For now, he finds solace in the fleeting peace of his companion's laughter. Far across the sea, a secluded island hides a gathering storm. A man who shouldn't exist smiles, clutching the key to absolute ruin. The final pieces have gathered to prepare for a world-ending fate. The dreaded day of reckoning finally arrives at the prestigious Seonghan Academy. Tension hangs thick in the air as they prepare to unveil their fates together. Shinbok and Sohyun brace themselves, knowing their entire futures depend on these numbers. Songyun hesitates, the weight of his father's legacy making his hands tremble. With a collective breath, the truth is laid bare upon the cold wooden table. In this brutal world, falling below the 8th rank means immediate and permanent expulsion. Shock ripples through the group when they notice Sohyun's written score is completely missing. She quickly explains her absence, revealing a secret objective she pursued in the shadows. Proudly, she presents her graduation certificate, proving her worth beyond the standard curriculum. But the celebration is short-lived, as the next impossible mountain looms over her. Songyun realizes his sister is safe, but his own future remains a total nightmare. The true horror sets in as the boy realizes his path is completely blocked. To survive this school, he must infiltrate the student council against impossible odds. In this world, the student council holds more power than the highest-ranking hunters. The deadline for recruitment is a mystery, leaving them vulnerable to a sudden ambush. He is ordered to reach the top ranks or face immediate, crushing consequences. Despite weeks of brutal training, the boy stares at the evidence of his failure. His father watches in disbelief, unable to process the numbers on the page. A kid with zero experience somehow clawed his way into the top 5%. He survived the purge through pure instinct, defying the school's rigid ranking system. Shinbek questions the boy's true nature after witnessing his impossible performance. Suddenly, a holographic alert from the academy interrupts their tense confrontation. Strange patterns emerge as only the men in the room receive the notification. The school demands mandatory labor for anyone burdened with heavy penalty points. Confusion sets in, as neither can remember committing such serious infractions. Songyun realizes their previous encounter with Ji-hyung carried a hidden, heavy price. While the girls mock them, the true nature of the task is revealed. Their blood runs cold, as the volunteer work is actually monster extermination. By the next morning, a massive vessel prepares to carry them into danger. Familiar faces wait on board, knowing the nightmare is only just beginning. Shinbek and Songyun board the vessel, encountering a surprisingly familiar face. Songyun senses something off as the atmosphere inside the transport shifts. A cold, powerful senior passes them by without acknowledging their presence. Her piercing gaze reveals a level of intensity that many students fear. She dismisses them with a click of her tongue, radiating pure arrogance. They learn she is a member of the elite student council volunteer group. The realization hits that even the wealthiest heirs are joining this hunt. Shinbok and Songyun stand frozen, realizing the massive gap in their status. Their companion urges them to find their seats before the real chaos begins. Other students wait in the cabin, hiding their growing fear behind forced smiles. Desperate students scramble for favor, but the atmosphere on board is chillingly hostile. Songyun retreats in silence, aware he has marked himself as a target for council. Failure looms over him as his terrible grades and mounting penalties threaten his survival. Redemption lies in a dangerous volunteer mission where merit points are the only currency. He shares his grim prospects with Yoon, knowing their family name offers no protection. Fear suddenly grips him, triggering a frantic outburst that shatters the brief moment of peace. His sister strikes with violent precision, punishing his weakness with a single, heavy blow. He drifts toward the afterlife as the sheer force of her frustration leaves him broken. The ferry cuts through the waves, carrying them toward a destiny controlled by the elite. Chained together, they must endure the ruthless trials their father has forced upon them. Yoon Ha reveals that the loose-lipped Professor Ji-hyung leaked the truth about their situation. Trapped on a ferry, Soon-yoon questions why his sister is also facing disciplinary action. He remains oblivious to the dark reputation she built within the school's digital shadows. A sinister aura surrounds her as she reflects on the atrocities committed last year. Silence falls between them as the weight of her hidden history sinks in deeply. She dismisses the rumors, claiming only fools believe the lies spread on public boards. She reflects on a memory of how her senior once seemed so kind. Now he stands transformed, his hair glowing blue with a terrifying new power. The shock of his sudden evolution leaves her completely stunned and momentarily speechless. Bound by glowing chains, the siblings stand ready to face their father's ultimate trial. Confusion erupts as dormant powers suddenly awaken without any warning or control. The instructors watch with cold intensity, their presence heavy with unspoken judgment. Exhausted and panting, Sung-yoon barely makes it back to the transport in time. The professor's rage flares, mocking the boy for his pathetic rank after midterms. Sung-yoon can only offer a forced apology while dreading the coming volunteer work. He suspects the professor's deep-seated hatred stems from his father's legendary reputation. The mission is finally revealed as a dangerous expedition for monster extermination. Their destination is the uninhabited Yolcioto, a small island isolated from the world. This is no ordinary dungeon raid, but a descent into a lawless field. A field is a living nightmare where reality breaks and monsters claim the land. The students tremble, wondering if they can truly survive this suicide mission alone. A map reveals the island's layers, where S-rank monsters rule the dark center. To prevent a total massacre, a team of elite mercenaries joins the expedition. A mocking voice cuts through the tension, singling out Sun-yoon from the crowd. The smug Lee Ju-yong steps forward, ready to flex his professional hunter power. Sung-yoon freezes in disbelief, recognizing a familiar face among the lethal escorts. These four warriors are the only thing standing between the students and death. Even the legendary Jin Ye-shin appears, her presence promising a one-sided slaughter. They step into the field, a beautiful nightmare filled with reality-warping energy. The hunt begins for the electric feeder queen, a monster of pure destruction. Kai reminds his companion that their target possesses exceptionally rare and dangerous abilities. The group bickers in the glowing woods, momentarily forgetting the weight of their objective. Eve breaks into a chilling laugh, realizing the lawless field permits any atrocity. Tension peaks as the paths of the hunters and the students finally collide. The monster commander issues a cold decree to slaughter everyone without hesitation. A primal dormant power suddenly erupts from deep within Yoon, has soul. Meanwhile, a haunting memory of a quiet dinner leaves her completely paralyzed. The mysterious mark in her eyes pulses as she fights to regain consciousness. Ji-hyung acknowledges the long-awaited reunion, his expression hardening for the coming battle. Even the legendary Jin Ye-shin prepares to unleash a force beyond human comprehension. Even the most seasoned hunters can lose their minds in this lawless hellscape. As the team gathers, the weight of their impossible mission finally settles in. But a haunting question lingers about those who didn't make it back alive. The legendary Jin Ye-shin reveals the mundane life he led before this return. From construction sites to labor, he hid his monstrous strength in plain sight. His comrades laugh it off, unaware of the darkness brewing behind his smile. Beneath that calm exterior, a single look reveals a soul shattered by war. Years ago, he witnessed a massacre so brutal it changed him forever. Facing a god-tier monster, he lost everything and the right to ever return. Now he wanders the world, searching for a path that doesn't lead to death. Jin Ye-shin watches the travelers, realizing most people only care about survival. They do just enough work to get by, never seeking a higher purpose. To them, the world matters far less than the digits in their bank account. He stares at his device, wondering if his dark obsession makes him a monster. He asks his companion if a hunter driven by such hatred is truly disgusting. Ji-hyung looks out at the sea, quietly admitting that he doesn't feel that way. Lee Ju-yong scoffs, claiming that not everyone is meant to carry such a burden. The real evil lies with those who believe their destructive path is actually righteous. Jin Ye-shin hardens his resolve as they finally reach the Forbidden Island's shore. Hidden among the rocks, a multi-eyed horror waits for the legendary strategist to arrive. A low-level parasite crawls along the shoreline, unaware of the predator lurking nearby. With a single swift strike, the pathetic creature is crushed into the sand. Sun-yoon catches his breath, his eyes cold as he finishes the tedious extermination. These bottom-tier pests are usually confined to the field, posing little physical threat. However, their ability to devour electronic signals makes them a nightmare for modern technology. He examines a miniature crystal, the meager reward for such a frustratingly small target. Suddenly, a strange man approaches, questioning if the boy belongs to the elite academy. The stranger shamelessly demands the hard-earned stones, claiming they are merely for volunteer work. Sung-yoon stares in disbelief at the sheer audacity of this pathetic request. He firmly refuses, knowing these trophies are the only path to clearing his name. Sung-yoon stands his ground, refusing to hand over his hard-earned spoils to a stranger. He is stunned when the man insists he simply give the crystals away. The desperate old man retreats with a grateful wave, clutching the unearned reward. Walking along the shore, the hunter explains the harsh reality of their mission. Even elite veterans like Ye-shin and Ji-hyung are being watched by the academy's professors. The man reveals he is strictly motivated by his own high-stakes volunteer ranking. A professional school hunter suddenly appears, identifying the others as mere day laborers. These low-rank ability users gather together, trapped in a cycle of meager survival. They lack the power for dungeons but possess too much pride for ordinary work. Hyunwoo explains that these men take odd jobs just to scrape by and survive. The school rewards those who sacrifice their precious magic stones for better scores. The professional hunter walks away, wishing them a safe but difficult graduation. Sung-hyun realizes that failure means ending up like the desperate laborers. Ji-hyung leans in close, the weight of the situation clinking between them. A massive wave of elite hunters suddenly appears on the horizon. These aren't ordinary fighters. They are high-ranking exterminators on a mission. Two rival corporate giants are doing the unthinkable and joining forces. Shinbek knows that these hunters have flooded the island after the observation class. Every corner of the forest is now crawling with professional killers. Sung-yoon watches silently as the elite army marches toward an unknown disaster. Sung-yoon realizes a single rank creates a world of difference between life and death. The professional hunters begin rounding up the students for the next phase of the mission. Everyone stands on the edge of a wasteland that defies all laws of reality. Ji-hyung barks orders as the veterans prepare to enter the most dangerous zone yet. Beyond this point lies a lawless dungeon where technology and communication instantly go dead. Sung-yoon grows wary, knowing that one wrong turn in this forest means disappearing forever. The commander announces that students and pros will be divided into mixed combat teams. Team 1 forms under a new leader as the pressure of the extermination mounts. The legendary Jin Ye-shin takes point for the second squad to ensure their survival. With the final teams set, the group marches into the heart of the anomaly. Oh Hyunwoo leads the fourth squad. As the final battle lines are drawn, Ji-hyung bellows the command to march into the heart of the abyss. 20 minutes later, the silence of the forest is broken by unsheathed steel. The elite rival hunters from Shinsung and Yuje walk side by side in a forced alliance. Beneath the surface, a bitter corporate Cold War threatens to explode into violence. Guildmaster Cha Myong-tae suspects a lethal trap hidden within the school's plans. He knows these mercenaries would trade human lives for a single cent of profit. Suddenly they stand before the pulsating nightmare core of the Queen's massive nest. Myong-tae signals the final formation as the most dangerous specimen begins to awaken. The massive core pulses with a terrifying power that only one man understands. He casually explains the mechanism while his allies remain blissfully unaware of the danger. Suspicion flickers too late as the truth behind his cold eyes finally begins surfacing. In a single blinding flash, the trusted strategist brutally impales his own guildmaster. The elite team watches in paralyzed horror as their formation shatters in blood. He stands over the carnage, a monster wearing the face of a fallen friend. Revealing his true name, the traitor mocks them while claiming their stolen power. The forest floor becomes a graveyard as he prepares to harvest their remaining potential. Panic spreads through the ranks as they realize a devil is standing among them. Desperation drives the survivors to draw steel against the man they once called leader. The desperate hunters charge forward to restrain the traitor who destroyed their trust. He simply sneers at their efforts, knowing they are walking into a death trap. Suddenly, a second nightmare joins the fray, swinging her weapon with lethal precision. Limbs fly through the air as the team's formation is shredded in seconds. Drenched in fresh blood, the girl cackles while mocking the survivors' absolute helplessness. Her predatory gaze locks onto her next target, radiating a terrifying, inhuman bloodlust. A twisted grin spreads across her face as she prepares for more slaughter. Standing together amidst the gore, these two monsters unleash an overwhelming aura. Paralyzed by the carnage, the last survivor can only scream for his fallen friends. Realizing the gap in power, the desperate team frantically calls for an immediate retreat. Paralyzed by fear, the survivors realize that no apology can save them now. The veteran strategist offers a final prayer before delivering a godlike sentence of death. A massive fist of pure energy descends, obliterating everything in its blinding path. The forest echoes with the final screams of those caught in the overwhelming light. Amidst the carnage, the shapeshifter simply shields his ears from the annoying noise. A twisted heart glows in her gaze, as she savors the absolute destruction. The entire battlefield vanishes behind a wall of white heat and total annihilation. Standing over the ruins, they mock the supposedly elite forces of the corporate world. The veteran strategist Kai prepares his secret army for the final phase of the massacre. Even the elite Silver Knight Order trembles while awaiting the command to strike. Mateo mocks the old man's caution, confident that their insurance is entirely unnecessary. Their deadly conversation is interrupted by a playful voice calling from the shadows. The twisted Eve finds a new toy among the broken bodies of the fallen. Clinging to life, the battered survivor recognizes the face of his ultimate betrayer. Mateo realizes his lethal execution method failed to silence every single witness. Fueled by pure rage, the dying warrior curses the corporate monsters who crossed the line. But in this world of monsters, righteous fury is met with immediate and total annihilation. Mateo and Kai declare their dominance over the new, blood-soaked world order. Nearby, the twisted Eve prepares her chains for the next unfortunate victim. Deep within the shadowed woods, a completely different struggle is beginning to unfold. An exhausted hunter collapses, complaining about the grueling pace of their mission. Sungyun watches silently, questioning the strength of the group he was assigned to. A glowing guide pole offers the only light in this treacherous, monster-infested territory. Doubts begin to fester as the young survivor observes their strange, low-ranked leader. This is Shim Hajun, a lowly D-rank hunter hiding a mysterious secret. Sungyun senses something is wrong, feeling completely unprotected in this lawless land. Songyun freezes, mesmerized by a tree stump pulsating with a mysterious, otherworldly glow. He questions his own sanity as the entire forest begins to feel like a dream. Trembling with fear, he desperately tries to alert the hunter to a chilling sensation. A sudden, deafening bang shatters the air, sending his survival instincts into a frenzy. The duo whips around, preparing for a life-or-death struggle against a hidden enemy. Their tension evaporates when they spot a bumbling student holding a smoking mechanical hand. The boy offers a sheepish grin, explaining he was merely testing a prototype weapon. Hajun roars in anger, tired of the amateur putting their lives on the edge. He looks down at the smoking gauntlet, realizing this unstable power is far from ready. The boy admits his prototype is flawed, failing to offer the protection they need. Resting against a tree, the veteran reveals he has found a lethal alternative. Tensions flare as they realize only one of them belongs to the hunter department. Sungyun freezes when his low rank is insulted by the cynical warrior. The older fighter warns him to stop pushing himself toward a pointless goal. He claims that effort is meaningless because some gaps can never be closed. Suddenly, his companion snaps, refusing to let Sungyun's true potential be ignored. The shocking revelation of Sungyun defeating a returnee leaves the veteran speechless. He roars in fury, demanding respect for a talent the world has yet to see. The veteran stares in silence, his mind racing with the weight of the past. Apologies hang heavy in the air as the group moves deeper into the woods. Sungyun questions the sudden change in heart from the man he once admired. Memories of a cruel promise about hard work and low ranks flood his mind. Despite the awkward tension, the two allies find a strange moment of peace. A heartbreaking confession reveals the crushing reality of someone who finally gave up. Even when surrounded by rumors and isolation, the young student never lost hope. Instead of shrinking away, he chose to face the world with a defiant smirk. Now, he unleashes a roar of pure power, proving that effort can transcend rank. He admits his admiration, realizing his companion's strength far exceeds his own. A heavy silence falls between them as the weight of the truth sinks in. Suddenly, the young student cries out in confusion as the atmosphere shifts violently. A deafening sound erupts, catching the boy completely off guard in the dark woods. Without warning, a strange glowing relic latches onto his mentor's arm with lethal intent. Confusion turns to dread as they realize this wasn't a planned tactical move. The mysterious device begins a terrifying countdown, chilling the group to their very core. The legendary strategist struggles in agony as the number drops closer to 0. Desperation takes over as the cursed object refuses to release its dying grip. The countdown hits one as the legendary strategist's eyes widen in pure terror. A blinding explosion erupts, sending shockwaves through the forest and throwing everyone back. Blood splatters the ground as a monstrous transformation begins to tear through reality. Stunned by the carnage, they realize the situation has spiraled completely out of control. From the shadows, a figure with crimson hair emerges, radiating an overwhelming, murderous pressure. Trembling with fear, the boy stares into the abyss, wondering if his mentor survived. The mysterious relic hums with ancient power, its purpose far more sinister than imagined. With a cold smirk, the monster mocks their weakness while wielding the lethal device. Realizing there is no escape, the young student draws his blade for a final stand.